Chapter 5. The Diploma Project. Acquaintance to Oleg. Graduation Party. 5.1. Diploma Project. The way from Beregovo to Lvov was not close, and therefore, when we finally arrived in Lvov, it was already late evening. The bus stopped at the final stop on the square in front of the railway station. All the passengers somehow quickly left, and I lingered with luggage. I had quite a lot of them, and I didn't have enough hands. Grandma has not met me for some reason. Strange. Before leaving, I sent her a telegram. The bus doors were closed, and the driver intended to go to the garage. Some of my bags were already on the street, and some were still on the bus. I panicked and screamed. Luckily, the conductor heard me. She helped me get the rest of the bags out of the bus and told me to wait for her. The conductor went to a taxi stop and asked the taxi driver to drive up to me. Together with the driver, they helped me to load things into the car, and now I could go home. Thanks for the help. It was another little lesson of help and kindness. No need to panic ahead of time. We must always remember that in this world, we are not alone. There will always be someone who can give help in difficult times. Grandma was still awake. There was a light in the window of the big kitchen. Some of the bags I left in the yard and entered the house. My arrival was a surprise to my grandmother. She did not receive the telegram. Grandma was not alone. In the room where the lodgers usually lived, there was an unfamiliar girl. It turns out it was a new tenant who came to enroll in our institute. I asked this girl to help me bring the rest of the things from the yard. All my belongings were brought into the house. Now I could breathe with relief and feel that I am at home. All the excitement associated with the trip was over. Before the start of the school year, there were still 2 weeks left, and we decided to make repairs in the apartment. Walls and ceilings have needed painting. During practice, I saved up enough money, and we hired workers. There was repair chaos in the apartment, and behind all these cares, I have forgotten that in the last telephone conversation with Mikala, we have agreed that he will come to me after my arrival to Lvov. One evening Mikala came. I, to my shame, did not recognize him and thought that it was a guy who was looking to rent a place. We did not have a place for boys, but I knew from our new lodger that her former owner taken boys. I sent him to her to give him the address. A few minutes later he came back with our tenant, and then it turned out that it was Mikala and he came to me. In general, the situation was very piquant. I understand that he also did not recognize me at the first minute. It was no wonder. We only met once in noisy wedding fun. Finally, we agreed to have a date the next day in the city center. On a date, I dressed up and looked much better than he saw me in working clothes yesterday. Mikala invited me to the theater. In Lvov at that time there were several theaters: opera and ballet, 2 drama, 1 children's and youthful. It was summer, and the permanent troops of our Lvov theaters were on the go. But we were lucky at the opera and ballet theater premise that time toward the Kharkiv Ballet, and we went to that play. After the end of the performance, we leisurely walked along the central boulevard and discussed the performance. Mikala asked me about the practice. At the same time, we passed the ice cream tray, and it jerked like something. I jumped to the tray and said that I wanted to buy ice cream. I pointedly paid for 1 ice cream without thinking of offering it to my companion too. He already paid for theater tickets. At that time accepted. If a young man invites a girl for a date, then he pays for all the entertainment. This action of mine was with some kind of challenge. Right now, I am writing these sentences and understand how my act was ugly and selfish, and even now, remembering this, I still feel shame, and my cheeks covered with crimson paint. But at that moment, I did not think properly and acted as I did. What did I want to prove with this? Could I express my independence and self-support in this way? I saw Mikala immediately change dramatically. The conversation, which had previously flowed, suddenly seemed to have stumbled over something. We silently walked alongside. He escorted me to the trolleybus stop and, referring to some business, left. I never saw him again. Our paths diverged. And again, through my fault, I lost this barely nascent friendship. The guy was handsome and in the future with higher education. It would be a good pair for me, but alas, I lost it. I made another mistake and had another lesson. After many years, my old friend Ulyana, with whom we still maintain relations, reminded me of him. They recently had a meeting with fellow students at the institute, which was organized by Mikala. Of course, he is married and has 2 adult daughters. His life seemed to be a success. Ulyana wrote that he asked about me. It was a pleasure to know. So I still left a trace in his memory of myself. Finally, the 1st of September came. Repair in our apartment by this time already finished. The apartment smelled of fresh paint. I always liked this smell. This particular smell of renewal was clean and comfortable. Early in the morning, as usual, I went to college. A lot of people gathered in front of the building. There was a cheerful hubbub around. Freshmen in the tradition handed the key of knowledge, and all went to the audience. Classes began. In the crowd, I did not see anyone from our group and went to look for my fellow in the dormitory. I went into the room to the headman of our group to find out the latest news. It turns out that we no longer have any lectures and compulsory classes. Our main task for these 4 months of the fall semester is to write a diploma project and present it before the examination board. From the dormitory, I went home. There were classes in the classrooms for other students, but not for me anymore. The usual way which I accustomed during years at the institute was breaking down. Before leaving for pre-diploma practice, we assigned to the professors who will conduct the graduation project. My leader was Baron Marian Ivanovich. At our institute, he worked recently and taught automatic control systems. True, he did not teach the subject to our course. He came to work later when we had already passed this subject. First, I met him when he came to me in Beregovo to discuss what materials I should collect at the plant for future work on a diploma project. It was part of the curriculum. The theme he proposed was related to the development of an automatic adjustment system in the size of a 3-sided drum grinding machine. These machines used in furniture production for sanding wood boards before they are varnished. The topic is, in principle, very interesting, with elements of research work. But when I started working on the project, I realized that my conductor was very enthusiastic and did not calculate a few things in time. He forgot that I am not writing a dissertation. It is only a diploma project. At a time when some students were already finishing their project and preparing for defense, I was still plodding over the theoretical part. There were still many other sections ahead that I hadn't even started on. My nerves were already at the limit. Once, when I was at the faculty for consultation and Marian Ivanovich once again expanded theoretical research, I could not stand it, lost my temper, and slander him. Marianne Ivanovich, you got too carried away and overloaded the project with theoretical research, I told him in my heart. You do not know how to manage a diploma project. He was taken aback when he heard this from me, always so calm and reasonable. He jumped up from the chair, gathered his notes in his briefcase, and headed to the door. If you think so, then I refuse to manage your diploma project and put this question to the head of the department. He shouted and slammed the door sharply. In the room, we were not alone. There were several of my classmates, including the headman. They goggled at me with surprise. Did I say that? I realized that I had gone too far, that everything was falling apart, that all my 5 years of excellent study were hanging by a thread, and I wept bitterly. The headman approached me and began to calm me down. You must apologize to Marianne Ivanovich. But what should I do? I asked through tears. He probably will not listen to me. Don't worry, I'll talk to him myself. Having calmed me, Volodya went to look for Marianne Ivanovich. After a while, they returned to the room together. I apologized to Marianne Ivanovich for my rudeness, and we made up. This flash of mine had a positive effect. It somewhat sobered my conductor from further scientific delights, and he returned to the framework of this graduation project. There was still a lot of work, but there was not enough time left. Marianne Ivanovich volunteered to help me. He offered to come to my home and work on the project together. It was somehow unusual. The distance between the student and the teacher had to keep, and the joint work at home unwittingly brought us closer. I began to notice that Marianne Ivanovich was trying to give me signs of attention. It didn't fit in my head. He was somewhere near or slightly over 40. But in my 20s, he seemed very old to me, and the status of a teacher was not in any relationship other than official. Also, I was somewhat hampered by those domestic inconveniences that a stranger could see. At that time, as always, we had lodgers, 4 guys in the back room. My grandmother and I occupied another bedroom and a former kitchen. In the kitchen, we saved a large kitchen hearth and used it in the winter for heating and cooking. The rooms were communicating, and therefore, to get into the bedroom, one had to go through this winter kitchen. In the bedroom, we have a bed and a table for my work. Facilities in the apartment were not. Water has worn from the well. In the closet, there was a gas stove on which our lodgers cooked. In the same place, there was a manual wash basin. The toilet was cold in the open landing. In the winter, it was just anguish. In the toilet, everything froze, and to keep it clean, it was necessary first to thaw everything with hot water and then rinses it off. There were a lot of people in the apartment, 4 guys, 2 of us with grandmother, and another girl on our half part, 7 people, and if it not followed in time, then it was scary to go to the toilet. Therefore, you understand how uncomfortable and embarrassing I was in front of my teacher. I just burned with shame when he had to use our toilet. True, he behaved quite delicately. But I was happy when our joint work on the diploma at my home was over. So in this hard work ran 3 months. December came, with it, the beginning of the defensive graduation projects. Somewhere in the middle of December, I began to rewrite a note to the graduation project on a clean copy. The part of economic calculations and labor protection were ready. Most of the drawings already checked and signed. I defended on the very last day and one of the latest. I had so big nervous and worried that day to horror. Everything in my head mixed up. All night I barely slept. Marianne Ivanovich tried to give me some clue and explain something to me, but nothing more entered my head. I just waved my head in the agreement do not offend him. It seems he, too, was worried as much as I. My fellow students encouraged me. Think about 20 minutes of shame. For the defense of the graduation project was given 20 minutes. Finally, it was my turn. Everything, there is no place to recede, event inevitably approaching. And I rushed into the abyss to defense my work. The defense went smoothly. I was able to answer almost all the questions. On the same day, the most backward students defended themselves with me, and I looked very favorable against their background. The commission unanimously counted my project and delivered it to me perfectly. After the end of the defense, I carried my project to the archive for storage and felt as if 100 pounds weight fell from my shoulders at once. All the excitement, lack of sleep, experiences, all the tensions of the past 4 months, and the previous 5 years all gone. Hooray! I passed this way, I could. It seemed ahead bright future. It seemed that all the exams behind. God, how naive I was. 5.2. Trip to Moscow. Meeting with Mila and Boris. Recalling those 4 months of hard work on a diploma, I would remember my trip to Moscow. In the curriculum for successful work on a diploma project and probably to raise the prestige of higher education, a business trip was provided to the leading institutes of our profile to receive advice on the subject of the project. I chose the Scientific Research Institute of Wood and Mechanical Engineering, VNIIDMASH, which located in Moscow. I decided to go on a business trip in mid-September. There was still golden autumn, and the questions that I had to find out did not tolerate excuses, but frankly, I was very impatient to see Moscow as soon as possible. And one day, I am already sitting on a train that takes me to Moscow. I am very excited. In Moscow, I was only once a little girl. Only fragmentary memories remained. It is interesting to see Moscow now with adult eyes. From the letters of my father, stepfather, with whom we rarely corresponded, I knew that my sister Mila had recently got married and moved to live with her husband in Moscow. I had her address, and I thought that I should find her and meet her. Way to Moscow takes day and night by train. I always liked to travel by train. This gauge wheels, and most importantly, do not hurry, run, and rush. Under this knock, you can doze or indulge in your dreams. Look at the landscape flashing past the windows or talk confidentially with fellow passengers in the compartment. The travel pulls together completely strangers reveal their innermost secrets. Perhaps this desire to share with someone its secret is characteristic of human nature. The road is just the place where you can find grateful listeners and advisors, all the more knowing that at the final stop, everyone will disperse in different directions and possibly never meet again. Early in the morning, our train arrived in Moscow. Outside flashed the vicinity of Moscow and people who were waiting for the train. Gradually grew a big city. High-rise buildings, wide streets, and now we are at the entrance to the Moscow railway station. Unlike Lvov, there are several railway stations in Moscow. It is not surprising since Moscow is the capital of a huge country, the center, and all roads pass through it. At the information desk, I found the direction to the Mila building. I was told that the easiest way is to take the subway to Kropotkinskaya station and then walking maybe for 10 minutes. I did so. When I got out of the subway at the desired station, I was confused. Before me stretched a huge area, from which there were many streets in different directions. Which way should I go? I had to ask someone. True, passers-by at this time were a bit, but still, I managed to find out. It turned out that the right street is very close. I walked along the street and enjoyed looking at the buildings I passed by. I was always attracted to and excited about unfamiliar places. At last, I saw the number I needed. It was a 4-story old building with an arch. Under the arch was the passage to the inner courtyard, with the doors of several entrances. Next to the arch directly from the street was another door. I was not sure where I should go and decided to go through that front door first. I went up the wide main staircase to the second floor, and my surprise, on the doors to the right, I saw the number I was looking for. There were many nameplates on the door with the number of calls below them. I searched for the name, Gursky 4 calls, and pressed the button. Almost immediately, I heard quick steps beyond the door, and the door swung open. On the threshold, I have seen a slim, dark-haired girl. At first, I did not understand that it was Mila, and only after looking into her eyes, I recognized her. Her eyes were gorgeous, dark brown with large fluffy eyelashes. I have not seen her since she with mother and all the others left Lvov for the Crimea in 1960. It's been 7 years. Of course, she matured. In the last years, she lived with her father in the north in Magadan. She could not afford a high school education. She had a problem to study from the very beginning. The only thing she learned was elementary: to read, write, and count. Very early, Mila had awakened sexuality, and it was simply impossible to keep her, especially since no brakes in her head were working for her. Our father, Ivan, of course, was kept her on the short leash. By that time, he was married to Anna Mikhailovna, a woman whom he had known for many years and with whom he worked at the same enterprise. She was a very kind woman. She did not have her children, and therefore she became attached to the children of her husband with all her heart and considered them to be her relatives. At that time, Mila, Toma, and Vitya lived with them. The problem with Mila had to be solved. The only way out is to get her married as soon as possible. It was a small matter to find a suitable young man. And that was the task. But everything in this life comes when necessary. In Moscow, a father's first cousin's son dies. Still, a young boy who was a little over 20 years old. It is a great sorrow, and Ivan decided to go to the funeral to support his sister. Mila begged him to take her with him. Lida, the name father's first cousin, lived in a large communal apartment. Her neighbor was Boris, a young guy. He was 5 years older than Mila. He lived in a big room alone. He had no relatives in Moscow. Mila and Boris met at the funeral service. After Mila and her father returned home, she began corresponding with Boris. In one of the letters, he offered her to marry him. Father and Anna Mikhailovna consulted and decided that this would be a good solution to Milya's problem. So after a while, Mila became Boris's wife and moved to Moscow. She was 19 years old at the time. I was a little worried when I pressed the bell. How will we meet after many years? When Mila opened the door, she did not recognize, looked at me inquiringly. I named myself and stretched out to her with hugs. But somehow she turned away, and the hugs turned out to be awkward. Then she turned and walked without a word along a half-dark, long corridor. I went after her. She stopped in front of the door of her room and showed me a coat hanger where I hung my coat and took off my shoes. She gave me her husband's house shoes. It fit me. I took the suitcase and entered the room. The room was big and bright. 2 large windows, in the middle of the room. A round table, on the right and left sides near the wall were 2 beds. A small cupboard for dishes, a wardrobe, a small refrigerator in the corner. In general, everything is very simple and, at a minimum. Apart from Mila and Boris, in this communal apartment, 8 more families lived. There was a large shared kitchen with back access to the stairs leading to the courtyard. In the kitchen, there were several gas stoves, kitchen tables, and cabinets for each family. The amenities were also common to all families. Bathroom with gas heater, which heats the water. In the corridor, it was hung a telephone on the wall. The phone often rings, and Mila continually ran out into the hall to answer and calling someone to the phone. It seems she just liked to talk on the phone. In the evening, Boris, Mila's husband, returned from work. He immediately guessed that I was a sister. Boris was not tall, shorter than me, thin. He moved quietly and imperceptibly. He looked weak and painful. It was hard to believe that this is a man, preferably a child, who needed good care. After dinner, we started talking, and he told me his story. He was born in a prosperous Jewish family. His parents were doctors, and when, after the war, a new rise of repression began, and the enemy doctors' case arose, they were convicted and went missing. Boris stayed with his aunt. When he finished 7 classes, his aunt submits him at a vocational school, exchanged Boris' parents' apartment for this room in a communal flat and an apartment in Leningrad. She left Boris in this room and moved to Leningrad. So Boris was left alone at this age when the advice and help of an adult are still essential. Boris started smoking and drinking early. There was no healthy diet. He invited a bunch of friends and had a constant drinking party. The room was noisy, and neighbors this worried about. Neighbors began to tell him to stop. Boris stopped these parties for a while, and everything calmed down, but then everything started again. The neighbors are tired of all this, and they said they would report to the police, and he will be evicted from Moscow. It scared and stopped him. He graduated from college and went to work at the telephone exchange. He worked in a team that mounted telephone wells and traced a cable. This work was very hard for Boris, constant outside in any weather. From work, he hardly got home exhausted. Soon he has got acquainted with Mila, and they have got married. On a bookshelf, I have seen a lot of literature on medicine. Boris told me that these books were belonging to his parents. Boris used to read these books, and it seemed to me that he thought that all the diseases described there he has. He was a slightly suspicious man. The next morning I woke up from the quiet rustling in the room. Boris was going to work. It was dark outside, there was no hurry, and I decided to take a little nap. Thoughts of the coming day began to emerge through the slumber. Firstly, it will be necessary to go to a consultation at the institute, and then it will be possible to walk around Moscow, go to Red Square, and Lenin's mausoleum. I was in Moscow for the first time, except for that trip with my grandmother in my early childhood. From that trip, I still had some memories. The escalator stairs, which I was allowed to ride, a room with a big bed by the wall. Mila and Boris lived close to the center of the city. From them, you could walk to the Arbat or along Gogol Boulevard to the Kremlin and Red Square. The weather was warm and sunny, and I wanted just to walk around and see Moscow, but alas, the business first, and then everything else. I left the driveway and walked along the already familiar street towards the subway. In Moscow, the most convenient and used transport is the subway. We can say that this is a whole city under the ground, in which crowds of hurrying people are scurrying around. Going down in the subway, you become part of this crowd and unwittingly obey its rhythm. There is a feeling that the subway as an unprecedented monster absorbs the endlessly flowing stream of people into its guts, and then spits them out after working off. You can be in Moscow and not see Moscow, because most of the time spent underground, jumping out to the surface at the endpoint and again going down under the ground. In this connection, I recall the fantastic film that I saw once, in which people lived underground all the time and were strictly forbidden to rise to the surface. On the surface, there were only those who enslaved and subjugated the people. I reached the necessary stop without incident. First up to the roundabout, and then along the roundabout a few more stops. It is impossible to get confused. The circle of signs and every stop announced. I came out to the surface, asked passers-by where I should go, and soon I was there. I went to the receptionist's office of Scientific Research Institute of Wood and Mechanical Engineering, showed a business trip slip, and explained the purpose of my arrival. I was asked to wait, and a few minutes later, the head of the developing grinding equipment department approached me. I would like to note that the knowledge I received at the institute was sufficient for me to have a serious conversation with a scientist. It was pleasant and uplifting in my own eyes. After the conversation in a scientific organization, I still had a lot of free time and decided to spend the rest of the day at Moscow Forest Engineering Institute. The institute is located in the suburbs and there it is necessary to go by train from the Leningrad train station. When I got off at the train stop, I thought I was in a fairy tale. From the station to the institute led a winding road among tall pines. The air filled with the aroma of early autumn. Fallen leaves rustled underfoot. The sun was shining, and there was such silence around it that rang in ears. It was hard to believe those 45 minutes from here, a huge bustling city. I wandered through the territory of the institute, went to the Department of Automation, got the advice I needed, and returned to Moscow late in the evening. I completed the trip program, and now, with a clear conscience, I could spend the remaining days for myself. It was getting dark when I returned to the Moscow apartment. Mila and Boris were at home. They were a little worried that I could get lost in an unfamiliar city, but I calmed them down, saying that I am well-oriented, told them about the day and plans for the remaining days. They gave me spare door keys to make me feel free. The remaining days I spent on tours in Moscow. The first thing I went to Red Square and to get to Mausoleum. It was a line that snaked around the square and ended at the entrance to Alexandrovsky Garden. Mausoleum was open to the public only in the morning, only 3 days a week. After seeing such a long line, I thought that I would hardly have time to get to the mausoleum before it was closed, and there would be no more time. But to my happiness, the line moved very quickly, and soon I climbed onto the porch of the mausoleum hall. On the sides of the open door, there are 2 soldiers' guards. They froze in a fixed pose like 2 statues, and only blinking of their eyes betrayed living people. As I walked past, I thought it was probably very difficult to stand like that for an hour. The guard changed every hour. Later, I admired this spectacle, as two soldiers came out of the Kremlin gates, accompanied by a lead guard, as they strode along the square and followed the comrades at the chimes. Inside the mausoleum, people moved without slowing down and without stopping, went down the steps. Having gone down, we found ourselves in the hall, in the middle of which stood a closed glass sarcophagus in which Lenin's body laid. In the hall, on the stairs, and at the entrance, there were a lot of people in military uniform, and they kept a keen eye on us. At that time, the name of Lenin was sacred to us Soviet people, and I was seized with a thrill from the feeling that I saw it. Without stopping, we walked past the headboard and went down the stairs on the other side to the Kremlin wall. There was no such strict line, and it was possible to stop near the wall, in the cells of which there were urns with ashes of famous and prominent people of the state. In the wall, I saw a sign with the words, Korolyov. He was the chief designer of rocket and space programs. After walking a little more, I saw several gravestones, among which was a plate with the name of Stalin. After his death, Stalin was lying in mausoleum near Lenin. But after Khrushchev had debunked the personality cult, Stalin was taken out of mausoleum and buried near the Kremlin wall. There stood a modest obelisk on his grave. The tour ended, and I went back to Red Square. The entrance to mausoleum was already closed. I had it on time. I still stood on the square, waiting for the changing of the guard, enjoyed this spectacle, and began to think what to do next. On the Red Square opposite the Kremlin, the large department store stretched along the entire quarter. From the back stood the red brick building of the Historical Museum. Opposite the museum, closer to the Moskva River, stood the St. Basil's Cathedral, which was under restoration and closed for visitors. I went to the side of the Historical Museum, where I left my bag in the storage room before visiting mausoleum. On the other side of the museum, I saw many buses and tour operators that offered bus tours around Moscow. I chose a 2-hour one, and in 20 minutes, a tourist bus rolled me around Moscow. I liked the excursion. They drove us along the Moscow River, showed the university on the Lenin Hills and many other famous places. Now I got at least some impression of the city. After the tour, the bus brought us back to Red Square. It was not too late, and I decided to go to the department store on Red Square. The size of this store impressed my impression, and even more, the goods that were in short supply in Lvov. I bought special gymnastic shoes, which I was looking for a long time. They were comfortable to do physical exercises. Tired but pleased, I returned to Mila and Boris. For the whole day, I ate almost nothing and was as hungry as a wolf. I had time just to the table. Mila and Boris sat down to dine. I shared my impressions of what I saw. Mila was not acquainted with Moscow yet, and I advised her to see some places. I also said that I bought 2 tickets to the Kremlin Palace of Congress for the opera Don Carlos. I bought only 2 tickets and was afraid that Boris would be offended, but he said that he was exhausted at work and therefore it would be good if Mila and I went together. I have a long desire to visit the Palace of Congresses, and it does not matter what to watch or listen to. I just wanted to feel the atmosphere of this palace, in which the Communist Party congresses take place. Tickets we had on the 3rd balcony. It was very high, and the stage together with the artists seemed from there small and far. There was no pleasure to watch the performance from, but the buffet during the intermission struck me with a variety of delicacies. There were sandwiches with red and black caviar. There were sandwiches with red fish and baked ham and any other yummy, which can hardly found in regular stores. We chose a modest sandwich and a glass of juice, and then we went to wander around the palace. The palace was huge and spacious, all of glass and concrete. Massive chandeliers shone, reflecting in mirrors and marble. In the remaining 1.5 days before departure, I decided to go shopping to buy some goodies and groceries home. Mila and I went to Arbat Street. She showed me a few groceries, where she usually buys groceries. I bought buckwheat groats, which cannot found in Lvov. I purchased smoked sausage, cheese, and oranges, which were sold only in Moscow and still can be in Kiev. Subsequently, after each trip to Moscow, I always brought oranges home. The train was filled with the smell of an orange, because all the passengers, as well, brought oranges home. Since that time, the scent of orange has been firmly associated with my trips to Moscow. I returned to Lvov, and such a quiet and patriarchal hometown seemed to me after boiling Moscow. My grandmother began to bother me with questions about the trip, and I was so overwhelmed with new impressions that I did not know where to start. I told her about a meeting with Mila and her husband Boris, a tour around Moscow, about shops and goods. There were enough stories for several evenings. Also, in my soul, there raised a desire to live in Moscow, to go on the subway, and eat plenty of oranges. But alas, the circumstances were more influential than your desire. In Lvov there was an apartment, work after graduation, and an elderly grandmother, whom I could not leave and which I had to take care of. Alas, we are not always free in our choice. 5.3. Acquaintance to Oleg. In this chapter, I want to talk about how I met my second love. After an unsuccessful love broke my heart for Stepan, for a long time, I could not meet and love another person. I will not say that I did not have meetings and friendships with young men, but to none of them, I did not have that feeling as to Stepan. But on one day in November evening, I met my second love. There was a holiday on November 7, the birthday of the revolution, and our institute, as it often happened, arranged an evening party for the staff and students at the Opera and Ballet Theatre. Previously, I always loved to come to these holidays with my fellow students, but this time none of ours were going to go this evening, and I thought that it would be uncomfortable for me alone there. But our new tenant persuaded me to go with her. Her friend went home, and she did not want to go alone. And then my grandmother began to persuade me. Elia, go and relax a little. You are working all the time. Give your eyes some rest. In general, I could not resist under such pressure and agreed to go. At first, there was a short solemn part, and then a concert. Arias from popular operas and ballet numbers performed. But the most interesting for young people began after the show. In the lobby, the sounds of customizable instruments were already heard, and young people crowded. I looked at the faces and did not see friends. At the party, there were mostly first and second year students. The music began to play, and the first pairs stretched into the circle. Ina, my companion, and I stood aside. Nobody invited us to this dance. Then it played the second and third dance, but no one came to us to ask. I began to think that I should probably go home. Ina went to her fellow students, and I saw that she was already dancing with someone. Again the music began to play, and suddenly I heard the voice of a young man behind my back. which quietly approached me and invited me to dance. I turned my face to the sound and saw in front of me the average height of a young man with a sweet smile on his lips. We entered the circle of dancers. There was a slow dance, the enchanting sounds of music, and the gentle support of the strong hand of the young man created a romantic mood, and I felt a very warm feeling to this stranger began to emerge in my soul. During the dance, he asked me to meet him and was the first to tell his name. His name was Oleg. After the dance, Oleg took me to the place and moved aside. He was not alone. Another young man stood next to him, as I understood, his friend. Then Oleg invited me to another dance and another. I was on top of happiness, and I didn't want to go home at all. Ina finally left her classmates and approached me. Again the music began to play and I noticed with a corner of my eye that Oleg and his friend were heading towards Ina and me. To my surprise, Oleg invited the dance, not me, but Ina and Oleg's friend asked me. I saw Oleg and Ina talking about something vivacious while dancing, while my partner and I danced in silence. The dance ended. My cavalier escorted me to the same place, thanked me for the dance, and moved aside. I began to look for Ina and Oleg with my eyes. I saw them heading in my direction. I am not a magician, but I know that you graduate from the institute and write a diploma project, Oleg said, approaching me. Oh, how did you guess it? I exclaimed in surprise. Ina told me about it. Then I realized what they were chirping. However, I already began to worry and a little jealous of Oleg to Ina. We continued to dance with Oleg, and he no longer departed from me until the end of the evening. The last dance ended, and Oleg offered to take me home. I said that I did not live in the center and needed to go about 15 to 20 minutes riding the trolleybus. Oleg lived in the city center, very close to the theater. He said that he got to the evening casually. They walked with a friend, came to the theater. The entrance was free, so it turned out in our party. Oleg recently returned from military service and has not worked anywhere. He lived alone with his mother. His mother was divorced from his father. Before that, they lived in Volgograd, and after the divorce, he and his mother moved to Lvov. His father stayed in Volgograd. Oleg told me that his father worked as a test pilot and often drank. Mom got tired of all this, and Mom and I left him. Oleg finished his short story. At that time, we were just at the trolleybus stop. And here is my number. We entered the trolleybus. There were a lot of empty seats. Ina and I took seats at the back. Oleg remained standing next to us. In passing, he noted, "We are boys from the center. Usually do not accompany girls so far. Stop after stop, and now we are almost there." At the before last stop, Oleg went out to skip the passengers leaving the trolleybus. All the passengers came out and went, but Oleg was still standing outside. Another moment and the driver will close the door and go further. Everything in me pulled like a string. Oleg does not know where I live, and if the trolleybus leaves now, we will never meet again. I did not utter a word, but my body, despite my will, became tense and produced a movement, as if wanting to drag him into the trolleybus. Oleg, at the very last minute, jumped inside, and this tension eased from me. The next stop was mine. We left the trolleybus. Ina said goodbye to Oleg and went forward, and I paused to show Oleg a stop back. He and I approached my street. I thought that he was taking me to the house, but suddenly I heard him say, "Goodbye, I went home. I seemed to have stumbled on a stone but did not show the sight that I was offended by his actions. I threw back, "Goodbye," and continued on my way. After a while, I heard Oleg catch up with me. "I decided to take you all the way home." My heart was warming, the offended gone, and we continue our way together. My house was about the middle of the street. Near the house, we stopped, and again he hurried to say goodbye to me. Usually, the young man asked about the next meeting when setting up, but Oleg didn't say anything. I didn't say anything as well. And in my heart, I thought that now Oleg at least knows where I live. I returned home with mixed feelings. I liked Oleg, but there was very little hope for the next meeting. Grandma already knew that a young man escorted Ina and me. Ina managed to report everything. "Grandma, I don't know if I will have another meeting with him. He did not offer me to meet, just said goodbye and left. All this seemed strange to me." And I told my grandmother about his trick at the bus stop. In general, we talked a little about the evening party and went to sleep. The next day was Sunday, and I decided to go to the Central Library. I needed to outline several articles for a graduation project. The library was almost in the center of the city, in a beautiful old building. I loved coming to this library. There was some unique atmosphere that allows working productivity. In the reading room, it was quiet. On each table, there was a desk lamp, which created the impression of comfort and detachment from the real world. Everyone was moving noiselessly and talking in a whisper. I did not notice how time ran. It was almost 5 p.m. It was getting dark outside, was a little freezing, and snow falling. I went to the trolleybus stop. I was happy. I did the work I had planned and was returning home with complete satisfaction. My thoughts went back to yesterday evening and this strange Oleg. I knew that he lived somewhere here in the center, and my head there was a thought that a miracle would happen and now he will go toward to me. But I got to the stop, and the miracle did not occur. When I came home, my grandmother immediately asked me if I have seen Oleg. I wondered why Grandma asked about Oleg. Maybe she read my mind when I walked from the library to the trolleybus stop. It turned out all the easier. While I was in the library, Oleg came to our home. Grandma told him that I have been in the library. He said he knew where it was and he would find me there. But I told him that they wouldn't let him in there without a special pass. "So did he come to meet you at the library?" my grandmother asked and looked at me, inquiringly. "No, Grandma, he did not meet me at the library." And I thought to myself that he was to blame, that we did not meet. What prevented him from making an appointment for a meeting last night? In my heart, I hoped that Oleg would come again tonight. But alas, he did not come. He came when I did not wait for him. On Thursday evening, as always, I worked on a diploma project to do some grounding drawing in the back room. Grandma did something in another place, in our winter kitchen. Suddenly, I heard some voices. Apparently, someone came. Probably our neighbor. The door to my room opened, and on the threshold, I saw Oleg. From this evening, we began dating. I have already started to get used to his unexpected visits. He rarely made an appointment, came to me unexpectedly. If I was busy, he patiently waited for me until I finished work, and while away the time playing cards with my grandmother. Once, he told me that before the service in the army, he was dating a girl, and when he had to wait for her, he played chess with her dad. One day Oleg invited me to come to his home. 2 of his friends with girls had to go to him, and he arranged something like a friendly dinner. It was the first time I was at his apartment. He lived with his mother, as I said before, in the center on Kopernik Street on the 3rd floor of a 3-story house. The apartment was communal, except Oleg and his mother. 2 more families lived there. I was surprised that there were communal apartments in Lvov. I thought it could be only in Moscow. Oleg and his mother occupied 2 large entrance rooms. The amenities and the kitchen shared with the neighbors. The first room was large, with 2 large windows overlooking Kopernik Street. From this room was a door to another. In the first room, there was a table, a wardrobe, and a bed. Here, in the first room, Oleg laid the table for dinner. We were already sitting at the table when the door opened, and a short blonde woman entered the room. Oleg's friends greeted her. Apparently, they were already familiar with her, and I realized she is Oleg's mother. Oleg introduced me to his mom. I was very embarrassed, but this woman barely looked at me, answered the greeting, and went to her room. We invited her to the table, but she refused, citing her fatigue, and did not leave her room for the whole evening. After dinner, Oleg went to accompany me. Leaving the room, Oleg shouted to Mom that we were leaving. His mother left the room and, standing in the doorway, nodded her head goodbye to us. I thought she was not very friendly. It was our first and last meeting, except for one more brief meeting. One Saturday, Oleg was supposed to have a meeting with the guys with whom he served in the army. They agreed that after demobilization, they should meet at the Moscow restaurant at a bachelor party. Knowing that on Saturday, Oleg will be busy with his friends and we are not going anywhere, I have planned a lot of work on my graduation project. At 6 o'clock in the evening, someone knocked at the door. I opened and saw Oleg. You imagine, Elia, all my friends came to the meeting with the girls, and I alone. So I came for you. Let's quickly get ready. I agreed that we would come to the restaurant, and they would wait for us. I began quickly dress up. Oleg asked what I wear. He said he likes my black dress. Here our tastes were the same. In half an hour, I was ready. While we reached the restaurant, time passed. Nobody expected us in the hall, and Oleg went upstairs. There he found his friends and called me. There were a lot of people at the table. One after another, the guys made toasts, recalling their service in the army. At that time, army service was a great virtue for a guy. It believed that the army of boys makes men. If we compare the impressions, then we can say that for a man to be in an army is like childbirth for a woman. The fun was in full swing. The drunken wine was a little dizzy. The orchestra began to play, and we threw ourselves into the dancing in the middle of the hall. At first, I danced with Oleg. His friends began to invite me as well. Oleg just sent me out to dance with them, although I only wanted to dance with him. Until now, for me, it remains a mystery. Why? What is it? Pride that his girlfriend is so popular, or tired of our acquaintance? After this evening, Oleg disappeared and did not appear for a whole week. One day he ran to me and invited me to the cinema. For some reason, I still remember the content of this film. I do not remember the name, but the essence of the matter was that they showed one woman who married, had given birth, and raised 3 children with her husband. All this was shown fragmentarily in the photographs. And then her husband dies. She remains alone, and each of her adult children invites her to live with them. But she does not agree. She lives alone, makes friends among young people, and enjoys life. It seems that the whole previous life was just a prelude to life, and only now at 50, she begins to live a real life. Her children and old friends cannot understand and, of course, condemn this behavior, which is so inconsistent with her age and position. Then I too could not understand the highlight of this film, and only now with age, I realized that this woman, throughout all these long years, regularly performed the role of wife, mother, but never lived for her. Life was like in a dream, and then she seemed to wake up and realized that she deprived of so much. And indeed, if you look around, you can find a lot of examples of such a life. When a woman marries and begins to live not with her life, become a hostage to family life. So I want to exclaim, long live freedom. On the way home, Oleg told me that he got a job as a worker at plant number 246. This is a number factory, which produced electronic devices for the military industry. But his immediate goal will be, after all, preparation for university entrance exams. He complained that he would now work in 2 shifts, and we would not be able to meet often. But this is probably for the better. You can complete your graduation project. I always feel guilty when I come to you and tear you off from work. He added, "No, you do not bother me at all. I can't just work all the time. Our meetings are a holiday for me." I felt him squeeze my hand lightly after these words of mine. I turned in his direction and saw a smile on his face. So we reached the stairs that led up to my apartment. Here we stopped and continued to talk about something. Oleg began to talk about his work, and the film, which we had just watched. And then, as if in continuation of our conversation, I heard him say, "You do not love me. You always somehow very cool treat me." Suddenly Oleg said with an insult in his voice. At first, I did not understand that this applies to me. And when the meaning of his words reached me, my hands reached out for him, and I hugged his neck, nuzzling his coat. He also hugged me in response, and such a warm wave swept over me from head to toe that it was impossible to get out of it. We silently stood in each other's arms, and around us, white snowflakes from the dark sky flew round and round. I wanted this pleasant minute to last forever. But alas, I had to go home, and Oleg too. It was time for him to run to the trolleybus. We parted, but in the soul remained the warmth of our innocent embraces. And as usual, when parting, Oleg did not ask about the next meeting, and I was ashamed to ask him about it. Almost every evening, I listened to a knock at the door, but Oleg did not come. That time I was very busy with work on a project. It was good because it distracted me from sad thoughts. Somewhere in the middle of December, our headman invited our entire group to his wedding. He finally decided to marry Lidmila, with whom he was familiar from the first year at the institute. I have already talked about this strange friendship. I understand that he subdued by such devotion and patience on her part, and after 5 years of deliberation, he proposed Lidmila. Looking ahead, I want to say that they happily lived for many years together, gave birth, and raised 3 daughters. The wedding was celebrated in the restaurant, Intourist, one of the most expensive in Lvov. Our group loved and respected our headman, and of course, we came to his wedding. There were many strangers, as I understand it, from the bride's side. Before leaving home, I told my grandmother that if Oleg came, she would send him to a restaurant. I would occasionally go out in the foyer to meet him if he comes. But he never came. I do not understand what I was hoping for because he had not come to me in 2 weeks. I probably hoped for some higher powers that would tell him how I was waiting for him. Towards the end of the evening, my head hurt so much that it even hurt to open my eyes. I was sitting in the lobby in the chair and could not imagine how I could get home. A young man sat down with me and, seeing my condition, offered to take me home. I do not even know whether he was a wedding guest or just a stranger who had wandered into this restaurant. As in a dream, I reached home. My unfamiliar companion escorted me home, and I thanked him for his help but did not ask his name or who he was. I knocked at the door. Grandma immediately revealed to me, as if she was waiting for my knocking. I entered, and with a groan, I asked to give me a pill from my headache and water to drink. Undressing, I fell into bed and closed my eyes. After some time, the medicine began to act. My head slowly calmed down, and I fell asleep. All the conversations we have postponed until the morning. A few more weeks passed, and Oleg never appeared. On the day when I defended the project, I plucked up courage and decided to go to him myself. For audacity, I asked Ina, our tenant, to come with me. With a sinking heart, I rang the bell at his door. An unfamiliar man revealed to me. I understood that he is an Oleg neighbor. I asked to call Oleg. The man went to his door and knocked. There was no answer, and I realized that neither he nor his mother was home. Then I asked for a piece of paper, wrote a note to Oleg that I had already defended the project and would like to see him, and gave it to the man with a request to provide it to Oleg. The next morning I woke up with the feeling of waiting for something very good. The morning was sunny, and the patterns painted with frost on the windows glittered like diamonds. All night it was snowing, and our yard and the stairs were all in the snow. I quickly dressed, took a shovel, and started to clear the stairs. I had already made almost the entire staircase to the bottom and stopped for a moment. There was a little frost. From work, my cheeks looked like crimson roses. I raised my flushed face to the sky. A swarm of snowflakes flew right into my eyes. I closed my eyes for a moment, feeling unearthly bliss, and then behind my back, I heard Oleg's voice. "That's how it is." I turned face to him and realized how much I missed him in those few weeks. He grabbed a shovel and very quickly began clearing the yard. I did not even have time to blink an eye, as the tracks were cleared everywhere, and snowdrifts rose from the sides. I invited him to come into the house, but he said that he needed to run on business, and we agreed that he would come to me in the evening and we would go to the theater. In the evening we watched the play, Warsaw Melody, the performance of 2 actors. When I saw in the program that the play was only for 2 actors, I thought it would be very boring, but I was wrong. The story of 2 lovers kept in suspense the entire hall during these 2 hours. The impression was overwhelming. We applauded for a long time at the end of the play, so did not want to part with their beloved heroes. Oleg and I walked along the evening streets of Lvov, and the Warsaw Melody of Love sounded in our ears. And God, I wanted that to go on forever. But alas, everything ever ends. We have already reached the Okruzhna-Lubinskaya intersection and, after a few steps, my street. Tomorrow we will have a prom night. I told Oleg about this, but unfortunately, he will be busy and will not be able to go. I was somewhat disappointed, but at the same time, I was delighted. I knew my group. Once, at the last call party, I brought my friend a young man, and my fellow students got him drunk so much that they had to lead him home by hand. It is good that they did not abandon him but brought him home. After this incident, our friendship with this young man was interrupted. His parents forbade him to meet with me, thinking that I am a very unreliable girl, and I can persuade their son in the wrong way. For this reason, I was glad that Oleg could not go with me, and I thought that he would surely feel uncomfortable among the unfamiliar company. We agreed with him to go on a demonstration together. December 30th, in Ukraine, there was a holiday of the reunification of its western part with the eastern region and entry into the Soviet Union. In honor of this holiday, the demonstration was held for the first and last time. Our institute also had to go to the event, so I invited Oleg to go with us. In the morning, Ina and I went to the campus on Zalesnyk Street where all our people gathered. They were mostly first-year students. I tried to find one of my classmates, but I didn't see anyone. We didn't have to come to this event, all the more so the weather was not quite suitable. There was muddy gray snow under our feet. Oleg was not there yet, and I thought that he probably would not come. He lived a long way to go. The trams did not ride because of the demonstration. However, when I almost lost hope that he would come, I saw him walking along a wet street in light trousers with sticky clumps of dirty snow on the cuffs of his pants. "Oleg!" Ina and I shouted, and spread our hands, urging him to join us. Soon our column moved towards the center of the city. We went with the Ina group. It was not as exciting and fun as in previous years. Firstly, it was winter, and secondly, all faces were unfamiliar. Somewhere already on Gorodetskaya Street, closer to the center, Oleg had the idea to find the column of his plant and note that he too had come to the demonstration. He said he would be back soon. We were getting closer and closer to the center. The pitch of the column accelerated, and before entering the central square, we generally started to run. I realized that Oleg and I were lost. Now he will not find me in this crowd. So to the shouting, "Hooray!" and the sounds of a brass band, we quickly passed the platform where the city leaders stood. Then the crowd had thinned, and people began to disperse to where Ina with the group went somewhere to celebrate the holiday. They called me with them, but I had no mood to go and have fun. I turned the other way and walked home. The sky was gray, the trees stood bare and only the crows cawed in the park, through which lay my way. Until I reached Prevokselnaya Square and Mira Street, the movement of public transport in my direction resumed. I went to the bus stop and got on the trolleybus. I came home with a drawn face and even scared grandmother. "What happened? You left so happily, but you came right away so sad?" the grandmother asked me carefully. "Granny, I and Oleg, we are lost in the crowd." And I told my grandmother how it all happened. "I'd rather not go to this demonstration." "Don't worry so much," Grandma began to reassure me. "Oleg will come soon. Remember my word, he will come tonight." I hope that he will come today. He had always been so unpredictable. But the closer to the evening, the more and more hope melted away. At 8 and then at 9 o'clock in the evening, it became clear that Oleg would not come today. Grandmother, seeing my sufferings, began to reassure me again. "Well, do not worry. Today, he probably celebrated a holiday with friends, and it was probably too late to go to you. But tomorrow, he will come." But Oleg appeared neither tomorrow nor the day after tomorrow, nor a month later, and there was no news from him, as if it had sunk into the water. It was excruciating for me, but slowly, time and other worries smoothed the urgency of the sufferings. Looking ahead, I want to say that fate will give Oleg and me a meeting more than once, but our life paths will never be joined together. Alas. Before concluding this chapter, I would like to tell you about one more event. About our graduation party and how we made peace with Paul. 5.4. Graduation Party. We celebrated our graduation party at the High Castle restaurant. Working on the diploma project, I somehow completely forgot to make or buy an outfit for this event. I had to dress my old and favorite black dress. From my house to the restaurant, the way was long, and when I entered the hall, I saw that almost everyone had already gathered and sat down at the table. For this occasion, in the middle of the room, there was one long table. I sat next to Kostya. Paul sat across from me. Our teachers were seated a little diagonally. Usatenko came up with his new girlfriend. He was the oldest among us. He went to college at the age of 35. Then it was the extreme age for admission to the day faculty. He seemed very adult to us, and we all call him respectfully, by name and patronymic. His girlfriend was close to his age, and for us girls, she seemed very old. But she was only a little over 40. The older you get yourself, the further the age boundaries expand, and from the height of your 60-something years, you understand that 40 years is still such a youth. The evening began with a toast, which was delivered by our dean, in honor of us graduates with parting wishes. There was a stir at the table. Everyone raised their glasses, began to clink glasses, and congratulate each other. I went nuts with my neighbors on the table with my conductor of the project, Mary Ann Ivanovich, and then I saw how Paul held out his glass across the table to clink glasses with me. Elia, I congratulate you on graduation. I congratulate you too, Paul, and for the first time in all these years, our stupid quarrel looked into his eyes. His beautiful dark brown eyes looked at me, and there was so much warmth and goodness in them that I immediately felt what that long-term resentment had sunk into oblivion, and it became very easy and straightforward for me. He probably also caught this change and at once broke the ice of alienation that was between us. Music started playing, and Paul invited me to dance. I felt how gently he supported me around the waist during the dance, as if I was a crystal vase that he was afraid to drop and break. After the dance, he sat down next to me, and we, interrupting each other, began to recall these 6 months of work on the graduation project. We talked about the pre-diploma practice. He was from Transcarpathia, lived not far from Svalyava, and practiced at the combine that sent him to study. He asked me about my grandmother and asked me to say hello to her from him. All my classmates knew my grandmother because we celebrated many holidays at my apartment, and my grandmother took a very active part in this. Someone from our classmates tried to interfere in our conversation, but our headman was as always on guard. Leave them alone, he told the next one who wanted to stop the conversation between Paul and me. You see, people haven't talked to each other for so long. Let them talk. Somehow imperceptibly time ran. It was already 11:30. We had to go home, especially since I had to go to the other end of the city. The holiday was a success. It was said a lot of great words and wishes to our address. I danced with almost all our male teachers. Everyone was in a good mood from drunken glasses of champagne and dancing. Our teacher of automation and telemechanic, Piontkovsky, looked pretty drunk. I saw that everyone began to disperse, and he seemed to be slow to leave the restaurant. I thought that he should not be left alone in this state and began to look for our headman. Someone was pulling me by the hand, offering to go, but I waved my friends away, and my classmates thought that I wanted to go along with Piontkovsky. Generally began a continuous confusion, which often happens after such holidays. Finally, I found the headman and asked not to leave Piontkovsky alone. Then I saw Paul aside and walked over to him. During the party, he offered to take me home. "All right, now we can go home." "I thought you were going to leave with Piontkovsky," said Paul with a little noticeable insult and jealousy in the voice. "Well, what are you?" I just saw that he was pretty drunk and asked the guys to help him get home. I respect him very much. But he is my teacher, albeit a former one. How could you think that? The incident has been exhausted. We got dressed and went out into the frosty night. We were riding in a half-empty tram, then walked arm in arm along quiet, deserted streets, and our soul was so kind and calm. Already almost near my house, Paul stopped and turned face to me. "Elia, what have we done?" Paul exclaimed bitterly in his voice. "I am not free already. I have a wife and a daughter, by the way, named by your name. Why have we ever been so stupid?" "Paul, I am happy that we reconciled. I do not know why I did it then. What a pity that the past does not return. I think probably because at that time, I was young and stupid." "Oh, and now you're old." "Well, I am not old, but still older than it was in the third-year student. Besides, I am already a certified engineer." I added with coquetry. Perhaps this coquetry somehow softened this sad moment. We were already on my doorstep. It was very late, and Paul had to return to the dormitory. Tomorrow he was going to his hometown. In parting, we hugged tight, and I felt his friendly kiss on my cheek. He said that we would definitely meet again. China Devo is not so far from Lvov, and at any time, he could come to see me. He was telling the truth. It was not our last meeting. Now, when I write these sentences, he is no longer alive, like our headman. It's hard to believe that these people, with whom my student years were associated, have already left this world. On that faraway frosty night, we were young and full of the most optimistic expectations. Paul, you were a perfect guy and, for me, the best friend. I understand that fate specifically then quarrels us because in this life, we were meant to be only friends and no more. I looked after the thin and flexible figure of Paul, leaving into the darkness, and thought how good it was that we reconciled though late. Grandma did not sleep and immediately opened the door to my knock. "I was so worried about you. It's already so late. I did not go to bed. I thought you would walk alone through the dark streets." "Grandma, you didn't have to worry. I was escorted. You know, we reconciled with Paul, and he accompanies me to the house." "Oh, I'm very happy for you. He is a good guy, and I do not understand for what reason you were offended and angry with him. Will you eat or drink something?" "No, I'm full. Only very tired and want to sleep." I undressed and went to bed. I thought I would fall asleep right away, but the impressions of the evening were spinning in my head. I remembered all the events of this evening and thought that after all, a good thing is a life. Gradually, sleep overcame me, and I quietly fell asleep, as if the door to my yesterdays had closed. Here is another step of life past. Tomorrow I will open a new page. I wonder what awaits me there. I will tell you about this in another part of this story. Chapter 6. Furniture Factory. A trip to Leningrad. Meeting with Oleg. 6.1. Start of professional activity. I open a new page of life. Years of study at the institute came already in the past. Yesterday in the personnel department of the institute, I received a diploma in higher education. My specialization is a mechanical engineer, and this will be another life, unlike the institute one. I do not need to start my job until early February. Ahead I have almost a whole month of vacation. It would have been possible to go somewhere, but no idea came to mind. It was freezing weather, the student ID was already taken away from me, the fare must be paid in full, and there was no great desire to go on a long journey. While I was thinking, half of January passed. It was too late to go somewhere. I decided just to enjoy the rest and doing nothing. Somewhere in the middle of January, I decided to go to the plant. The furniture industry combine located at the other end of the city. The path there was not close. At first, it was necessary to go by trolleybus, then walking through the center, and then to go by another number of the trolleybus. Now I do not understand why I chose such a long way plant. I had a choice between this plant and the association, Carpate. The association, Carpate, at that time located on the old site, and when I have seen how all the workshops were chaotically scattered there, the territory was not cleaned. I did not like it and chose the furniture industry combine. The association, Carpate, soon moved to a new site with new spacious workshops and more technological equipment and became the leading enterprise in the industry in the Lvov region. But the most important, this enterprise was much closer to my home, within walking distance. So I made the wrong choice. But alas, the decision made and I went to get the plant. The personnel department officials said that at the moment, they did not have a vacant engineering position and offered to work as an operator for new press equipment in the shop. The main products at the plant were ordinary and theatrical chairs. The technical department tried to introduce the manufacture of backs and seats for chairs made of compressed wood. An experimental facility for the production of these parts developed at the Lvov Scientific Research Institute. But unfortunately, there were a lot of flaws, and therefore this equipment was repaired more often than it worked. This technology was cumbersome and included a lot of equipment. First, the drying drum, which located on the third floor of the building, shipped through the cyclone, and then dried chips were fed to the mixer, where it mixed with formaldehyde resin, and then this mixture was fed into molds to the press, to the first floor. Mostly in the press, there was a reject, burned, or holes inside, or any other defect. The chief of the workshop was a woman. She met me unfriendly, surprised that a certified engineer was sent to such a position. She was not up to me because a week later, she went on vacation for a whole month. Foreman of this workshop fulfill her duties in her absence. As a former excellent student and a responsible person, I decided to come to work fully armed. One day I went to the institute where equipment for this shop was developed to familiarize myself with its description and documentation in detail. People who designed this equipment were somewhat surprised at my desire. I explained the purpose of the visit to them, and the head of the department allowed me to see the documentation. There were so many design documents and drawings. It was impossible to read all this in a short time. I just wrote down the main technical specifications of the equipment and the description of the process to have at least an approximate understanding of the process. In a letter to my friend Sveta, who at that time was in undergraduate practice in Lubny, I said that I was going to work soon and that they took me as an operator to shop. She replied that she was very disappointed for me since, after graduation, all my classmates received engineering positions. Elia, I am very saddened by such injustice towards you, Sveta wrote in her letter. But such a position did not humiliate me at all. I did not see anything wrong with that. I tried to fulfill my duties as an operator honestly, but the equipment did not work correctly. Almost all the time, it should be repaired. I used this time to get acquainted with the workshop and the factory. I even tried to learn to weld. It was so exciting. I put on a mask, fixed the electrode, and in a moment under your hands, the metal became soft as wax, and one metal part welded to the other. Everything was new and so exciting that I didn't notice how a month passed. Our boss returned to work from vacation. My presence in the workshop was like an eyesore for her. Either she didn't like me outwardly, or she was afraid of rivalry in the person of a young specialist. Soon, having returned from the routine meeting, she called me to her office and said that she had found for me engineering position, Scientific Organization of Labor. The department has approved this position of work and wages, and from today on, there will be my workplace. Well, not even a month has passed, just as an engineering position founded for me. No reason for Sveta so worried. The department was located on the second floor at the factory office building in the far corner of the right wing. It was a small room in which there were 4 tables along the sidewalls and a large chief table, facing the door. The head of the department was Nikolai Ryabinin, a man well into his 50s, limping on his right foot. He worked at the factory for more than 20 years. The department was engaged in the regulation of labor and salaries. Timing of operations performed at production sites carried out. Then prices and production rates were established. The work was rather scrupulous, since on the one hand, the bosses demanded an increase in production, and the workers strove to get more money for the work at lower labor costs. After payday, the line of workers dissatisfied with the new prices stay along with the door of our room, and Ryabinin tried to settle these controversial issues diplomatically. My table allocated next to the head table, or rather, my table end to end adjoined the head table. Ryabinin smoked a lot, and blue smoke of cigarettes hung continuously in the room. By the end of the day, all my clothes soaked in this smoke. At that time, it did not forbid smoking indoors, and everyone in the same room with the smoker involuntarily breathed the same smoked air. In addition to me, 3 more women worked in the department: Lisa, Sonia, and Galina. All 3 were in their 30s, but to me, they seemed already so grown-ups. They were all married, and all had children. Lisa had a son of 6 years old. Galina also had a son. I think at that time he was 4 years old, and Sonia had a daughter, also of preschool age. Lisa, with her husband and son, lived near the plant in the new subdivision. She recently found an uncle in America, who sent her parcels with clothes, in which Lisa flaunted. Everyone at the factory envies her. She sold some items to people working at the factory. She showed photos of her uncle and his family. In the background, we have seen a big house and car. For us, these photos were like from another planet. It was so unlike what surrounded us. Rumors whined in the corners, said that person was not her uncle, but her father, who had fled with the Germans during or after the war. There was some kind of confusing story. Lisa didn't want to talk about it, and I didn't really ask. Lisa was unbending to me, and even with some kind of fawning. Why? That was a mystery to me. Several times she invited me to her home. As I understand it, she wanted to make closer contacts with me, but for some reason, we did not succeed in close friendship. Lisa was the vice head of the department after Ryabinin, and in his absence, fulfilled his duties. Sonia and Galina were 3 years younger than Lisa. They were 32 years old each. Sonia had some problems with her husband. He loved to drink, and on this basis, they had constant scandals. Sonia dreamed of evicting him from the apartment. Someone advised her how to do this. She obeyed the advice, and when he once again came home very drunk, she staged a quarrel, scattered things around the apartment, smashed something, and called the police. At that time, for the husband, everything turned out to be his drive to the police, but he was warned that if something like this happens again, he will be sent to prison. However, it happened again, and Sonia's husband was imprisoned for a couple of years for the rowdy. Sonia took advantage of this and divorced him. Everything happened before my eyes during my first year of work in the factory. Then Sonia began to meet with Generalov, a young guy who came to the design department a year later than me. In general, Sonia began to live for pleasure. One summer, she went to Bulgaria to the beach, and when she returned, doctors discovered breast cancer. At that time, I did not work in Ryabinin's department. And later, when I was in the postgraduate program and did not work at the plant, I found out that Sonia died of cancer. She died very early. In my memory, I see her with a high hairstyle, fashionable at that time, in a bright headscarf, bought from Lisa from a parcel, bent over working papers. Galina was married to a military man. He served in the Lvov garrison, and they lived near the station square on Moskovskaya Street. They had 2 large rooms, but the shared facilities were on the balcony on the floor of the patio. There were many such apartments in Lvov. As I understand it, under the Soviet regime, large flats divided into smaller ones. Amenities remained in the main apartment, and for additional apartments, the amenities were shared by the entire floor. It, of course, was inconvenient, especially at night and in winter. The amenities were cold. Then later, Galina's husband received a 2-room apartment in new buildings in the area of Artyom Street. I became friends with Galina. She was more open, did not suck, and did not impersonate. I liked that about her. But I could not say that she was my close friend. We had 2 different interests. Her family already burdened her, but this was yet to come to me. I still lived with my grandmother, and tenants were an indispensable attribute of our life. Although I already earned more than a scholarship, my grandmother's habit of living with tenants was still valid. The tenants put me on edge for the rest of my life, and as an adult and independent, I never kept tenants in my apartment. Life went into the usual routine. In the morning, the road to the factory, work, and return home. At first, we worked 6 days a week, and then a state decree came out about 2 days off. The working week reduced to 40 hours, Saturday and Sunday made a weekend. What was my job? Nobody could say specifically. Scientific organization of labor. It was a fashionable slogan. At all enterprises, positions on scientific organization of work were introduced. But no one bothered to tell these engineers exactly what to do. In general, it is necessary to organize work scientifically. I went through the shops, found bottlenecks in production, made a plan of measures to improve the process and equipment, signed these plans my head of department, chief engineer, referred these plans to the administrators of shops, and nothing went further. These plans settled on the tables. I went to the superiors, disturbed the responsible ones. I went to the authorities, slowed down the responsible. Something insignificant changed, but mostly they dismissed me as if from an annoying fly. Who needs this scientific organization of mine? It was a reasonable undertaking, but again ill-conceived to the end. Every day I went to work and came up with an activity. Everything was vague and not specific. I didn't really like all this. Once I told Ryabinin that I would like a particular job. He said the authorities about this, and one summer morning, I was invited to the director of the plant and offered to go to work as a foreman in the drying department. I cautiously agreed, but what if it doesn't work out? But there was nothing to do. It was necessary to accept this position. Director asks Sofia Belinskaya to help me. She once worked in the drying department and knew this department by hearsay. She was a magnificent dyed blonde with a rude character, about in her 40th. I was even somehow shy in front of her. Having no experience, I entirely relied on her and signed all the acceptance documents. When I started to work, I realized that Belinskaya significantly let me down, either out of malice or just for fun. The amount of material that was indicated in the receiving documents was not even close. The drying chambers were half empty. The dried material in the warehouse was like a cat crying, only for one issue to the machine shop. In general, I started spinning. I started 2 records for recording the receipt of material from the stock of raw materials and the delivery to the machine shop and began to cheat slowly. I receive material from the stock, and I'm not adding up several hundred pieces in the consignment note, transferring them to the machine shop, and ascribing several hundred pieces because no one calculates precisely. A few months later, I covered all shortages. If in stock was not enough raw material, I went to a timber processing plant and knocked out raw material for the stock, and therefore for my dryer department. By the end of summer, my entire warehouse was crammed with a dry material to the top. I liked this kind of productive work. Everything was clear and concrete here. 4 women in my department stacked the bars on the trolleys, rolled them into drying chambers, and unloaded the dry material. With them, I found a common language and everything we succeeded. Their payment was piece rate, and therefore, the more I gave them work, the more they earned. In the summer, such work is grace, all the time in the fresh air. My office was attached to the drying chambers. Through the cracks in the wall the steam penetrated the room, and therefore it was impossible to stay there for a long time. I went there only to fill out the necessary papers. Autumn came, and I began to wonder how it will be when the cold comes. But before the cold, I didn't work there. I was again returned to Ryabinin's department. It seems that engineering position cannot be without me. In my heart, I was even glad of such a turn of affairs. In the winter in the drying department, there is not just a pleasure cruise. 6.2. Unexpected meeting with Oleg. A trip to Leningrad. At the factory, I already got used to it. and the novelty of sensations gradually disappeared. Everything has become familiar and predictable, the way to work, and the workday. Everything gradually became routine. In my personal life, there were no significant changes. I parted with Stepan back in Odessa. The breakup was tough for me, and I forbade myself all the memories of him. Time passed, little by little, it became easier for me, and I no longer painfully recalled that event in Odessa and almost did not think about Stepan, especially about meeting him. But once, we nevertheless met by chance near the chemical laboratory. He returned from the army and went back as a freshman student. At that time, I was working on a graduation project. He saw me, said hello. I nodded to him and tried to pass by, but he caught me by the sleeve of my jacket. "Wait, Elia, I want to talk to you." I paused. The wound from the insult inflicted by him was healed, and I could already calmly watch and speak with him. "Look what the army gave me," he pointed to the glasses on his eyes. I decided to start my studies in the first course. Before the army, I did not study properly. During the time of my service, I forgot that little thing. Now I realize that I need to study seriously. Now I have a chemistry laboratory. Please, wait an hour. I need to talk to you. No, I have no time. Or maybe another time when you will be free? No, Stepan, I'm always busy for you. With these words, I went down the corridor, leaving him behind me. There was an opportunity to start all over again, but everything burned out in me, and if it happened the second time, I would not have endured such a betrayal. Oleg also disappeared after that joint march on the demonstration. At first, I still hoped that he would again appear on the threshold of my house, but the farther the time passed, the more my hopes melted. My heart was free and longed for love, but in the factory, the chances of meeting someone were very minimal. One time I drew attention to a young man from the design bureau. I often saw him in the hallway when he went out to smoke. Something romantic seemed to me in his guise, or maybe I just came up with his romantic look. He was not tall, thin, and had some kind of spiritual pallor in his face. He also noticed me and somehow spoke to me. We agreed to meet at the tram stop after work. I pulled up a little earlier, but did not stand at the stop, and stood a little off in the shadow of the entrance of the building, which was next to the stop. I saw how he came to a stop and began to look for me. Something stopped me from approaching him. I stood in the shadow of the porch until he left. Then I got on the tram and rode home. It was before the weekend. When I went to work on Monday, I thought about how to behave with him and what to talk about. All day, I cautiously went out into the corridor, afraid to run into him, but to my joy, we did not meet that day. It was several days before fate pushed us. When he asked why I did not wait for him at the tram stop, I said that I was waiting, and it was true, but I did not see him. It was too late. I froze and went home. Somehow it turned out that we no longer agreed on a meeting. And then I accidentally found out from a staff conversation that he was being treated for a sexually transmitted disease. It was a shock to me, and my romantic feeling for him immediately disappeared. I thought that fate simply saved me from an unnecessary meeting that evening. I turned to 24 years old. It was time to think about creating a family. Moreover, my closest friend Sveta arrived with the news that she is going to get married. I hoped that when she returned from practice, we would run to the dance floor again. And now we were in different weight categories. She has already decided to marry, and she is not interested in going to the dance evening. Dancing evenings at that time was one of the opportunities to meet someone. Sveta and her fiancé decided to celebrate their wedding in Lvov, and one evening they came to ask us to let's celebrate their marriage at our apartment. Grandma almost agreed, but everything revolted in me. I thought what the neighbors would say when they saw the wedding at our place and found out that it wasn't me getting married. Perhaps it was a kind of jealousy, and I said, no. I referred to the fact that we recently made repairs, and there will be a lot of people at the wedding. I could not directly tell Sveta that it was unethical. She understood me in her own way, flushed, turned around and went to the exit on the move, saying that she would do without us in our apartment. Her fiancé hurried after her, muttering something in apology, but I did not hear him. So my friendship with Sveta was broken. There was a residue on my soul. They arranged a wedding in a hostel, but Sveta did not invite me. I heard from our familiar friends then Sveta defended the graduation project she left Lvov. A few years later, Sveta and her husband returned to Lvov, but from that day after our disengagement, I no longer saw her. Our friendship broke, and our life paths parted. I still doubt if I did the right thing then. Now I was running to the dance party with other girls. A couple of times, it was my neighbors, the sisters Nona and Irina, then Sveta Sharonieva, my former classmate, and then I met Galina Mikhailovskaya through my neighbor Marta. Marta once asked me to help her former classmate with math. She studied at a technical school and worked at the Lviv Selmash plant in the transport department. I had no problems with mathematics, and I said that I would be happy to help. So I met Galina. Galina lived with her parents and older sister in the area of the Shkalov cinema. There were several streets with private houses. The house was small. When the elder sister got married, their parents attached another large room. I liked the design of that room. Very beautiful and modern. The room was large, and in the middle, there was a wooden partition that divided the space of the room into two halves. All the other rooms were small and old-fashioned, so they took all the guests in sister's part. Galina was 2 years younger than me. The age difference is little, unmarried, and there was no boyfriend either. We got along with her characters, made friends, and now went to all the events together. Once, this was the following winter, after graduating from the institute, Galina, several of her friends and I went to dances floor at the police club. This club located on Kopernik Street, almost in the center of the city. It was named a police club, but there always gathered a lot of youth from the city. Dancing was in full swing when I accidentally looked around and saw a familiar face. It was Oleg. I said, "Girls, hold me. Otherwise, I will fall." I saw someone whom I already didn't expect to see. The girls immediately became alarmed. Whom? The music of the next dance started, and I saw with some kind of peripheral vision that Oleg also saw me and was heading in my direction. My heart was about to jump out of my chest. Something has changed in his appearance. He had the beard that beautifully edged his lips and chin. It added to him solidity and academic appearance. Oleg invited me to dance and said that in the winter of last year, he had paid off his work and left for his father in Volgograd. There he went to preparatory courses and in the summer enrolled at the Leningrad University at the Faculty of Philosophy. Now he is a first-year student and behind the first semester. I came to my mom for a vacation. His voice sounded pride that he too was a student and studying, not somewhere, but in Leningrad. Dancing for me immediately lost all interest. I wanted to be with Oleg and talk only with him. I offered him to leave the dance and take a walk around the city. We did so. He said goodbye to his friends, with whom he came to dance, and then came up to me. "You will excuse me for taking your girlfriend, but we have not seen each other for so long, and we have something to talk about," he said as if making excuses. Holding hands, we walked in the center of a snow-covered city, and I could hardly believe that Oleg was next to me and that this was not a dream. He told me about his studies at the university, that he lives in a hostel in Peterhof. There were still a few days before his departure, and all these evenings were ours. We went to the cinema or just wandered around the city. But the vacation ended, Oleg left and took with him a piece of my heart. He left, and as usual, we did not agree on future meetings or correspondence. It was evident. Always appearing by chance and not takes any obligations. After a few months, it was time for my next vacation, and I decided to go to Moscow and Leningrad. Galina Makieva, a young woman with a very sharp tongue, worked at the factory in the technical department. She lived together with her teenage daughter. Nobody knew anything about her husband. Someone said that they split up many years ago. But she loved men. I remember her famous phrase, "You won't get everyone, but you have to strive for this." When my department found out that I was going to Leningrad, they advised me to talk with Makieva. Her parents and younger sister lived in Leningrad on Vasilyevsky Island. I did not want to contact her, but she somehow went to our department, and my girls told her that I was going to go to Leningrad. Galina gave me her parents' address but added that I should contact her parents only as a last resort, as they have very limited living conditions. In early March, I took a vacation and bought a ticket to Moscow. Out of my kindness, I picked up orders from my employees, mainly an order for shoes, since in Lvov it was a shortage, and shoes wore out very quickly. Also, I went to the director of the plant and asked if something should be looked at or brought from a furniture factory that was in the near Moscow suburbs. My girlfriend Galina and grandmother escorted me to the train. Galina took a moment when my grandmother could not hear and said in a lowered voice, "Elia does not do stupid things." She knew about my love for Oleg and that the trip to Leningrad on my route was solely to meet him there. In Moscow, I stuck out my tongue and ran around the shops, carrying out orders, and then sending these orders to the post office. I even went to a furniture factory and scrambled out an unassembled chair. People at the post office grumbled at me and did not want to accept such a strange package, but I begged. They packed it and sent it to the address of the plant. All the time allotted for Moscow passed for me, and I went to Leningrad. In the early morning, I went to the platform of the Moscow station in Leningrad. It was March, and there was still snow on the streets. It was quite cold, and even a slight frost. But the sky was clear, and the bright sun rose in the east. First of all, I found the address information kiosk, filled out a piece of paper with the last and the first name of Oleg, and handed it through the window. I did not know his middle name, but I knew the date of birth. To my joy, the receptionist immediately found his address. This is a hostel of the Leningrad University, which was located in Peterhof and had to go there by train. I decided first to get a place to sleep and then go to Oleg. I was in this city the first time, I had no acquaintances, and I was confused, not knowing how to find housing. I had the address of Galina's relatives, and I thought that maybe they would tell me where and how to stay. Right, I had one more address. A few years ago, a woman came to us in Lvov. She was either relatives or a friend of my mother and grandmother from Ulmanovo. She lived in Leningrad. She sang at the opera house. She came to Lvov on tour. She had our address, and she decided to visit us. I remember how she kept repeating that I was very similar to Nadia, my mother. Saying goodbye to us, she gave us her home address, and I took it with me before the trip, just in case. I did not dare to go straight to her and went to Vasilyevsky Island, where Galina's parents lived. I rang the doorbell and said who I am and where I came from. Galina's mom met me very friendly. And when I asked her to help me find housing, she offered to stay with them. They lived in a communal apartment. They had 2 walk-in rooms, amenities, and a kitchen was shared with their neighbors. Galina's mother had a husband, the youngest daughter, about my age, and her old mother, who did not get out of bed. In the first room, there was a double sleeping trestle bed, on which they settled me. Their daughter was sleeping in the second room, and there was a grandmother. There was still one bed where Galina's mom and her husband went to sleep. I wanted to go to Oleg to Peterhof on the same day, but Galina's mother didn't let. She said that it was getting dark early in Leningrad, and it was dangerous for me to go so far in the afternoon. I decided to postpone my trip until the next morning, and the rest of the day, just walk around Leningrad a little. I went outside and thought about whether I could find the woman who then came to us in Lvov. Her name seemed to be Olga. In the information kiosk, I asked how to find the address I needed. It was not far from the center. I went to her with the secret hope that she would offer me to stay with her. I just did not want to constrain Galina's family. Olga was not alone. She had a pianist, and they rehearsed something. I pressed the call button. Olga opened the door, and I was confused, somehow awkwardly introducing myself. "Hello, I'm Nadia's daughter. Remember you came to Lvov and stayed with us?" "I didn't stay but came to visit you," Olga corrected me. "Yes, I'm sorry, I put it wrong. You came to visit us." "What are you doing in Leningrad?" "I'm on vacation. I was in Moscow and decided to see Leningrad as well." "You understand, dear, Olga needs to practice, rehearse." The pianist intervened in our conversation, and strangers in the apartment will be interfering. "Yes, I kind of already stayed with the parents of my coworker on Vasilyevsky Island." "Well, that's good," Olga sighed in relief. I sat a little longer for decency and began to say goodbye, especially since I saw the pianist unfriendly glances at me, impatiently waiting for me to leave as soon as possible and not stop them from continuing the rehearsal. Olga escorted me to the door and, for the sake of decency, invited me to come to visit. I went outside, and my cheeks glowed either from the frost or from the humiliation I experienced. Of course, I didn't go to Olga again. The next morning I went to Peterhof, found a hostel and a room in which Oleg lives. With a sinking heart, I knocked on the door. Strangers opened the door. I understood that these were his roommates. Unfortunately, Oleg was not at home. He went to Leningrad, to the university. I asked for a piece of paper and wrote a note to Oleg. I wrote that I had arrived in Leningrad and would very much like to see him. I offered to meet the next morning near the entrance to the Hermitage. I already knew where the Hermitage was. I returned to Leningrad in the afternoon, But should I go to the Hermitage? I thought it was too early to return to the apartment on Vasilyevsky Island. Nevsky, Palace Square and the Hermitage, which spanned a quarter along the river, made a tremendous impression on me. In Lvov, we had nothing of the kind. I bought a ticket and began to climb the museum up the wide stairs. Huge halls filled with beautiful masterpieces of world painting, painted ceilings and mirrors in gilded frames. All this stunned me. You won't believe that when I looked at the original painting, Madonna and Child, by Michelangelo, there were tears in my eyes. Then I realized how the original differs from the reproduction. In the original, there is something from the inspiration of the artist, and the print is just a soulless copy. I looked in the Golden Room, which contains the most expensive royal jewelry. The Hermitage is a huge museum. Probably, it takes years to examine all this. It was already beginning to get dark when I left the museum. I walked along the bridge across the Neva River and then along the boulevard along Vasilyevsky Island. I was passed by the university where Oleg is studying. I thought about the meeting I had scheduled for tomorrow. A worm of doubt crawled into my soul. Did they give him a note? Will he be able to come to a meeting, and if he doesn't come? So all these thoughts were in my head when I reached the house where I was staying. Only Galina's sister was at home, not counting the older woman in the back room. I told her that I was in the museum. She volunteered the next day to show me Leningrad. I did not begin to say to her about the date that I had scheduled with Oleg the next day. I just said that I should go about business tomorrow morning, and then I'll be back, and we'll go for a walk with her. I simply was not sure that tomorrow I would meet Oleg and therefore did not tell her anything about it. Of course, it would be necessary. I slept anxiously tonight. All the time, thoughts about the upcoming meeting revolved in my head. In the morning at the appointed time, I went to the Hermitage. Already on the way, I saw a familiar figure. Oleg was waiting for me, standing on the steps. A wave of tenderness swept me from head to toe. I realized how I love him. He also saw me from afar and went to meet me. "What a surprise!" he exclaimed, approaching me and gently hugged me. "I have a vacation, so I decided to travel. Moreover, I have never been to Leningrad." Hiding my embarrassment, I answered him. "That's great. How many days can you stay here?" "I think I will have to come back on Friday or Saturday. I don't have a return ticket yet." "So, today is Wednesday, so we have a few more days. What are your plans for today? Maybe we go around the Hermitage." "Yesterday I ran a little through the Hermitage. Maybe you'll just show me the center, Nevsky Prospect, embankment. Moreover, today it is not so cold outside." Oleg took my hand, and we slowly walked towards Nevsky Prospect. He began to talk about the sites and monuments, of which there were a lot in Leningrad. He spoke about his studies at the university. He noticed in passing that if he had been at home yesterday, he would not let me go without reason. "It is probably good that he was not in the hostel yesterday," flashed through my head. I certainly couldn't resist and probably would have yielded to him. Walking along the Nevsky, we came across the theater box office, and Oleg suggested going to the operetta theater in the evening. He recalled how we often went to theaters together during our meetings in Lvov. We bought the tickets. There was still time before the evening performance, and we went to look for a place where we could eat and warm ourselves. I don't remember which operetta we watched. Yes, it was not important. Most importantly, Oleg was next to me again. After the performance, he took me to the house where I was staying. We stood at the entrance and could not say goodbye. At this time, the front door opened, and Galina's mother and her daughter entered the porch. I was embarrassed, but Oleg was not taken aback and introduced himself, saying that we had long-standing friends from Lvov. And here in Leningrad, he is a first-year student at the university. We waited until the door to the apartment closed behind them and began to say goodbye. After all, Oleg still had to catch the train. He said that tomorrow he would be able to meet me only after class, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He pulled me to him, and we hugged each other tightly. So we stood embracing for several minutes. I saw that he wanted to kiss me, but somehow he did not dare. And I was too modest a girl to dare to do it myself. I so did not want to part with him. But alas, it was already time he had to leave. In the morning, I was still sleeping when Galina's sister woke me up and said that someone calling me on the phone. I couldn't understand who was calling me. I picked up the phone and heard Galina's voice. She, with her inherent rudeness, began to reprimand me that I too well settled there, that her parents had to cuddle in a small room on a narrow bed. She told me in an ordered tone to move to a small bed and generally get out of this apartment as soon as possible. In general, after yesterday's pleasant emotions, in the morning, a bathtub with cold water was poured on me. It turns out that Galina's sister called in the morning to Lvov and complained about me. She was offended that I did not go for a walk with her, and in the evening, she saw me with a guy. I hung up and went to Galina's mother, who was preparing breakfast in the kitchen at that time. "Lydia Alexandrovna, why didn't you tell me that you were not comfortable sleeping with your husband in that room, and I occupied your couch? I am very grateful to you that you left me at your place, but I do not want to bring you any inconvenience. I heard a lot of unpleasant things from your eldest daughter. I have a couple of days left, and I'll leave. Let's change beds for the rest of the time." Lydia Alexandrovna silently nodded her head in agreement. She and her husband were very intelligent people, unlike their older daughter, and directly could not tell me that. Also, she added that Galina said that when I return to Lvov, I will spread gossip about their family. To which I replied that I had never dealt with gossip, especially when people did well to me. It's not in my nature to pay for good with evil. I moved my bed to the adjoining room, had breakfast, and in order not to stay at home until 3 o'clock, I decided to go wandering around the center of Leningrad. With a heavy heart, I went outside, but the bright sun, which shone from the sky, drove away my entire lousy mood. All this week that I was here, the weather was sunny, and this is rare for Leningrad in March. I went towards Nevsky Prospect, and near the Gostiny Dvor, I saw many sightseeing buses. Among others, there was a city tour for about 2.5 hours. I thought, that's good, I will have something to take my time with before meeting Oleg. Frankly, I did not regret that I went on an excursion. Firstly, I had seen all the sights of the city, and secondly, I liked the guide. She was a pleasant woman. She spoke with such love and pride about her town that this could only to be envied. Her story sounded like a poem chanting the glorious inhabitants of this city, especially those who survived during the siege days. Filled with these impressions, I went to a meeting with Oleg. "Yes, they can talk about Leningrad," Oleg said when I shared with him my impressions of the tour. We walked along the boulevard along the Neva. The river has not yet completely freed from ice. but large glades of water were already noticeable. We approached Aurora, the ship from which the volleys of the beginning of the revolution sounded. Now it was a museum. But to our regret, the museum was closed, and we did not hit Aurora. Oleg suggested going to the Aeroflot ticket office and buying me a plane ticket. He brought a student ID card from his classmate. Then, on a student's ID card, you could buy a ticket for half price. He said that I could take the train, but knowing me that I would go through all this long road as if the inspector had not determined that I was traveling on someone else's document. It's better by plane. It is faster and less worrying. A passport for buying a plane ticket was not yet required. I handed my student ID through the cashier's window, and the cashier wrote me a plane ticket. Everything turned out so simple. I bought the ticket on Saturday, at 11 a.m. Oleg promised to come to accompany me. Before leaving, there were 2 nights and 1 day. On the last day, Friday, I decided to go shopping to buy gifts and groceries at home. Moreover, Oleg was busy all day at the university. Because of meeting with me, he missed a lot of classes, and he accumulated a lot of work. The last 2 nights I spent in that small room in which their grandmother was. It was a little skinny old woman. She did not get out of bed. She had a special vessel for the toilet, and she also ate in bed. The air in the room was stale, and the grandmother spent the whole night shuffling at her toothless mouth. It was impossible to sleep normally there, of course. But I had only 2 nights left. I'll tolerate it somehow, of course. It was better to find reasonable housing or a hotel, but I was still young and did not have enough life experience in these matters. On Saturday, we met with Oleg at the airport. I was afraid that something would stop him from coming. But not. Everything is fine, and he is next to me. We are talking about some trifles, but I want to hear from him the main thing. Will there be a continuation of our meeting? Will we have a common future with? But he was silent, and it was inconvenient for me to ask about it. The hope is still burning in my soul that he loves me, and we will be together. Announce check-in for the flight. I showed a student ticket. I'm a little nervous as if they did not suspect that this was not my student one. But everything goes smoothly. Oleg reminds me that I did not forget to send him a student's ID back and gives me a piece of paper with the address of the hostel. There is very little time left, and the landing is announced. I go to control and hear Oleg say these words. I want this plane to crash, and no one will get you. I look at him in surprise and hear, this is a joke. What a joke. In the same plane, the LVOV team of fencing athletes flew, and I had a seat among them. A pretty guy was sitting next to me. He liked me and began to offer to continue our acquaintance and meet in LVOV. But I was overwhelmed with feelings for Oleg and thought that only having parted with one at the airport, I did not have the right to meet the other immediately. It would be just a betrayal. Here I was so naive then. Already landed in LVOV, this young man suggested meeting, and I firmly said, no. Over time, I realized that I had acted stupidly, but then I was sure that there was no other way. 6.3. Vacation ended, hopes remained. Having returned home, I still lived for a very long time with memories of our meeting with Oleg. But the farther the time passed, the more I lost hope that Oleg would be with me again. Immediately after arrival, I sent him a student card, his classmate, but there was silence in response. I did not have any news from him, but the love for him and hope did not want to leave me. Before the May holidays, for some reason, I decided that he would come to Lvov, visit his mother, and went to the airport to meet the flight from Leningrad. But alas, it was from the realm of fiction. Of course, I did not find Oleg at the airport. My love for him was so strong that I was ready to accept him even if some unhappiness or injury happened to him. My heart was full of Oleg, but ordinary life went on. I was still friends with Galina Mikhailovskaya. Sometimes, I met with my former classmate Sveta Sharoneva. And in the summer, my younger sister Alyona unexpectedly came to visit. The last time I saw her, in that distant 1960, when our mother took her off from my grandmother and me. She was 6 years old then, and she is already 14 years old. I knew that since my mother and her husband Alexander Vladimirovich and all the children left from Lvov without saying goodbye to me that cold March. They lived first in Crimea, then left for Central Asia, in Dushanbe, but they could not settle there and again returned to the Crimea. Mila and Toma went to live with their father to the north, Alyona, and the youngest Lila lived with their mother. I learned all this from external sources. We did not maintain any relationship with my mother. This summer, Olga, my mother's old friend from Lvov, had trip to Crimea and drove to Nadia, to my mother, and there at the family council, they decided that Alyona would be nice to come to visit us in Lvov. Aunt Olga sent us a telegram, and I went to the station to meet her and my sister. On the way to the station, I was anxious about how our meeting would happen after such a long separation. On the platform, I saw Uncle Misha, Aunt Olga's husband, who also came to meet his wife. A train pulled up, and passengers began to leave the car. Here Aunt Olga appeared, and next to her stood a beautiful girl with 2 pigtails. That was my sister. I peered into the features of her face, trying to recognize in this girl my sister from the distant years. Of course, she has matured, but somewhere in the depths that elusive slipped that forever remains with us. Aunt Olga and Uncle Misha went to their home, Alyona and I went to us. Unfortunately, I could not spend all my time with Alyona. I had to go to work, and she stayed with grandmother. But something went wrong with them. Grandmother could not perceive her so matured and new, different from that 6-year-old girl who remained in her memory. I came back from work and listened to complaints from my grandmother that Alyona was behaving very rudely towards her. Over the weekend, Alyona and I went to see Aunt Olga. I shared with Aunt Olga my concern that Alyona did not get along with our grandmother, and I do not know what to do with this. Then Aunt Olga suggested that Alyona stay with them for the next week, and there it will be seen. Alyona stayed with Aunt Olga. They drove her to Streisky Park, to the cinema and just walked around the city, and at the end of the week, I came for Alyona and brought her home. During the time that Alyona was with Aunt Olga, I tried to convince my grandmother to be more lenient with Alyona. My grandmother promised me, but she was hard on compromises, and Alyona's character was not simple, so they still couldn't get along. Alyona began to get bored and wanted to go back home to the Crimea. She began to annoy me, so I bought her a return ticket. I didn't want to let her go so quickly, and I asked to wait until I get paid, and then I can buy her a ticket. I bought Alyona a ticket, put her on the train and sent a telegram for met her in Simferopol. Our previous relationship with her did not work out. The time that elapsed between the day when it was torn from us and the day when after so many years, she came to us, estranged us from each other, and my grandmother, remembering that 5-year-old girl, could not accept her as a teenager. Again we parted with Alyona for many years. The next meeting took place in Moscow 5 years later. But I will talk about this later. In the second half of September, I again took a vacation. It happened that I had accumulated time for vacation and had to use it. The union committee of the plant offered me a ticket to the Crimea. I have never been to the Crimea, but I heard a lot about how beautiful it is. I decided it was a good idea to go there. The gates of Crimea are Simferopol. There is an airport and a large railway station in Simferopol. All roads in the Crimea begin from it. Our train arrived in Simferopol in the early morning. It was pretty cool outside. I thought what swimming in the sea could already be, but to my surprise, the sea turned out to be warm, and we had plenty of swims. The stay was great. Even after so many years, I remember this trip of mine to the smallest detail. The ticket was semi-touristic. The trip began in Nikolaevka. Nikolaevka is a small village on the seashore in the western part of Crimea. Regular buses go from Simferopol to Nikolaevka. In the tourists' camp were accommodated in large army tents, in which there were 4 beds and bedside nightstands. In our tent, there were 2 people. There was another young woman with me. Her name was Luda, but for the most part, she spent the night somewhere with friends, so I was almost alone. We spent 2 weeks in this stationary camp. We swam in the sea, sunbathed, in the evenings arranged dances, amateur concerts. We went to Sevastopol. In Sevastopol, we watched the panorama and the famous aquarium. I don't know why I shot high-heeled shoes on this trip. I had to walk around the city a lot, but you don't get many walks in shoes like that, so I had to walk barefoot part of the way, which served as an anecdote for the whole camp. It was a good lesson for me. Now I wear only comfortable shoes on all trips. The third week we spent hiking in the Crimea. First, we went to Bakhchisaray, an ancient Crimean city, glorified by our Russian classics, and examined the Sultan's palace, the harem, and the Fountain of Tears. Then we were brought by bus to the village of Sokolinoy, and from there, our hiking started. First, we climbed Petri Mountain, one of the highest peaks in the southwestern part of Crimea. At the top of the mountain is the Petrinsky Meridian, a globe on a granite base with accurate geodetic data. It was still warm downstairs, and a piercing wind was blowing at the top, and it was so cold that we had to get everything out of our backpacks that could save us from the cold. It was in the evening, and we began to settle with an overnight stay. Several houses were belonging to the meteorological station. In one of them, we located in 2 large rooms. We spread our sleeping bags on the floor, and we got 1 big bed. In the morning, it was the most significant event, seeing the sunrise for which we climbed onto such a mountain. At first, the blueness of the night sky softened in the east, and then a soft pink streak appeared, and now the red edge of the sun appeared over the horizon, and then slowly, the sun began to fill the whole space, a large red disk. Another moment and the sun, gaining full power, announced the morning of a new day. After breakfast, we packed up all our belongings and started going down from Petri. The path was narrow and very steep, so the descent was slow and careful. There seemed to be no end of this descent, but it was finally over. We settled on a small clearing to rest and take off our excess clothing. There was much warmer. We set up a camp on Kostabash. It is a 30-minute walk through the forest from Alupka. We lived in the camp for 5 days, and experienced all the delights of tourist life. We cooked food on a fire, washed dishes in a river. In the evening, we sang songs at the campfire, had intimate conversations. Around, the trees rustled with foliage, something creaked in the dark, and above the head of the myriad of sparkling stars, and only the flame of the fire shone the faces of the gathered tourists in the meadow. It was romantic and more. In the afternoon we went to Alupka, back to the Vorontsov Palace, Alupka seemed a fantastic city, narrow street stairs, small houses along the street and courtyards, in which the whole life of residents passes in the summer. They boil, wash, eat and relax. In general, all life is in sight. We were in Alupka on September 27th, and this day is my birthday. I am 25 years old. In the evening, Luda, my companion in the camp, and I decided to run away from the camp to Alupka to celebrate my birthday at the bar. We were agreed and done. It was already dark when we went to the bar. Two young girls in the evening in an unaccompanied bar immediately attracted unnecessary attention. We ordered a cocktail. The surroundings did not inspire confidence, and we thought that our forays into the bar were too adventurous. Therefore, the sooner we leave this place, the better it will be for us. We drank a cocktail and slowly slipped out of the bar. Back we prayed to God not to get lost in the forest. Hooray! We found our camp. It seems no one even noticed our absence.
A few days later, we were taken by boat to Yalta and placed in small houses in the local stadium. Yalta is a large port of Crimea. In the port, you could see a lot of both cargo and passenger ships. If you wish, you could go on a cruise on the Black Sea. In Yalta, we were left alone. There were no instructors who took care of us in Nikolaevka and the campaign. We were fed in a canteen not far from the stadium, and for this purpose, we were given coupons for all 5 days of our stay in Yalta. Spontaneous groups of several people organized and began to get acquainted with Yalta. Luda and I joined one of these groups. First, we went to the house where Anton Pavlovich Chekhov lived and worked. Now it is a museum. The house is old, the floorboards creak, but one sensed that a famous Russian writer lived here as a delight. Also, we went to the famous Valley of Roses and just walked around the city. There were no decent beaches in Yalta, so we went by boat to Livadia, and went up the royal path to the palace itself, and then went down by elevator directly to the pier. The exterior walls of the elevator lined with pure pebbles painted in different colors, and it looked like a beautiful mosaic. There, on this trip, I liked one guy. His name was Valery. He was from Kharkiv or Kharkiv region. I felt that he also sympathizes with me, but something prevented us from being together. I noticed him back in Nikolaevka, but it seemed to me that he had not come alone. There was a girl with him, as it turned out later that he met this girl only in Nikolaevka. In the campaign, I regularly caught his eyes on myself. Once we were sitting next to the fire, I felt his hand squeeze mine, and he whispered, "Let's run away." We quietly got up and went into the darkness. I do not remember where that girl with whom he spent time in Nikolaevka was. In my opinion, she did not go camping with us. At that moment, we were very well together. We did not have physical proximity, but mentally we were very close. It was the last evening of our campaign. The next morning, we were taken to Yalta. Valery had a friend in Yalta. He met with him and introduced us. In the evenings, a friend came to us, and we all wandered around the city together. There were 5 or 6 of us. I, Valery with a girl from Nikolaevka camp, my neighbor Luda, Valery's friend. Once we walked past a kiosk. There was a watermelon on display. Someone said it would be nice to eat a piece of watermelon now. The guys went to the kiosk and tried to push the glass. Surprisingly, the glass of the window moved, and the watermelon was in the hands. Of course, this could be classified as a heap, and even a group, but for us, it was just an adventure. With a laugh and a watermelon, We quickly ran away to a safe place. The guys had a knife, and we ate this ill-fated watermelon. The other evening, when we wandered around the city, everyone ran to the toilet, and Valerie and I remained to wait outside. We were drawn to each other with irresistible force, and, approaching, we touched our foreheads. I wonder what it was between us. We were drawn to each other for moments, but these moments passed, and again we were far apart. Valerie talked about Kara Dag, a mountain complex in the southeast of the Crimea, described those beauties. He was going to go there with his Yalta friend after the end of this trip. I also had almost a week left of my vacation, and I asked him to take me with them. They kind of agreed, but in the last days before leaving Yalta, our walks somehow ended and the conversation about Kara Dag also. I all hoped that they would call me with them, but alas. So I left with a shattered hope for the continuation of this novel. On this trip, I met two twin sisters from Kiev, Larissa and Nina. We exchanged addresses with them, and when I had the opportunity to come to Kiev, I went to visit them and met their parents and brother. We began to maintain relations. Nina came to us in Lvov. I somehow became more friends with Nina, and still, we do not forget each other, and sometimes we meet whenever possible. 6.4. Training in Kiev. Work as the master in assembly shop. Preparation for receipt in postgraduate study. After a vacation in Crimea, I returned to the department to Ryabinin for the Scientific Organization of Labor position. During my vacation, the new Misha Fedik, a tall, slender young man with a goose hair, came to the design department as an artist. He loved to go to our room and talk. One time he said about the tragedy that happened to his older brother. His brother recently had an accident and lost both legs. He was a big car enthusiast, and even in this state continued to drive a car. In his car was a device for manual control. In my thoughts, I wondered how you could control the machine in this state. Misha loved his brother very much, and with great bitterness, recalled what had happened. The women in my department, when Misha had been leaving, began to praise him in front of me and push to become a closer friendship with him. But at that time he was 19 to 20 years old, and I was already 25. I laughed it off and said that he was too young for me. On New Year's Eve, Misha invited me to dance several times, but we did not have a close friendship with him. In early March of 1970, Valia, from the technological department, came to our department. She complained that she was offered a monthly training program in Kiev, but she could not go for family reasons. At that time, I was free and told her that I could go instead of her. She was pleased about this, and after negotiations with the authorities, this issue was resolved. A few days later, I was riding the train to Kiev. Directly from the station, I went to the Institute of Retraining of Engineering Specialists, where I had to take the training. At the reception, they took a business trip slip from me and offered to wait. I saw that there were still people in the waiting room who, like me, had arrived for training. There were several men and one woman. I went to the group and introduced myself. The men were from Kiev, and the woman came from Vinnytsia. After some time, we were invited into the office to the head of the courses. There we were given all the necessary documents, class schedules, classrooms, and supporting materials for the training. This woman and I were given an address where we can get housing. We went to look for this housing. On the road, we got to know each other better. The woman's name was Elena, and she worked as a technologist in a furniture factory. The apartment was not far from the institute on Krasnoarmeyskaya Street in a 9-story building. An older woman opened the door for us. We talked about the purpose of our visit, and she invited us in. The apartment had 2 rooms. Owners lived in one and handed the other for temporary tenants. In the room where we were offered to settle, there was 1 bed and a folding sofa bed. I took the bed, and Elena sat on the couch. The owner had problems with his legs, and he continuously sat in a wheelchair, and he slept in it. I remember one late evening, when my neighbor and I were already in bed, we heard a rumble in the bathroom, and then the wailing of the hostess. I rushed to help, but Elena stopped me. "Wherever you go, he is probably naked, and this is inconvenient. If they need help, they will call us." Nobody called us, and after a while, everything calmed down. We realized that the owner probably washed and fell. The month spent in Kiev remained as pleasant time in my memory. Winter that year was very snowy, and snowdrifts rose all around. But there were no significant frosts anymore, and we gladly walked in the evening. Kiev, went to the cinema. I remember one Spanish film whose name in translation sounded like "Let Them Talk." The famous Spanish singer Rafael played the central role in this film. The story is simple, about the fate of 2 brothers, but the film itself was musical and beautiful. All the way back, we talking about this movie just seen, and the melodies we had heard sounded in our ears. Being in Kiev, I thought of meeting with my biological father. The first time I met him a few years ago when I was still studying at the institute and was traveling in Kiev. And now I have a new opportunity. First, I called the help desk and found out his phone number. Then I called him, and he invited me to visit. It turns out he got a separate apartment and now lived in a different area. He told me how to find him, and on the weekend I went to him. Galina Borisovna, his wife, recently died, and he lived alone. It was sad. I met that woman one time and liked her very much. I remember he taught me how to correct peel oranges. It was a delicacy for me since in Lvov this fruit was not. He showed me how to clean it first, then cut it into slices, and then eat it. We met several times during this month, but never once raised the topic of my birth and my fatherhood. I was embarrassed to ask him about this, but he probably did not want for some reason. Also, I would like to recall one more episode of this Kiev business trip. It was on the eve just a few days before I departed from Kiev. I was riding in a trolleybus, returning from my father. I went out to my stop and went towards housing. There was a decent distance from the stop to the building. I walked slowly, enjoying a quiet, pleasant evening. Then a young man caught up with me. He was riding in the same trolleybus as I. He spoke to me, but he spoke very stutteringly. He asked for permission to guide me, and we went on together. The conversation was difficult for him, and then suddenly, he began to sing. His voice turned out to be a charming tone with the right ear for music. He sang Ukrainian songs. Somewhere all his stutter was gone, and the usual evening turned into magic for me. It is a pity that this magic could not last forever. We went to the building. My stranger stopped singing and again turned into an angular stuttering young man. Somehow, we quickly said goodbye and parted, asking nothing about each other. The only thing that I managed to say was that my training was over, and soon I returned to Lvov. I didn't see him again, and unfortunately, I didn't know anything about him. It so happens that for a moment, fate pushes us against each other, and then takes us on different roads, leaving only such memories in our hearts. After returning from Kiev, I continued to work at the plant, but in my thoughts, I dreamed of entering the postgraduate program. I could, as an excellent student, immediately after graduation, was offered to postgraduate program, but I decided to work first, and then continue my studies. There were 2 reasons. 1, I wanted to get production experience, and the second, this is money. After 2 years of work in production, I can receive my average earnings, which is more than a postgraduate scholarship immediately after graduation. In February 1970, it was 2 years' work at the plant, but the postgraduate program began only in November. In order not to waste time in vain, I decided to pass the exams for the candidate minimum. This is scientific communism, a foreign language, and technical knowledge. Also, I thought and decided to apply for admission to the Communist Party. Nobody forced me to act, and my career did not dictate my decision. I was just a very active Komsomol member and could not imagine how I would be without social work after the end of my Komsomol age. It was easier to join the party at the factory than at the institute, since the size of the quota. The working class and collective farmers were given more preference for admission to the party than intellectuals. I was a very ideological person. I believed in socialism and the Communist Party. My eyes opened much later. At that time, I was a very naive person. I regret it. Probably, do not regret it. I guess I should have taken that path at the time. Somehow it turned out that I quarreled with my boss. This unnecessary work on the scientific organization of labor was unsettled. I could not restrain myself, and I expressed all this to Ryabinin. He also told me a lot of unnecessary things, said that he has been working at the factory for more than 20 years and is appreciated, and who I am. The first time I saw him so angry, he even slammed the door when he left the room. After his departure, silence fell in the room. Our women bowed their heads over the papers, and I thought what would happen now. Ryabinin did not return for a long time, and when he entered the room, I was ready for the worst. The conflict was resolved. I was transferred to the assembly shop for a forehead position. The work was in 2 shifts, but it was a specific job, and it pleased me. There were 2 assembly lines in the workshop. Theater chairs were assembled on one and another kind of chairs on the second. In this shop, most men worked. My responsibilities included ensuring that the conveyors were running smoothly, that workpieces from other workshops delivered on time, and finished products sent to the warehouse, as well as all paperwork on product accounting, timesheets, and labor costs. I had an assistant who had already worked in this workshop for a long time, and this greatly facilitated the work for me, especially at first. I remember funny episodes when the second shift ended, and it was at midnight. We had quickly fill out the paperwork and catch the last trolleybus, and at that time the forehead of the machine shop turned off the switch, and the lights went out in our office. My assistant screamed from the window of our office on the 2nd floor. Prilipakov, that's the name of the forehead of the machine shop. So that you. And then followed our Russian vulgarity slang. The situation was tragicomedy and caused an attack of laughter. It repeated with excellent regularity. I was far away from home. I rode a trolleybus and a tram that went to the tram park. The trolleybus that reached my street from the center did not go at such a late time, and therefore I rode to the tram park. From there, I walked along a dark street, and between the 2 stadiums. Once, it was several years ago, near the stadiums, a guy attacked me, from whom I had hardly escaped, and since that, I was terrified of this place. I asked my grandmother to come to meet me at the tram park, and we walked together. Together it was more fun and not so scary, although, by that time, she was not a defender. She was about 80 years old, she already walked with difficulty, and when I saw her lonely figure waiting for me, my heart sank with pity for her. I was incredibly grateful to her for this feat. Sometimes I stayed overnight with Uncle Kolya and Aunt Marusha, who lived in the center, halfway between my works and home, and I did not have to go to the tram park. Sometimes I was met by Misha, that artist from the design department. We somehow quietly became friends with him. He began to come to my house, met my grandmother. Grandma liked him very much, and she even left him to spend the night in the room for tenants when it was too late, and he was far from returning home. In the summer, Misha was taken for service into the army, but he served not far from home, in Lvov. I don't know how it happened. Probably someone helped him. His parents are elderly, and his brother is disabled. Misha still ran to me on his leave, and we spent time together. One time Sonia, with whom I worked in Ryabinen's department, decided to celebrate her birthday at the High Castle restaurant. A lot of people gathered from our office. Sonia invited Misha and me as well. He did not have a dismissal that evening, but he agreed with his duty officer and came. Everything was good. Everyone joked, laughed, and congratulated the birthday girl, danced. Then another coworker, Sofia Belenskaya, noticed that the waitress who served our table was waving something, and she decided to punish her. It was almost at the end of the party. Misha and I were just dancing, when we suddenly saw that everyone from our company quickly started to leave. Then our waitress shouted they did not pay, grabbed Misha by the sleeve. She remembered that he was in our company. I stayed with him. Our waitress began to demand that we pay, but we did not have money. Sonia and Sofia Belenskaya collected all the common money, but they had already left. Then she demanded Misha's address and documents. I knew that this could turn out to be a big mess for him, and I began to beg that they write down only my address, and I will try to get the money back. We left the restaurant. The restaurant located in some distance from the center, and we should have to walk to the bus stop. We walked all alone. It hardly came to me. How could this be done? And either from the experienced unrest or from resentment for spoiling such a good evening, I felt tears pouring out of my eyes like a river. I stopped sobbing, and Misha, hugging me, began to calm me, kissing my eyes, wet from tears. "Well, what are you, Elia? Take it easy, they are not worth your tears." And there was so much participation and tenderness in his words that I gradually calmed down. We cuddled each other, continued our way to a stop. The next day, the issue of paying for the restaurant was resolved, but how much it was worth the worry and excitement. The lesson: know in advance with whom to contact. This evening for Misha was not passed without consequences. Something happened there, and he was transferred to serve in another part, far from Lvov. Soon I enrolled in the postgraduate program and left the factory. It would seem that this evening should have brought us closer, but it turned out the opposite. My life began utterly different, and Misha was somewhere far away. The thin thread of attraction that evening gradually became weaker and cut short. Only that evening was left in my memory when two lonely figures stood on an empty dark road cuddled together, me and Misha kissing my eyes, wet from tears. Chapter 7. Study at the postgraduate program. 7.1. Choice of a theme. In November 1970, I entered at the postgraduate program at the LVOV Forestry Technical Institute. Before entering this program, I passed the candidate minimum and, therefore, exempted from entrance exams to the postgraduate program. So I'm a postgraduate student in the Department of Automation and Mechanization of Production Processes. By prior arrangement, my conductor of the dissertation should have been Piątkowski Adolf Genrikhovich. We even already picked up a topic for the dissertation and met several times discussing the direction of the research. But something changed at the Institute board. It was necessary to approve the theme and the conductor formally. However, to my surprise, Baden, vice-rector for scientific, proposed Pinchesky's candidacy and added that I am still young and could make a mistake by choosing the wrong leader. It can see there was some kind of tension between Piątkowski and Baden, of which I had no idea. There was nowhere to go. I made an appointment with Pinchesky. We met a few days later at the department, and he asked me what I would like to do. I said that I had already sketched on the regulation of processes in closed systems, and I would like to continue in this direction. But to my regret, Aaron Danilovich did not deal with these issues and suggested his theme: automatic control of the moisture content of lumber in the chamber drying process. I had to compromise. I agreed to this work. At that time, I was still thinking in student categories. I wanted to do science, but I did not have enough life experience to understand what it was. Now I know that at that time, I was not yet ripe for this. In life, changes have come again. No need to run to work in the morning or come back from the second shift late in the evening. Grandmother had a respite. No need to walk at night to meet the granddaughter. It was as if they returned me several years ago, at the time when I was writing my diploma. I worked at home, or at the library, read a lot of literature to substantiate the topic, and then, based on a review of existing methods, offer something of my own. It took me a lot of time to take notes from books. Directly speaking, for some reason, I copied the text by hand into a notebook, student habit to outline everything. It was unreasonable, but then I thought that it was the only method to study new material. I tried, and the results were not noticeable, and my leader professor, once at a meeting of the department, grunted that he thought that I was not working on a dissertation at all. And I worked, but probably not in the way it should have been. I had to turn to him more often with questions, and I tried to get to the bottom of everything myself. Here I am. I was just afraid to seem ignorant and stupid, asking questions, not understanding the subject to the end. And it takes time. True, life still taught me, and now I try not to waste time in vain, but to ask questions if I don't understand something. Before the spring semester begins, the head of the department called all postgraduate students and offered us to conduct laboratory work with students in electrical engineering. Besides me, there were 3 more postgraduate students in the department. It was useful for future teaching work. I agreed. The lecturer developed a laboratory course, and we had to follow the instructions and teaching aids. I went to the first lesson as on scaffold. It was scary to open the door and enter the classroom. But somehow I overcame myself, and the first lesson was more or less normal. Then experience appeared, fear and uncertainty passed, and I even liked the teaching work. It was exceptionally pleasant if the student did not understand something, and you could explain, share your knowledge. 7.2. Changes in our apartment. In the early spring of 1971, pleasant changes began to take place on our street. We finally supplied with water and a city sewer. In each house, there was a lot of trouble starting to equip bathrooms and warm toilets. My grandmother and I also began to think about how to remodel the apartment. The house in which we lived had a top floor and a basement. It built for a single family. After the war, this house passed to the state and divided into 2 apartments. Komernitsky lived in the basement, and our family lived on the top floor. Inside our apartment has been a room where there were steps that led to the basement. We called it the back door. This passage has been close with boards since the family settled in the basement. We adapted the remaining space for the pantry. There was a small paved area where we had shelves, and there was a staircase that led to the attic. In the attic, we often dried laundry and saved all unnecessary utensils. Komernitsky, in the early 1960s, got a new apartment on Levandovka and moved there with the whole family except Manya. Manya, the mother of children, Olga, and Volodya, remained in the basement. She divorced with Eugene, her husband, and lived alone. At the factory where Manya was work, she applied to receive the new apartment and hoped to get out of the basement eventually. At that time, under Soviet Union rules, to get an apartment, in turn, had to wait for decades. The 1970s had already begun. Manya was still living in that basement. Her daughter Olga had finished school by this time, got married, and with her husband, Vidya returned to her mother. When the remodeling apartments began, Vidya somehow came to us and offered to brick up back door and remove a few steps below, which prevented them from installing a heating boiler. My grandmother agreed and, in our turn, decided to convert this space into a kitchen. Grandmother, through the neighbors, found one man who agreed to do this job for a less for us. Firstly, we asked to close a hole in the ceiling, which led to the attic, made a door to the attic and stairs along the wall. True, with the linen that we usually dried in the attic, it was not very convenient to climb this staircase, but we somehow managed. We put a wooden floor, and under the floor, on the stairs down, we arranged a place for storing potatoes for the winter. We asked to move the gas stove from the closet to this new place. The kitchen turned out without a window, but in a larger size, even the table fit there. And in the room used to have a gas stove. We decided to make a bathroom. The room was small, and only one bathtub could fit there. We bought a gas water heater that heated the water for the bath and the kitchen. The toilet left in the same place. Only the water pipe and the drain pipe were fixed. To somehow insulate the toilet, we decided to make a cover balcony. Before this, the balcony was open, and it was inconvenient, especially in winter, when the toilet froze in cold weather. Now you don't need to go to the toilet through the open space, and in general with a covered balcony it has become much more comfortable. The apartment had changed. No more water in the well and cold toilet outside. Life has become much more manageable. 7.3. Kostya and others. Kostya appeared in my life, a student from the group where I taught laboratory classes. Somehow, after the laboratory class ended, I left the campus and headed to go home. Students stood in groups in the courtyard. Then one of them came up to me. It was Kostya. He approached as if with a question about the past laboratory. I told him that I would explain everything at the next time since it is simply impossible to explain on the fingers. But he continued to walk beside me, not lagging. We reached my street, and I began to hint that it was time for him to leave, but he did not react to this and continued to walk alongside. So we got almost to my house. Then I saw that my grandmother was coming towards us. She went to the store and in her hands was a bag full of groceries. I told Kostya that this is my grandmother and I have to go to help her with the bag. Before I could finish the sentence, Kostya rushed to my grandmother. "Grandmother, let me help you bring the bag. Do not be afraid. I am a student, and your granddaughter is my teacher." Kostya took the bag from my grandmother's hands and moved with it to our house. I dumbfounded by such an act and could not budge. And Kostya looked back in my direction. "Well, what are you standing? Let's go." He invited me to my house. I had no choice and just to follow them. We had a terrible mess at home. In full swing was the restructuring and re-equipment. Also, Kostya was my student and several years younger than me. But all this did not bother him. He began to come to me and invite me to the movies, then to his friends. He was a good guy and treated me well. But he had one big flaw. He loved to drink, be drunk quite often and a lot. In general, he somehow was not serious about his studies and life. I do not think that he would be a serious partner for life. We met with him for a while, and then he somehow quietly disappeared from my life. I was 27 years old, and it was already beginning to bother me that I was still single. I already wanted a family and children. I met with young men, but all these were somehow not serious. I just could not find my pair. One day Lyuba, Ulyana's sister, met Slavik, a guy from the Polytechnic Institute. He wrote a graduation project. Through Slavik, she introduced me to Slavik's friend, Zinovi. Zinovi was a natural albino. His hair, eyebrows, and eyelashes were white. But this did not spoil him, even added some unique charm to his appearance. We met several times, but again nothing serious. And then Lyuba invited me to go with her and Slavik to town Rivne to his other classmate, Oleg. I liked Oleg, probably because something in this name was fascinating for me. Until now, that other Oleg existed in my heart like a splinter. Oleg, a Slavik's friend, was a tall, handsome guy with a cap of blonde hair on his head. At that time, he lived in a student dormitory. The first night, Lyuba and I slept in the next room with other girls. There was one free bed. Lyuba quickly fell asleep, but I could not fall asleep in a new place. There was not enough space on the bed, and I was afraid to turn once again, so as not to wake Lyuba. In addition to everything else, Lyuba began to snore terribly. Only in the morning, I fell in a disturbing dream. The next day we decided to wander around the city. It was February, and it was freezing. Therefore, we could not walk for a long time. We froze, bought potatoes in the store. The guys still bought wine, and we returned to the dormitory. After a cold walk, a wolfish appetite took place. We cooked fried potatoes, drank wines, and drawn to sleep. I lie down on a bed and somehow quietly fell asleep, especially since I had hardly slept all last night. I woke up from the fact that I felt that someone was leaning on me. It was Oleg. He thought this was a good case and decided to take advantage of it. I pushed him away and slapped him in the face to cool his ardor. He was offended and left me alone. Lyuba and Slavik were sleeping on the next bed. Slavik was a calm guy and did not bother Lyuba. There was another empty bed in the room, and Oleg went to sleep from me there. Soon I felt an intense headache. We left all bags in the girls' room. There I had a pain pill in my purse. I always carried it with me, because I often had headaches. It was already late, and it was inconvenient to knock in the next room and wake up the girls. I told Oleg that my head was very sore, and he answered me rudely. "Where will I get you a pill? I won't go to pick your bag, too late. Everyone is already sleeping there." With difficulty, I again fell asleep, feeling a headache even through sleep. The next day we returned to Lvov. Oleg took us to the station. He was gloomy and not very kind. All the way back, Lyuba tried to find out from me what happened that night between Oleg and me. I did not go into details, said that he was annoying me, and I pushed him away. At home, I have arrived in the evening. When I entered, I heard someone's voices. I realized that we have guests. The guests were the former head of our student group, Volodya, with his wife and daughters. He already had 3 of them. It was a pleasant surprise. We sat until late in the evening. We would still talk, but the girls are tired. It was time for them to sleep. They stopped at Lidmila's uncle, who lived somewhere in the center. This meeting was very welcome. It distracted me from unpleasant memories of a trip to Rivne. True, the marks from Oleg's hot kisses remained on my neck, and I had to cover this shame with a scarf, explaining that I caught a cold on the road, and my throat hurts. February 23rd, Soviet Army Day was approaching. This day, by analogy with Women's Day on March 8th, was turned into a celebration of Men's Day, although to be honest, women also worked in the army, though civilian employees. Lyuba decided to pamper her Slavik and prepare a gift for him. She ran to me and tempted me to make something as a gift to Oleg as well. I remember I bought him a shirt and beautiful cufflinks to it. I put all this in a box and sent him a parcel. I expected a response gesture from him, but I didn't receive anything in return. Not only a return gift on March 8th, just a "thank you," but even an answer that he received this gift. And the fact that he received a gift I learned from Luba and Slavik. I had a feeling that I doused with slops, and since then, I decided not to give any gifts to men first. And the name Oleg became unhappy for me. Later, after many years, I found out that Oleg, from Rivne, got married, but something went wrong with his wife, and they divorced. But his life somehow didn't interest me, and I preferred to forget my adventure in Rivne quickly. In the summer, Vitya, our new neighbor, decided to put a new fence. He set up the poles and pulled the net. I asked my friend Galina Mikhailovskaya to order a net for a fence at the Factory of Agricultural Machines plant. Before that, we had a wooden fence that blocked our house from the street, but over time the pillars were rotten, and it all fell apart. There was no one to correct it, and we lived for many years, all wide open. And now we have a nice fence and a gate. The entrance to the house looked very civilian. One late evening, we were ready to fall asleep. We heard some noise and movement in the yard. First, we saw an ambulance, and then the police. In the morning, we learned that Manya, Olga's mother, died suddenly. This evening they all watched TV together, and suddenly Manya fell into a chair and began to fall. Doctors said her heart stopped instantly. So Manya did not receive a new apartment. Olga, her husband, and her brother Volodya, who joined them, remained in a basement apartment for some time. Victor ordered new large window frames in the room and kitchen instead of those small ones that were still there, and now their apartment has become much lighter. Olga, in June 1972, gave birth to a boy who, like 2 drops of water, looked like her in childhood. I saw how Vidya was getting ready to meet Olga and his son from the hospital, washed the windows, cleaned and tidied up. I was even envious that Olga had such a good husband. My other neighbor Olya, with whom we had a common fence and a well, 3 years earlier, also gave birth to a boy. She met her husband, Grisha, in absentia by correspondence. It turned out that the girls corresponded with the soldiers who served in the army, and after the end of the service, they came to these girls and got married. Grisha was a native of Russia, an ordinary Russian guy who loved to drink and step out. With Olya, they were completely different people. Olya's family had more conservative views and a family way, different from those he grew up. It was evident that their life with Olya did not work out, but she carefully hid everything. Also, they have a child. But still, after some time they divorced. Grisha met another woman and went to her. Olya stayed with her mother and son. The house in which they lived was in a design similar to our house. Olya's grandfather and grandmother built it at the same time as the former owner of our house. While the children were small, the grandfather, grandmother and Olya's mother lived on the top floor and the basement of the house used for auxiliary needs. And when the children grew up, the older Olya's brother Roman got married. The grandfather and grandmother died. Olya got married. They made remodel and make in basement another apartment for Roman and his family. Late the youngest brother Vlad also began to live in another room in the basement. Olya, with her mother and son, stayed upstairs. 7.4. New worries and meetings. In general, my neighbors and childhood friends got families, and only I was alone. The only thing that saved me from depression was to work on my dissertation. The literature review is over, and I worked on the theoretical part, creating a mathematical model of the process. It was due to the study of special sections in higher mathematics, the use of mathematical analysis apparatus, and computer technology. That time the first computers just appeared at the institute. The computer occupied the area of an entire room. The program composed of plugs or punched into a punch card. It was an exciting activity for me. I even thought about whether or not to change my specialization as programmers. But unfortunately, I was a very consistent person and tried to bring the job I started to the end. Therefore, I continued to work on my dissertation. My grandmother started feels pain in her knees, and she had difficulty move. She went to the doctor. In the clinic, the doctor found that she had salt deposition and offered to do electrolysis. Electrodes are applied to knees, passing a small current. It transports the medicine to sore spots. There is a chemical decomposition of salts and thereby relieves inflammation. I began to take her to these procedures. We had to walk because public transport did not go to the clinic. In principle, it was not far, but for sore legs, it was a great distance. Grandmother walked very slowly. It's good that I had a free schedule at work, and I could manage my time. After a few procedures, grandmother felt better, and she was already able to walk herself. I did not maintain any relationship with my mother. I knew that she and her family had moved to Ulmanovo, to her homeland. The youngest daughter Lila lived with her. Alyona already graduated from high school and left for Moscow with her friend. They started to work in a factory. In Moscow, registration for non-residents was limited. And to get a job, a registration was needed. Therefore, those who wanted to get a job in Moscow, especially young people, were hired to work at a factory where workers were required. It is named limit. It made it possible to obtain temporary registration and housing in the hostel. Many of those who came over the limit then remained in Moscow. I think that Alyona went to Moscow for this purpose. Mila lived with Boris in Moscow. Vitya entered the military school in Blagoveshchensk. Toma also went to Blagoveshchensk to be closer to brother. Vitya married early, at the age of 19, and soon their daughter was born. Vitya's wife began to be jealous of him for Toma. She considered such close contact between brother and sister not normal. It came to the point that between Vitya and Toma, there was a big quarrel, and he simply forbade Toma to come to their house. Toma was very upset by this gap and decided to leave Blagoveshchensk. First, she went to her father in Magadan, and then to her mother in Ulmanovo. She was 4 years younger than me, and she was thinking about marriage as well. There was one young man in Ulmanovo who was planning a business trip to East Germany and urgently needed to get married. He made an offer to Toma, and she seemed to agree, but there was no love for this man in her heart, and she called Alyona in desperation. Alyona, as always, categorically declared, "Toma does not marriage. Take a train ticket and come to me." Toma took a ticket and left for Moscow in the evening. So upset her marriage. That guy quickly found a replacement, got married, and went on a business trip abroad. A few years later, Toma unexpectedly met him in Ulmanovo. He became a somewhat respectable person, very successfully moving up the career ladder. True, he regretted a little that everything had turned out so then. I think Toma also regretted deeply in the heart for so quickly a decision. But nothing could be returned. All this was told to me by Toma at our meeting. As many as 13 years had passed since the moment when they left for Crimea. Whole eternity. We met with Toma in 1973. Zenek. I met Zenek at a dance party in Rocks, the so-called club of railway workers. He invited me to dance, then another one. During the dance we became acquainted with. He called his name Zenek. As it turned out later, his full name was Zenon. His parents were immigrants from Poland. His mother was of Polish descent, and his father was Ukrainian. They resettled after the war when the final border between the Soviet Union and Poland established, and all residents of Polish nationality were sent to Poland territory. Western Ukrainians moved to the Lvov region. He told me about this later, and that evening he asked for permission to accompany me home after the party. "You could ride a trolleybus to my street, or you can walk in half an hour." August evening was warm, and during the conversation, we did not notice how we approached my street. Zenek lived a little further, closer to the airport, but in the same area. We agreed to meet next Saturday, at 6 p.m., at the beginning of my street, at the intersection with Lublinskaya. He nor I had a telephone, so we had to make an appointment for a meeting in advance. I returned home with new feelings. I liked this guy. His smile, his charm, and his attention to me, all this fascinated me. I was looking forward to our meeting. Saturday came up. I dressed up, and at the appointed time, I arrived at the meeting place. Heart jumped out of the chest from excitement. But there was no Zdenek. He did not come to the meeting. I thought maybe something was holding him back and decided to wait a bit. But minutes passed, he never showed up. Immediately it became somehow mundane all around. At the bus stop were people. Trolleybuses came up, people came in, went out. There was no Zdenek. There was no point in waiting longer. Also, it was uncomfortable from the neighbors that I was just standing in incomprehensible expectations. I turned and went home. My grandmother knew that I went on a date, and when I returned so quickly. "What happened? Why did you come back so fast?" "Granny, he tricked me and didn't come," I whispered with faint tears in my voice. Grandmother felt sorry for her beloved granddaughter, and she burst into a destructive tirade at the address of my gentleman. I again was a failure. I liked this guy. There were so many hopes, and everything collapsed overnight. I'm not lucky to meet a good guy. But I was a stubborn girl and did not lose hope. The next Saturday I again went to a dance party in the same club. At the entrance to the hall, I have seen Zdenek from afar. He stood with his back to me and did not see me enter the hall. A storm raged in my soul. He didn't come on a date, but he showed up for dancing. He also pretended not to see me. The mood dropped to zero, and even the thought arose to leave. But then the music of the next dance began to play. Some young man came up to me and invited me to the dance. I was not in the mood to go dancing, but to refuse was somehow inconvenient. We entered the circle of dancers, and here again, I have seen Zdenek. It was seemed if he was looking out for someone in the hall. The dance is over. My gentleman escorted me to the place. Nearby, I saw familiar girls, and we started to speak. Then I felt that someone had touched my elbow. I turned around and saw that Zdenek was standing next to me. "Elia, I need to tell you something. It's my fault, but I couldn't go on a date then, because I had to leave for my relatives in the village urgently. I could not warn you. Forgive me. Today I specially came here in the hope that you will go too." The music started again, and Zdenek invited me to dance. We moved to the rhythm of music, and step by step, my lousy mood disappeared. It became easy on my soul, and when Zdenek asked me to accompany me, I gladly agreed. Like the last time, we went walk and did not notice how we approached my street. But this time, Zdenek wanted to take me home. I do not want like last time. Last time, he escorted me only to the street. If something happens again, I will know exactly where you live. We agreed to meet the next day. It was Sunday. This time, nothing prevented our meeting. We went to the city center, walked along the boulevard, and watched an entertaining film. From this day, I began to meet with him regularly. The romantic time has started in my life. I was in love and reciprocated. What could be better? Zdenek was a handsome guy, and when he smiled, with his charming smile, it seemed to me that no one was happier than me. He was like an expensive sweetie in a festive wrap. At the end of September, I had a birthday, and I decided to celebrate it in a family setting. I invited only Zdenek. Grandma and I set the table. Zdenek came with a bouquet and gave me a picture, an engraving on metal. Then it was very fashionable. The evening was enjoyable. Most importantly, there was a loved one near me, and nothing else was needed. On Monday, for a week, I went on a business trip to the city of Minsk in neighboring Belarus. It related to my dissertation. I investigated a mathematical model of the drying control process, which used the mathematical apparatus of cylindrical functions. At the Minsk Polytechnic Institute, there was a scientific laboratory that dealt with similar models. My professor agreed on the opportunity to advise me on these issues. And here I am in Minsk. I saw this city for the first time. This city was very destroyed during the war and practically rebuilt. Wide streets and avenues. Standard high-rise buildings. The most exciting thing I saw on this trip was a visit to the Katyn Memorial Complex. It is a village about 60 kilometers from Minsk. This village was burned with its inhabitants in 1943 by German Punishers in response to an attack by partisans on a German convoy. Only a few people survived. In memory of this tragedy, it was created a monument on the site of the village, a sculpture of a man with a tortured child in his arms. And the worst thing that struck me and left to sound in my ears was the chime of the bells attached to the charred log houses. Imagine, forest, and silence. There are no houses, but only their remnants and the mournful sound of bells. These sounds are sorrow and memory of the dead. Now always, when I hear similar sounds, I remember Katyn. Upon returning home, I was looking forward to seeing Zdenek. Before the business trip, we agreed to meet at the weekend. But I waited in vain for him all weekend. He did not come. I did not know what to think. In my heart, I was looking for all kinds of excuses for this. I decided for starters not to panic but to wait. Another weekend passed, and again Zdenek did not appear. I already despaired at the end. I didn't know his home address. There was no mood to go dancing event hoping to meet him there. Then I received a letter. The letter was from him and with a return address. I eagerly tore the envelope. What awaited me in this letter? The news was overwhelming. It turns out my beloved is married, and he has a small son. In the letter, he explained to me that his wife with the child moved to her mother, and he did not have a place to stay there. Therefore he stayed in his parents' house. His wife and her mother did not trust him with the child. He seemed to be removed from the family, and he feels unnecessary there and very lonely. Then he wrote that a meeting with me turned his whole life upside down. He realized that he was in love and was afraid of it. It is difficult for him to say all this in the face, and therefore he wrote a letter. In the end, he attributed that it is impossible to harness a bull and a trembling doe in one harness. He seemed to put an end to our attitude with this letter, but at the same time, he left the final decision to me. On the envelope was his return address. I had to make a decision. Either forget Zdenek or step over these circumstances and continue to develop our relationship with him. It was hard to ignore. I was very attracted to him. I understood this when I returned after a business trip and looked forward to meeting him. I thought that we still need to meet and talk. The letter is a letter, but a lively conversation is more important. I wrote him a response letter, in which I invited him to meet. At that time, I signed up for French language courses at the House of Scientists, and on Tuesdays from 6 to 9 p.m. we had classes. I invited Zdenek to meet me after class. He came, and we went to walk to my house. The distance was decent, 45 minutes walking. But we had something to talk about, and we did not notice how to overcome this distance. He repeated to me in detail what he wrote in the letter. Of course, I took his side and agreed that his wife and her mother had done wrong to him. He complained that his wife obeyed his mother in everything, and they did not have a real family. He lives on his own. Therefore, he came to a dance evening at the club. At the word, my wife, jealousy for that unknown woman who has the right to my Zenek stirred in me. I can't live like that anymore. It seems that I have a family and, at the same time, do not have it. I have a child, but they do not allow me to take care of him. They do not even trust me to walk with him. I've already thought it over, and I think that my wife and I need to divorce. I was already ready for this before I met you, and now even more so. After all, is it true that we are well together, and we love each other? Zenek turned to me with a half-question or with a semi-affirmation. You will not leave me? Will you wait while I divorce? At this time, we just approached my street and stopped at a corner. It was late time, and there was no one on the street. Zenek hugged me on the shoulders and pulled me to kiss. It was our first kiss. And it all happened. I realized that I would never be able to part with him, that I was ready to go through all the difficulties with him and wait as long as necessary. This conversation somehow made us very close. We began to spend every weekend together, went to the cinema, theaters, and went to the countryside. I still worked on the dissertation, and Zenek worked at the radio electronic equipment plant. On the plant, there were produced electronic circuit boards for instruments used in the military industry. Zenek worked as the regulator of these circuit boards. This work was the most prestigious at the plant, and the adjustment department was considered the most privileged. Zenek introduced me to his family. His family lived in a small house on the outskirts of the city, on the way to the airport. In the house, they had 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a porch. In one bedroom, Zenek's parents lived, and in the other, his sister, Slava, with her husband. Slava had no children. Zenek had another sister, the oldest in the family, Levka. Levka was 10 years older than Zenek, divorced from her husband, and raised 2 children, a girl and a boy. She lived with children, separately but not far from the parental home. The family helped her buy a cooperative 1-bedroom apartment. For Zenek, they also made an extension to the house, a kitchen, and a room with a separate entrance. Toilet, however, was outside on backyard, water from the well. Something all this reminded me of my apartment before the remodeling. Zenek's parents were ordinary people. Mom was a housewife, and his father worked at a construction site. Sisters and son-in-law also worked at the radio equipment plant. They had a large garden. In the garden, they had lots of fruit trees and shrubs. There were many plum trees, the fruits of which they used to make wine. Zenek always treated me with wine when he invited me to visit. The first time he incognito brought me to his half. I was timid and delayed my acquaintance with his family. Only once, when we sat with him and watched TV, his father burst into the room. He was tipsy and kept trying to get to know me. Zenek became uncomfortable for this appearance, and he tried to guide his father out of the room politely. It was the end of 1972. We decided to celebrate New Year's Eve together. I took out tickets to the House of Scientists, and for this occasion, I decided to sew a new dress with a familiar dressmaker. It was a pinkish shade of silk. I came up with style. Floor length with side slit and sleeve buffs. One evening, Zenek was visiting me. We were with him in the back room, talking and listening to music. Grandma was doing something in the first room. Suddenly I heard that my grandmother was calling me. I went out and have seen Oleg next to her. I knew that Oleg graduated from the University of Leningrad and got a job at the Lvov Polytechnic Institute to teach philosophy. On the day I met him in the library of the Polytechnic Institute. That was back in June. I needed a book, and I went to the library. There we almost ran into each other. From surprise, I simply was taken aback, and at first, I was speechless. For a long time, there was no news from him. The last time we saw each other was, in my opinion, in March of the 1969th year, when I went to Leningrad. And now, fate again pushed us. We talked a little, but the conversation somehow did not stick. And then he surprised me, as if by chance, with a defensive phrase. "Well, when will you finally marry me? Look at how many young pretty girls are around," and he waved his arms around. I blushed, mixed up, and couldn't answer anything. I muttered something barely audible and citing that I needed to solve the issues, for which I came here, said goodbye, and went on. After many months, he appeared on the threshold of my house, and at the time when I started the date with Zenek, grandmother began to drive him out, and I asked why he came. He said that he has important business to me and we need to meet. I said, well. A day later, I had to go to the dressmaker to pick up the finished dress, and there we agreed to meet. At the appointed time, Oleg was expecting me. We went side by side, talking about all sorts of nonsense. There was no serious matter. We almost reached the trolleybus stop to go in my direction. Then Oleg said that he needed to run somewhere on an urgent matter and suggested that I wait for him either in the cinema or in the ice cream cafe. Maybe a couple of years ago, I would have done so, but now I have matured and become smarter. You know, Oleg, if you need to go somewhere, go, and I will go home. Then all his urgent affairs were cancelled, and he said that he wanted to take me home. We came to my house. Grandma asked me to show her my new dress. I went to another room and put on a new dress. When I went to them, my grandmother threw up her hands and said that it was perfect, and Oleg looked at me with admiring eyes and confirmed what my grandmother said. Then we went with him to another room. I was still in my new dress. Afraid to crush or stain it, I decided to change. I asked Oleg to turn away, took off my dress, and at the same time, Oleg turned and grabbed my knees and said that I'm half-dressed even look more beautiful. I quickly pulled away from him and promptly put on my home clothes. When Oleg left my house, my grandmother asked me how I, being with him in the same room, could change clothes. I asked him to turn away. I did not begin to tell details. Oleg left without saying the most important thing. Everything was as always. Oleg remained same to himself. The next time I saw him at New Year's Eve at the House of Scientists. He was with his acquaintances and me with another company. Zenek and Zenek's friend with a girlfriend. In the evening, I accidentally spilled wine on my new dress, and the party ruined. Somehow quickly, we packed up and left without waiting for the end of the party. It was the middle of the night, we first walked, and then we were lucky to catch a taxi. Altogether, we went to Zenek's apartment. There we sat for a little while and then decided to go to bed. Zenek had a bed in the room and a sofa in the kitchen. Zenek and I sat on the bed and his friend with his girlfriend in the kitchen on the couch. The first time I went to bed with a young man, my nervous trembling started, and I couldn't calm down. I thoroughly did not think that something could happen between us. I already really wanted this, and at the same time, all this scared me. Although I was just around the corner of the 30s, I still observed girlish purity. My nervous trembling did not stop, and Zenek tightly squeezed me in his arms to calm me somehow. Then he slowly began to undress and kiss me. At first, my nature seemed to resist this, and then I somehow went limp and surrendered to the passage of time. But there was no intimacy between us. Zenek either got overexcited, or there was some other reason. I remained a girl. Imperceptibly, we fell asleep and woke up late in the morning. Zenek was not happy about what had happened to him, and I tried to calm him down as much as I could, and in my heart, I was glad that it hadn't happened yet. It was late in the morning when I got home. My grandmother met me unfriendly and started swearing about why I came back so late. The party ended at 6 a.m., and it was already about noon. I'm here alone, worried about what happens. Well, what could happen? I began to make excuses. I was not alone. We all went to Zenek and took a little nap there. We don't have a phone, and I couldn't call and tell you where I am. Of course, I didn't tell her everything. My grandmother had stringent rules, and I don't know what would happen if she found out that I almost lost my virginity. She grumbled a little more, and I went to get some more sleep. In the evening, Zenek and I were invited to visit his friends. Since this New Year's night, we have somehow become closer to each other. Some obstacles between us destroyed. But we did not try to repeat the experience of that New Year's night for a while. Zenek entered my life more and more, but his marriage prevented me from being complete with him. He still could not get the courage to talk with his wife about divorce. They were not together but officially married. Finally, one evening, after work, he drove to his wife. They had a conversation, and she told him that she was ready to divorce, but set the condition that he, Zenek, would not pretend to his son. He was upset by this, but as I understand it, not very much. From the very beginning, he was removed from communication with his son, and his paternal feelings remained in an embryonic state. I tried to reassure him, but in my heart, I rejoiced at this news. I was jealous of his wife and son. Now I understand that it was very selfish of me. But at that time, I was still young, and my ego was quite large. After some time, Zenek began to prepare documents for divorce and took them to court. The court was not appointed immediately. There has been a long process. First, he had to wait until the child turns 1 year old. The year he turned at the end of February. Then a date was set for a meeting with the judge. The first rule in divorce proceedings, especially in a family with children, is an attempt to save the family. Therefore, at first, there was an interview with the judge, where the judge tried to save the family. Only then, if the trial did not take place, the court was appointed. The process was long, and therefore Zenek and I had to be patient. Only in June Zenek got a divorce. All this time, I was next to him. We often met. We spent a lot of time together. Sometimes we just spent time at his house in his half. His friends came, watched TV, listened to music, or just talked. It was a romantic time of love. We dreamed that soon we would be together and we would have the happiest family. My grandmother was not very happy with my decision to marry Zenek. Especially when she found out that he was married and had a small child. Yes, besides, he was from the local community. So the Russians called Western Ukrainians. My grandmother was not a nationalist, and most of our neighbors were Ukrainians, but still, somewhere deep down, the Russians who moved to western Ukraine after the war had this dividing line. She tried to dissuade me, but I was in love and did not want to listen to any advice. Of course, not everything was so cloudless in our friendship with Zenek. We used to quarrel, as I now think, over trifles. But one thing was not a trifle. Zenek loved to drink. I already said that they had a large garden and his relatives made wine from plums. That is, they had wine instead of water. Zenek was addicted to this. True, he never came to our meetings drunk, but the longer we met, the more I began to notice that he likes to drink. A couple of times, there were ugly cases. I'll tell you about one. One Saturday, Zenek and I were at his house, talking, watching TV. And then the company of his friends fell over to him. Generally decent guys. Zenek fled to half of his parents and brought wine. Glass after glass, and I noticed that Zenek could not stop to drink and he visibly became drunk. I tried to restrain his zeal to drink more and more. But I didn't succeed. A conversation like that everything is so that friends came and that everything is good. I got angry, slammed the door, and left. I went to the trolleybus stop, waiting for him to run out after me. A trolleybus came up, but I did not board it. Doubts that maybe I did wrong made me return. A couple of people were still sitting at a table in the kitchen. There was no Zenek among them. I went to his bedroom. Zenek was lying in bed, and as they say, did not knit a bust. Next to him was one of his friends. Seeing me, he began to justify Zenek. A little guy went over, with whom it is unheard of. He needs to sleep, and tomorrow everything will be all right. I realized that I had nothing more to do here and went home. I didn't like all this. Saturday night was spoiled, and so was the mood. On the good, this situation should have guarded me, but instead, I began to look for an excuse for his behavior. He had a difficult time, a divorce, a child, some kind of disorder. So we will get married, and I will be able to make him happy with my love. I will be able to defeat his craving for a drink. I was so naive and arrogant. It is impossible to remake a person from the outside. Dear girls and women, if such a situation arises that your beloved is drinking, do not console yourself with the hope that you can fix it all, to help somehow. Only a person himself can help himself if he wants to change something in his life, or circumstances that may threaten the loss of life will make him stop. Now I understand all this well, but then I was a naive fool. The next day, Zenek ran to me, asked for forgiveness for yesterday. He said that this is an accident and this will not happen again. I believed him. And again, happy days ran. Somewhere in June, he received a divorce and immediately ran to me to report this. His face shone, but in his eyes, I noticed that he had nevertheless broken his promise and was drunk. He said that he drank quite a bit to calm down. Okay, I thought, justifying him, it's still not such a simple event. Now there were no obstacles to our marriage, and in early August, we went to the wedding palace to fill out a marriage application. There was a turn in the wedding palace and the date of our wedding was set for October 12th. Of course, we could go to a regular registry office and speed up this event, but I wanted a beautiful solemn wedding, and we agreed to wait. Now we have become a bride and groom. It was an exciting feeling. Big changes were coming into my life. It pleased me and scared me at the same time. On the evening of the same day, We were in a restaurant with his friend. At that time, we did not go to restaurants so often, only if there was some big event. We did not plan to go to the restaurant to celebrate the occasion. Zdenek said that it was his friend who invited us to the restaurant, his girlfriend's birthday. The four of us sat at the table, congratulated Dmitri's girlfriend. That was the name of Zdenek's friend, and I couldn't resist and said that we had the same event as well. Zdenek and I filed out a married application today, and the wedding will be 2 months later. Our friends congratulated us and raised a toast for our happy life together. Preparations for the wedding began. Zdenek's mother and sisters came to my grandmother to discuss some details. We decided to celebrate the wedding at our place. Zdenek's mom cooked well and they took most of the care of the festive table. Zdenek's father promised to help with some paint of the apartment, to paint the panels in the corridor, kitchen, toilet, and veranda. We had small savings, and I went shopping to find material for a wedding dress. Zdenek and I were given invitations to the bridal salon, specialty store. There I bought a veil and shoes, but I decided to sew a dress in order. I have already picked up the material, white with printed pattern, silk mixed with chemical fiber. Together with my dressmaker, we picked up a style. The style was simple, according to the figure on the recesses, with a short sleeve, under the neck, and long to floor. Then they were not in fashion like they are now, lush long, sleeveless and with a neckline. Everything was more straightforward. Zdenek also bought shoes and something else for himself, but ordered the suit to be sewing at the studio. The preparations for the wedding were in full swing, and in my soul, doubt crept in whether I should marry Zdenek. Something began to fade from my former romantic love. With my mind, I understood that the car was already spinning, and it was difficult to stop all this. To some extent, I was involved in the divorce of Zdenek from his first wife, and therefore I could not inflict another blow to him, abandoning the wedding. But in my thoughts, I wanted something to happen, and my marriage did not take place. Alas, everything went as usual. Nothing extraordinary happened, and the wedding day was approaching inexorably. At the end of August, I had a trip to Moscow. It was necessary to buy something for the wedding, and since at that time there was a continuous shortage, everyone went to Moscow shopping. There was a direct train from us, a day and night, and you are already in Moscow. Tickets for a reserved Seat car were not expensive, the road was familiar to me, and the trip was pleasant. I stopped, as usual, with Mila and Boris. Alyona also lived in Moscow. She and her girlfriend worked at the Electrolamp factory for a limit, and they lived in a factory dormitory. Alyona turned into a beautiful young girl. Then, when I met her at the train station in Lvov several years ago, she was still a girl, a schoolgirl, and now a 19-year-old girl, very independent and with a harsh character. In Moscow, or rather in the suburbs, there was Toma. I have not seen her for a long time. Probably about 13 years. She either lived in Crimea with our mother, then left for her father in Magadan. Then she was next to Vitya in Blagoveshensk, and then again with mother in Ulmanovo. After the engagement did not take place, she fled to Alyona in Moscow, and now she worked as a babysitter in the family. I found out how to find her and went to this Valentinovka. I approached the cottage and thought whether we would recognize each other after a long separation. Toma knew that I came to Moscow and was going to go to her, so when I opened the gate and went along the path to the house, she realized that it was me. She saw me from the window of the room and rushed to meet me. I also saw the familiar features of my sister Toma in this blonde girl. We hugged and cried, so touching was this moment of meeting. I stayed for several hours with her, but it was getting dark, and I had to return to Moscow. I invited Toma to the wedding. She promised to come. A few days later, I should return to Lvov. Toma took leave from work and arrived in Moscow to accompany me the night before my leaving. Alyona came to Mila's apartment as well, and we all went for a walk around Moscow. After walking, all sisters returned to Mila and stayed together all night there. I remember how Toma and I could not sleep for a long time. We were talking about something. Mila and Boris already fell asleep. Elena was sleeping on the mattress on the floor next to our bed. Only I and Toma whispered, and it was wonderful that after all these years of separation, we were all four sisters together this night. Will there be similar moments in our life when we are all together like this, young, full of bright hopes and expectations? The next day, the girls took me to the station. When I returned from Moscow, I told my grandmother about a meeting with Toma, and my grandmother decided to invite her to live with us. She said, "Here you get married, and you will have your own family. I am left alone. Maybe Toma will be my support. Let her come and live with me. She must have matured and changed." I knew that my grandmother did not love Toma from childhood. There were probably reasons for that. Toma was Mom's favorite. She always knew how to sniff and always begged something for herself to the detriment of other children. Perhaps that is why my grandmother was not supportive of her. Over the years, people change, thought grandmother. Then she was a child, and now an adult. I was glad that my grandmother agreed to accept Toma. I wanted to have a sister nearby. Toma arrived in late September. We, as usual, had tenants, 4 guys. 2 weeks before the wedding, we moved them to Zenek's apartment. Zenek moved part of his furniture to us. We liberated that room where the tenants lived, washed, and rearranged the furniture there. My grandmother moved there and gave Zenek and me a corner room and a former kitchen. Finally came the day of our wedding. The house is full of people, everyone is scurrying, and I am putting on a wedding outfit. Aunt Olga offers me to paint my lips. Before that I had never painted them and tried to resist. I began to tint my eyes as a student, but I don't do for lips. Aunt Olga pins a brooch on my dress. The cars we ordered arrived to take us to the palace, and my girlfriends began to decorate them. Here I am already in the car, Zenek, in another. I vaguely remember the marriage ceremony. After the ceremony, we went to a photo studio to capture such an event on film for posterity. I remember how embarrassed I was when we stopped near a photo salon in the center of Lvov and passers-by began to look at me. I almost ran across this distance from the car to the photo salon. After a rounding city, we back to my house. My grandmother, guests, and neighbors met us with congratulation. The tables were set in the corner room. There were probably about 40 guests. It was fun, a lot of toasts and wishes and of course, screams, bitterly. Zenek and I were dancing a slow dance, and I felt myself good in his arms. All the doubts and fears that tormented me in the last months before the wedding forgot, and I whispered, "Is it real that now you are my husband?" And a wave of love has covered my whole being. And then there was the wedding night with which the next page of my life began. But this is another story.
Part 3. Chapter 1. First Steps of a Married Woman. 1.1. The Beginning. It happened. I became a woman. It was my first physical intimacy with a man. Physically, of course, I did not get complete pleasure, since I got married as a girl and there was mainly pain from a break in my virginity. Besides, the feeling of bashfulness that was very developed in me caused a certain amount of constraint. However, to my surprise and amazement, somewhere from the very depths of my soul, a wave of emotional delight began to build up in me. This wave entwined me from head to toe. With a feeling of love and gratitude, I began to kiss and hug my young husband, and in these moments, he was the only and desired in this world. It was a feeling of delightful unity of our souls together. The wedding night was amazing. At these moments, I felt proud satisfaction that I had retained my virginity for this night. After such an emotional storm, it was very difficult to fall asleep. We lay in each other's arms, and this closeness and warmth of our bodies gradually lulled us, and we quietly fell asleep. The first sun's rays woke us. They gently touched our eyes and said, "Wake up, sleepyhead. It is morning already, the first morning of your new life. Good morning, my dear little wife. Good morning, my dear husband." It was somehow unusual to hear this new word for myself. It was Sunday, there was still plenty of food, and around noon the guests reached out. The celebration of the second day of the wedding continued. True, it was not as solemn as yesterday. I was no longer in a wedding dress and veil, but we were still newlyweds, and our family, born yesterday, was still quite a baby. The first week passed like 1 minute. Zenek and I enjoyed the new sensations of our closeness and hardly noticed anything around. My love was so full that it seemed to fill the whole world. I wanted to hug and love everything that was around. All the light painted in bright colors. Probably from here, this saying was born: look at the world through pink glasses. But it was necessary to return to the real world gradually. I had to go to college on business and Zenek to plant. He took leave for the wedding, and he needed to clarify when to go to work. On the way back home, almost close to our street, I felt that someone caught me and held by the shoulders. I turned around and saw my husband, and at that moment, I realized that only he was allowed to do it now. Zenek and I allocated 2 rooms, a corner and a former kitchen. Grandmother went to live in a distant room. In that room, there was an entrance directly from the corridor, as well as from the corner room. Toma, my sister, came to live with us. Before, I had a conversation with my grandmother about Toma staying with us. Grandmother did not mind this, even as if she were glad about it. She said, "So you will marry, you will have other concerns, and Toma will be with me." Toma settled in the same room as our grandmother, but their peaceful coexistence did not last long. One evening a big scandal erupted between them, and grandmother drove Toma out of her room. I was confused. What to do? I knew the character of my grandmother. Getting along with her was not easy, and reconciling them with Toma was merely impossible. I was generally surprised at how my grandmother agreed that Toma would live with us. Moreover, she associated Toma with our mother, in whom Toma was the most beloved child. The mother and grandmother were irreconcilable enemies.
Then it occurred to me that Toma might ask to live with Aunt Marusha and Uncle Kolya, grandmother's nephew, to make sure that Aunt Marusha sheltered Toma at her place. I advised Toma to go to their house right now and cry that she had been kicked out. Of course, I didn't think that it was already late in the evening, and Toma might get lost in an unfamiliar city, that she should be accompanied. But alas, I did not have such a life experience as now. Also, it was as if I was and lived in some other dimension associated with such drastic changes in my life. Now I would have acted differently, but unfortunately, no one has the opportunity to turn the past. Toma, as she later told me, got lost and found Aunt Marusha's apartment with difficulty. When Toma, all in tears from the experienced fear, appeared on the doorstep of the apartment, Aunt Marusha, of course, took pity and sheltered her, and then fell in love with her like a daughter. Aunt Marusha never had her children, and, in my opinion, she was indifferent to the children in general. But here, despite her pathological greed, she began to buy new clothes for Toma. My grandmother and I lost Aunt Marusha's good disposition. She so rarely came to visit us. Uncle Kolya came more often. But after this incident, Uncle Kolya almost stopped visiting us as well. Toma soon got a job in a military unit as a civilian. There she met her future husband, Valery. He was a native of the Ulanovska region and underwent military service in Lvov. They got married in the spring of 1974. They don't invite us to the wedding. Later Toma explained that they had a party in Aunt Marusha's apartment, and she didn't want to see us. Of course, I was sore at not being invited, but now I understand that it was retribution for our actions. Valery remained in Lvov to serve for an extra year as an ensign. Toma, in the summer of that year, went to his parents in the Ulanovska region. I remember how we escorted her to the Lvov station, and as a souvenir, I took a picture of her on the steps of the train car. Valery became a frequent guest with us on Konevskaya. We adopted a new relative in the family. When he fell ill and was taken to the hospital, I visited him. I understood that he needed our warmth and care. He said that there was an option to stay in Lvov, but his relatives want him to return to his homeland, and Toma, in general, agitates him to leave for Siberia, closer to her father, Ivan Kuzmich, and Vitya, our brother. Valery did not know what to bow. Still, he chose the option to leave for his homeland and began to bother about transferring to service in the Ulanovska region. One day at the end of September of the same year, he ran to say goodbye to us and said that he was leaving in a couple of days. We wished him a pleasant journey and asked to convey a big hello to Toma. The next time we met with him and Toma only after many years, when my family and I were traveling from Krasnoyarsk to Ukraine. If they had stayed in Lvov that time, our families would have closer friendship, and maybe Toma and I felt as sisters at last. Toma and I were born in the same family, but did not rise together and met each other very rarely. Maybe now, could we build our relationship? But it has not happened. They decided to move from Lvov. 1.2. Next. A month after the wedding, I was finishing my postgraduate program, but to defend the dissertation, it was still a long way. It was necessary to process additional experimental data, complete the theoretical part, prepare an abstract, and I continued to work hard on this path. In the summer, even before graduating from the postgraduate program, I got a job in the Yermakov laboratory. This laboratory housed in the basement of the newly built building. The laboratory was engaged in instrumentation, soldered electronic circuit boards, assembled electrical circuits, and the like. These were new trends in the instrument-making industry, and I was very interested in doing this. It did not directly relate to the topic of my dissertation. Still, it might come in handy in the future if I continue my development, and there is a need to create a measuring device for determining the moisture content of wood during its drying in drying chambers. But alas, life dictated other situations. One day, at the beginning of January 1974, the head of the Department of Descriptive Geometry and Mechanical Drawing, Professor Korolevich, approached me and invited to work as an assistant in his faculty. I was surprised by Korolevich's proposal somewhat. First of all, that the head of the department would come to a graduate student himself. It was something unusual. As it turned out later, Korolevich wanted to determine his protégé for a part-time for this position at faculty. He went with this proposal to dean and chairman. But there they decided differently. They give an assistant position full-time, but they advised take me for this position. I had authority with the authorities and was in good standing. I was known as a student, then a postgraduate student. I grew up in this institute. I remember very well this moment when Korolevich came to our laboratory. I was involved in some work and did not see how he came up behind me and stood behind in anticipation until one of my coworkers told me about it. I got up, apologized, and listened to his suggestion. He said that I could start work right at the beginning of next week. At home, I talk about this proposal to my husband and grandmother, and we decided that I should accept this offer. Firstly, I aspired to teach. Secondly, I was pleased with the teacher's free work schedule, and thirdly, although working in Yermakov's laboratory was very interesting, I still felt that I did not have enough talent for this kind of work. A lot of things in electronics known on an intuitive level, but I did not have this ability. I used to think in specific categories, but here you can, for example, put one transistor of 1 power or 2, or you can draw the line in the other direction. In general, the next day, I went to Human Resources, and from the following Monday, I started working in a new place. 1.3. Work on Faculty of Descriptive Geometry. In January, students of the full-time and evening faculty had exams, and then the vacation until the beginning of February. In drawing and descriptive geometry faculty, all tests took place in December. In January, only correspondence students had a session. Studying took place at an accelerated pace. The fact that the rest of the students passed the same program in 3 to 4 months, the correspondence students should take that in a week. I was not scheduled to teach those students, but I was encouraged to come to the class of other teachers to understand the teaching methodology. Korolevich uploaded me to check the projects of correspondence students, and he gave me the most difficult ones. It was probably in revenge that they did not take his protégé. Or maybe he hoped that I would be wrong and he would have reason to go once again to the authorities. Korolevich had a bad habit of collecting all the gossip at the department, and then running to the authorities and complaining about his employees. His chief tolerated him because he was one of the oldest workers at the institute and a good specialist. But one only has to be surprised that he was such a fairly adult person that he could not understand the simple truth, that this did not characterize him from the best side, that this was all boring and would be asked him from the head of the department. And so it happened. At the end of 1975, he was not re-elected to the post of head of the department for a new 5-year term but was left as a professor consultant at the department. Thanks to my persistence, I nevertheless coped with the tests for correspondence students. I acquainted more closely with my new co-workers and even made friends with some. In the department worked mainly women and only 2 men, not counting the head of the department. Of course, everyone was amazed at how the head could give me, a novice teacher, such a difficult task. In the spring semester, I was scheduled for practical classes in several groups. I slowly become familiar with the curriculum. Also, I should continue to work on the dissertation. My professor and I plan to defend the dissertation at the Leningrad Forestry Academy. In Leningrad, there was a more liberal committee. The dissertation had to be sent in time before the end of this year. There was still a lot of work. It was necessary to retype all the material, to write all formulas in the theoretical part and the appendix, to write a few more articles and print a dissertation abstract. Still, I should make visual posters for the report. In general, still, a lot of work. Zdenek probably didn't really like my busy schedule, but we had to adapt life with each other. Zdenek raised sexual problems. It seemed he had temporary impotence, and of course, he was distracted by this. We just started our life together, we wanted to have a child, and this is the problem. I tried to calm him down, but this begins to bother him. He decided to see a doctor. The doctor wrote him a prescription for drugs that helped strengthen his potency and also told him that with his type of nervous system, he should never abuse alcohol, even glass of wine. After a visit to the doctor, our sexual life began to improve little by little. One day, it seemed to me that I was pregnant. It happened about 2 months after our wedding. But it turned out to be just a long delay. When I told my husband that it was only a delay, I saw how upset he was, and I realized that he, like me, really wants a child. But while getting pregnant did not work. Once in April, we were visiting our friends. We did drink a little wine there and returned home in a good mood. It happened that night. I got pregnant. Then, throughout my pregnancy, I worried whether this glass of drunken wine would harm our baby. Everything worked out, but it is better to avoid these experiences. In early spring, a tragedy occurred in the Zdzenek's family. Zdzenek's father was found to have a hernia and offered to undergo surgery. The operation was successful. We visited him several times in the hospital. He was recovering, and he was discharged home. He was still weak and had to observe bed rest. Spring came into its own. Earth cleared of snow and dried out. It has become warmer. The Zdzenek's family near the house had a large garden, which stretched for a whole block. The entire family worked in the garden that day, covered trees and shrubs, cleaned old foliage, and prepared a garden for new plantings. The granddaughter sat with her grandfather. She had to go away on business, and she asked whether to call someone, or he would prompt himself. Not, "You don't have to bother anyone. I'll just sleep a little, and you go. Senya, do what you need." Senya went, but before leaving, she nevertheless went up to her grandmother and said that she was leaving, and grandfather was sleeping. Everyone calmed down and continued to work. Then the eldest daughter, Levka, wanted to drink. She went into the house. The house was quiet. Something seemed to push her to look into her father's room. He lay quietly, but with his eyes open. She called him but not a sound in return. She came closer and saw that he was dead. With a cry, she ran out of the house. Father died. Everyone came running, called an ambulance. Doctors determined that there was a separation of a blood clot, which clogged the pulmonary artery, and there was an instant cardiac arrest. A blood clot probably occurred during surgery. In old age, this is a fairly common occurrence. This evening I had classes, which ended around 10 p.m. Zenek usually met me at the door, and we went home together. The Department of Descriptive Geometry located in the old building on Pushkinskaya Street, and from there to my house was no public transport. We had to go to Zalesnyk to a trolleybus stop or walk about 30 minutes another way. Usually, Zenek and I walking go through a small park. When I went out and did not see Zenek in the usual place, I was surprised because we agreed in the morning that he would meet me. I waited for a little, but he did not show up. I went to the trolleybus stop. People still walked on the streets, and I safely got home. Zenek was not at home, only one grandmother. Granny, you don't know where Zenek is. He did not come to meet me. Something must have happened. Yes, it happened. Zenek's father died today. His nephew came running after him. Together they left. What are you say? I exclaimed. How did it happen? He seemed to be getting better. They called an ambulance. Doctors said the blood clot has come off. What should I do? Go there to them. It's night outside. Let's wait until the morning. While we were talking, a door opened, and Zenek came. He was all kind of lost. It was the first death in his family. He rushed to tell us so that we would not worry. He would be there all night. I asked if my help was needed, but he said that it would be good if we arrived tomorrow. At heart, I was pleased that I did not need to spend the night in the house of the deceased. I was still at that age when I was afraid of death. The next morning, my grandmother and I went to them. Everything was ready for the funeral service. They invited the priest to the house. In those days of the Soviet regime, when atheists raised all of us, this was unusual for me. In Western Ukraine, the locals, as we called Western Ukrainians. Nevertheless, despite everything, faith in God was preserved. The tradition to celebrate religious holidays and go to church was preserved. The next day Zenek's father was buried in a small cemetery in Snilovo, a suburb of Lvov. It was the closest cemetery to them. It was located just on the other side of the runway of the Lvov civilian airport. When locals went to the cemetery to shorten the path, they often ran across this lane at their peril and risk. Of course, it was hazardous, but it was the shortest way. Many years later, this road was closed, and the cemetery could only be reached bypassing the airport. For Zenek and his family, this was a great grief, especially for their mother. She lived with her husband together for many years, gave birth, and raised 3 children. It was an ordinary average family, without significant conflicts and upheavals, unlike our family. But alas, this is the prose of life. The time comes, our loved ones die, and we must somehow put up with this inevitability. Time passes, the feeling of loss smoothed out, and life with its daily worries takes its toll. Our young family also started everyday life. I had to adapt to a lot of things, both with Zenek and my grandmother. Grandmother hardly perceived the changes. For many years, we were only 2, and then another person appeared in our family. I began to spend more time with him. My grandmother and I stopped talking at dusk. Grandmother always ran the household herself. While I was in school and college, we lived on the money we received from the tenants. For several years I received alimony and then a scholarship. We put all this money together. My grandmother was engaged in the purchase of food and cooking, paying for an apartment and services, buying the necessary, the most for me things. Grandma spent very little on herself. In those years, we lived quite modestly. I remember she bought herself a pair of cloaks for the winter. This is something between a pair of felt boots and soft boots, and galoshes, and slippers for the summer. I grew up and needed more expenses for clothes. When I went to work at a factory after graduation, it became a little easier for us financially. We still managed the expenses together. I gave all the money to my grandmother. When Zdenek and I got married, the question arose of how we would be doing the household. At first, everything remained the same. Zdenek gave me his salary, and I put all this into a common piggy bank. Grandmother still went to the grocery store and cooked food. She bought what she was used to and in the same quantities. There was not enough money, as expenses were added for another person. Clothes, shoes. In the army, Zdenek ruined his feet with boots, and almost every month, he had to buy new shoes. In general, quarrels began on this basis. Zdenek insisted that we should conduct housekeeping ourselves. Besides, we had to make a discount on grandmother's age. She was already 83 years old. It was already difficult for her to manage everything. But the feeling that she was always mistress was still quite strong for her. Grandma began to be offended. I was again between two fires, this time between husband and grandmother. Grandma wanted to have her money, and she again began to talk about tenants. I did not want to have strangers in the apartment at all, but my grandmother insisted on it more and more insistently. Granny, I talked with Zdenek. We will give you some amount of money, monthly, so that you have money for your expenses. For now, let's do without tenants. Grandma agreed. However, from her face, I realized that this did not suit her very much. She took the money that I brought her, quickly packed up and ran to the store. It seemed that there was nothing to buy from the food, but the grandmother had money, and she had to satisfy her sense of hostess. She returned from the store with a bag full of smoked fish, this utterly unnecessary purchase. Well, buy yourself 1 or 2 fish, but a whole bag. I don't know why, but it outraged me. There's not enough money anyway, but there's also wasted money. And I did what I still can't forgive myself. I angrily hit my grandmother on the cheek and screamed at her. Grandma, dear, there in heaven forgive me this act. I very regret about it. I was still young and stupid then. Now I wouldn't do that. Forgive my incontinence. How could you hit me? Grandma looked at me with surprise and reproach. I came to my senses. I felt ashamed of my act. I saw in front of me a tired older woman with whom I had lived so many years, who replaced both my father and mother, and I was able to raise my hand on her because of some kind of skimpy fish. With tears in my eyes and great remorse, I began to ask for forgiveness. Grandma forgives me, my incontinence. It will never happen again. I am very sorry that I did this. It might have been difficult for her to forgive that minute, but when she saw my tears of repentance, she hardly spoke out. I forgive you. But it probably took a week for the severity of this action to be dulled, and our relations with grandmother gradually improved. It is essential to draw the right conclusion from this event. You can never do anything in a hurry so that you do not bitterly repent of what you did. We usually dump all our negativity on our loved ones, since this is the easiest target of our dissatisfaction with life. But we should protect our relatives. Those close to us forgive us, but bitterness remains. 1.4 Trip to Crimea. In July, Zdenek and I were going to go to the Crimea, to Planarskoye. I have never been to this part of Crimea, and Zdenek too. A few years ago, while still working at a furniture factory, I went on a trip to the western part of Crimea. And I still have the best memories of this trip. From the stories, I knew that where we were going to go, there was a mountain range of volcanic origin, Kara Dag, and this is one of the most beautiful places in Crimea. Planarskoye, located near Feodosia, where there is a museum of Ivazovsky, the famous Russian artist of the moraine. Also, Alla lives and works in Planarskoye. I had not seen her since she, together with my mother and the whole family, left Lvov for the Crimea. That was in 1960. I heard that at first, she lived with my mother's family, and then when they sold everything and left for Dushanbe, Alla also went with them. And when they again returned to Crimea after Dushanbe for the second time and decided to go to Ulmanovo, Alla chose to stay in Crimea, went to Planarskoye, got a job, and got temporary housing. So she lived there for the rest of her life. I did not know her address, but I hope to find her from her work. Before leaving, I reluctantly agreed that my grandmother would take a young woman to the apartment. I thought that I would be calmer if my grandmother would not be left alone when we went on vacation. We settled this woman in our former kitchen. There was a sofa where she could sleep. We asked her to look after our grandmother and, if anything happened, send us a telegram to Planarskoye, on demand. I don't remember her name. Only one thing remained in my memory. She devoted all her free time to knitting. I asked her to teach me, but something didn't work out for me, and only much later, I can't remember how it happened, I still learned to knit and crochet and realized that this is a very fascinating and soothing nerves activity. Finally, the day came when we got on the train and ride towards the Crimea. In Junkoy, we had a transfer to a local train to Feodosia. It was a more convenient route than going to Simferopol, and then for long hours by bus to Planarskoye. From Feodosia to Planarskoye we reached by bus. They dropped us off at the bus station. Now I had to find Alla. Zdenek, with our luggage, left to wait for me at the station, and I went looking for Alla. I knew that she works at a sanatorium. The buildings of the sanatorium were not far from the bus station. I asked how to find the administration. They told me. I went into the room. At the table sat a plump middle-aged woman. It was hot in the room, and all the windows were open. I asked about Alla Lesnaya. The woman led me to the window and pointed to the woman, in an apron, who swept the paths in front of the building. "Here is Lesnaya," and leaning out of the window, she screamed. "Alla, someone, probably your relatives, are looking for you." I thanked the woman and went to Alla. Stepping closer, I immediately recognized her. She has not changed much. Only wrinkles may have increased more. Alla did not recognize me right away. Many years passed. I was afraid that, insulted by my grandmother, she would not want to talk to me, but she was more peaceful than I expected. I said that I recently got married and my husband and I came here for vacation. I don't have a free room now. Olga and her friend live there. But I will help you get settled. Wait for me here. I will ask my boss to let me go to help you. Is that Aunt Olga, mother's friend in Lvov? Yes, Alla answered me and went to ask for leave. She left, and I waited. The buildings of the sanatorium were surrounded by a park, mainly shrub plants. Birds sang on rare trees. The edge of the sea was visible, and this unique atmosphere of relaxation and tranquility so characteristic of all resort places was spread. Soon Alla returned, and we went to the bus station, where Zenek was waiting for me. I introduced him to Alla. We took the luggage and went after her. We crossed the road. It was the main route that connected Planarskoye with Feodosia and Simferopol, and went through a small park up the path closer to the hills that surrounded Planarskoye from the north. Finally, we came to a two-story house with a large veranda. The house was on a hill, and the porch was on the second floor, but the entrance to it was on the stairs directly from the yard. We found the mistress in the yard. She was washing something in a large bucket. Alla said that she wants to arrange a stay for her relatives. I do not have a free room, the woman said, looking up from the wash. There is only a double bed on the veranda behind the curtain. But don't know if this will suit you. We asked to show. The woman led us to the veranda. The bed and small bedside table were separated from the passage by a cloth curtain. It was the height of the season, and finding housing close to the sea was not very simple. Also, we were going to spend all the time on the beach, so, after thinking, we agreed. Alla went back to work, and we decided to change clothes, take everything necessary for the beach and go first to the dining room, and then to the sea. We found a canteen near the coast in a small street perpendicular to the beach. Tables stood on a large open veranda. It was nice to sit at the table, hear the sound of the sea, and inhale the air drunk with the smell of the sea. We liked the food, maybe because we were starving, or perhaps it was delicious here. Satisfying the hunger, we went to the beach. From the dining room along the street, we went down to the shore. Right in front of us was the panorama of the vast sea, blue off the coast and deep blue in the distance. The sea was calm, there were no waves, and only a small ripple ran across the surface. Where we stood, there was almost no beach, only a narrow strip of shore and large boulders in the water, on which lovers of exoticism sat. Alla told us that the best beach is near the sanatorium where she works. We went along the promenade to look for that beach. The embankment stretched for many meters along the coast, was asphalted and clean. We walked past the recreation center of creative workers. The beach of this recreation center was closed and allowed there only with passes. Then we reached the pier, where pleasure boats and small steamboats moored. On the street along the pier, there was a small improvised bazaar where you could buy fruits, vegetables, and wine. Crimea as a house of wine. Near the pier was our beach. We went down to the shore. The beach was strewn with small shell rock. From a distance, it looked like white sand. We planted our bedspread, took off our outerwear, and enjoyed a horizontal position, exposing our body to the bright Crimea sun. A little breeze was blowing from the sea, and it was very nice just to lie down and enjoy your vacation. But gradually, the sun began to bake, and we ran to plunge into the sea. The water was warm, though at first it seemed cold and you had to force yourself to jump. Then, when the body gets used to it, I do not want to go out from the water. There were a few people on the beach. Likely it was a time when vacationers leave for an afternoon rest. But for us, it was the first day, and we decided to stay at sea until the evening. Toward evening, when the afternoon heat was falling, it became cool, and we even threw a towel over our shoulders. By evening, the sea became calmer, and everything seemed to calm down in nature, preparing for a night's rest. Even the largest mountain range, Kara Dag, which surrounded Planarskoy from the western side and stretched along the sea, was quiet. The setting sun gilded the tops of the mountains, and a vast shadow descended on them. They probably nicknamed this mountain Kara Dag, which means Black Mountain in the local dialect. In general, Planarskoy is a unique place where the sea, mountains, and steppes are connected. On the way back home, we went to a large grocery store, which located in a 4-story building, the only high-rise building in Planarskoy. We bought food for the evening and went to our housing. The next morning, having slept well and having breakfast, we went straight to the beach. The beach was not crowded, the sea was calm, the water was clear and cool. We took places and went swimming. Later, the beach began to fill up. Pleasure boats began to moor to the pier, from which there were calls for a walk along the sea, and you could hear music. The sun gradually rose higher and hotter. After 12 afternoons, to stay at the beach was hot, and vacationers were leaving for lunch. We also decided to go to lunch in the same dining room as yesterday. By the time we got there was already a line. There was nowhere to hurry, and we began to wait. Having eaten, we decided to go to relax on our bed behind the curtain and wait out the heat. On the way, we went to the small market and bought some food, mainly fruits. There were peaches, melons, and others that we had never seen in Lvov. When the heat began to subside, after about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we again went to the beach. And in the evening we went to the cinema. There was little choice of evening entertainment here. Cinema, dancing on the resort's summer venue, a walk along the promenade, where paintings and products of local craftsmen were sold. There was a lot of jewelry which used the semi-precious stones of these places. Several times we went to concerts. But the main thing here, of course, was the sea and air. Gradually, our vacation began to turn into a routine. To somehow diversify this, we included some hiking and trips. We went on a pleasure boat to the open sea, where we threw breadcrumbs to seagulls, which were near the boat all the way. We went to the house museum of the writer Voloshin, went to Feodosia to the Ivazovsky Museum. The museum had the originals of his works. He lived and worked in this city. Many of his paintings were on the marine theme. I was especially impressed by the huge canvas depicting the troubled sea. One cloudy morning we decided to go to Kara Dag. We began to climb the mountain directly from the sea. The climb was pretty steep in places and had to climb. We reached about half the hill, the clouds scattered, and the hot sun came out. We continued to climb up. The sun was beating mercilessly, and I felt my heart beating in my temples. Fortunately, we finally reached the wooded part of the mountain. We still had to climb to the top, but I didn't have the strength, and we decided not to risk it. We went along the path among the trees. There was a shadow. The sun did not reach us much. We returned home the other way, through the forest. On the way, we came across abandoned huts covered with bushes and grass. Once in the Crimea, there were Tatar settlements. During the Second World War, on the orders of Stalin, in one night the entire Tatar population was taken out of the Crimea and sent to Siberia and Kazakhstan. Therefore, Their non-residential houses remained in some places as a reminder that people once lived here. After the war and in peacetime, Crimea began to be populated by visitors from different regions of the Soviet Union. Many former military people settled at Crimea. A relocation program was even created. In the early 1960s, my mother with family left through this program. Housing was difficult in Planarskoye. There was one high-rise building, small private houses, and small barracks. For those who worked in a sanatorium, like our Alla, they gave a place in a hostel. There they lived in the winter, and in the summer, Alla had her summer accommodation. Of course, it was difficult to call housing. It's like such a big tank, cut in half and laid on the ground. In my opinion, this structure was made of tin. Inside there was a bed and a small table. Next to this tank was a canopy where Alla had a kitchen. In the summer, Alla managed to rent this housing to vacationers to have additional income. But this happened only at the very peak of the season. There were a few vacationers who wished for such housing. There was almost no construction in Planarskoye, and it was practically impossible to get normal housing. Our vacation was drawing to the end. On the return way home, we decided to go from Simferopol. In Simferopol, you could catch a train that went direct without a change to Lvov. There was also a direct bus from Planarskoye to Simferopol. To get a bus we bought tickets in advance. One morning we devoted ourselves to standing in line at the bus station. The line was long. Closer to dinner, we received our tickets. Tickets on the train we purchased in Lvov before the trip to Crimea. That's all. Now the rest of the time we can relax peacefully. We were already full of the beach and decided to take a sea excursion. At the pier, there was a ticket office for a variety of trips. We decided to choose a trip to Yalta. The motor ship left in the morning, all day in Yalta, and late in the evening, we returned back to Planarskoye. We sailed to Yalta for several hours. There was little pitching. I read about seasickness, but I never thought that this could happen to me. Maybe these happened because I was pregnant, and the body became more sensitive. With difficulty, I withstood this road to Yalta, but there was also a return road. I remembered Yalta a bit from my first visit there. Almost nothing has changed in these few years. We visited Chekhov's house, walked around the city, sat in the park, found a dining room, and at the appointed time were on the pier. The return trip seemed more comfortable. I sat on an open deck, purged by sea air from all sides while we sailed. Already in the dark, we finally sailed to Planarskoye. People were still walking on the promenade, and the music was heard from the dance floor. During this time, we already used to this town. When we saw the lights from the sea, this city seemed so close and dear to us. The remaining days ran unnoticed. The day before, we packed our things in a suitcase, and the next early morning, we went to the bus stop. Here is our bus. Goodbye, Planarskoye. We were here very well. Way to the Simferopol took 5 hours by bus. Simferopol is the main gate of the Crimea. Simferopol is a large million-population city on the mainland of Crimea. There are a large railway station and airport. You can get from Simferopol to the coast by bus or trolleybus. To have a trolleybus in Crimea always touched me. However, the trolleybus line was laid only to Yalta. We are used to the fact that trolleybuses run only inside the city and in Crimea between cities. It was somehow unusual. Our train departed in the evening. We still had enough time to walk around Simferopol. We handed things over to the left luggage office and went lightly to the city center. The city was green. In the park, not far from the center, there were a beautiful fountain, straight wide streets. Some elusive charm, inherent in all southern cities, was floating in the air. It was time to return to the station. Then it announced that our train ready to land. Goodbye, Crimea. It is a pity that this time already goes in the past. But these days will forever remain with us in our memory. 1.5. Waiting for a baby and meeting with mom. After returning home, news awaited us. Instead of the woman who stayed with my grandmother before our departure, another girl lived with us. A previous woman had to leave the city urgently. I asked my grandmother what the urgency was, but she couldn't explain it to me intelligibly. I noticed that my grandmother was having trouble with her memory. The first bell rang a few years ago when one day she could not understand where she is, although she knew the city very well. But then everything got better, and I calmed down. But age began to affect. Our new tenant, her name was Anna, turned out to be the sister of a woman who lived across the street in the 3-story building. On the first floor, 3 families lived. The first family named the Chukrevs. Their father worked in a fire station and repaired shoes in his spare time. We always wore shoes for repairs to him. In another apartment, there lived a single woman with a school-age daughter, and in the third, Anna's sister's family. Anna's sister and her husband raised a 10-year-old daughter. Their apartment was tiny. Actually, it consisted of one room, in which there was a kitchen, a bedroom, and all other amenities. There was minimal space, and so Anna should find a place for rent. Anna's sister stood in the waiting line for the government apartment, but how soon it will be difficult to say. She and her husband were deaf, but their daughter was a normal child. Anna and their daughter learned the sign language and talked to them using it. Anna settled in our grandmother's room. She worked at the kinescope plant, where I began my career after graduated from high school. She was very neat and clean. True, she was a closed person. She, like our previous tenant, was fond of knitting. I learned to knit from her. First, I knitted a long scarf for myself, that were then in fashion, and a hat to it. I liked knitting, and I started doing this in my free time. Zenek and I decided to purchase furniture in our room. When he moved to our house, he brought his bed and wardrobe. Grandmother's old wardrobe and dresser with a marble slab, which was all cracked. We moved to her room. It seems that in our room, it was not enough furniture. That time the walls stand furniture was in fashion. It was in a row 3 cabinets, a bookcase, a sideboard for dishes, and a wardrobe for clothes. We did not have enough money to buy it, and I began to think about how to get the required amount. I thought of borrowing money. In my memory, I thought about Tamara, a girl who lived in our apartment before my wedding. After my wedding, Tamara found other rental housing. We still keep in touch with each other, and I knew her new address. I decided to go to her and ask to borrow money for the long term. For her interest, I suggested making registering in our apartment so that she could apply for entry into the cooperative apartment. At that time, cooperative construction began to develop. People entered into a cooperative, paid the initial contribution for an apartment, and then after receiving the apartment, paid a loan monthly. It was an alternative to government apartments. There were not enough state apartments, and people stood in the waiting line for housing for decades. I talked to my grandmother, and she agreed to register Tamara. Tamara agreed to this proposal, lent us money, and we bought furniture. We spent the whole weekend on assembling and putting everything in place. Immediately, the room acquired a modern look. I was pleased about this, because my grandmother and I had not had the opportunity to acquire all this before, and I wanted to keep up with fashion. It was already the 4th month of pregnancy. Purely physically, the pregnancy went well, did not feel sick, did not suffer from toxicities, and my figure was completely invisible to my pregnancy. I remember how Lyuba, Ulyana's sister, having met me once on the street, exclaimed in surprise that her sister didn't have a pregnant tummy bigger than mine in the 4th month. Lyuba married Slavik, the one with whom I once went to Oleg in Rivne, and they already had a daughter, Julia, who was born in November last year. Julia was already 9th month old. I came to visit Lyuba when she just came from the hospital. Julia was a copy of Slavik. He was blonde and had bulging eyes. As for a man, it will work, but for a girl. But Julia began to change, and by 9 months, this similarity somehow smoothed out, and the girl was beautiful. At 4.5 months, as my gynecologist said, I felt the fetus move. There was such a sensation as if inside a fish whisked. It was amazing and nice. Somehow after this, the abdomen began to grow, and I thought that I should already sew a special dress. I went to my dressmaker and asked her to help me choose a style. I remember well. It was a deep blue dress with a white collar, with long sleeves, a loose front fold with a reserve for the entire period of pregnancy. When I came to work in this dress, my employees immediately realized that I was in an interesting position. I had several practical classes on the schedule with students. It was a rule that 2 teachers taught per group. In one of the groups, my partner was a man. His character was very ambitious. As I understand it, he was aiming for the post of head of the department, and his last name was Svistin. But Korolevich, our head, still clung tightly to his chair. So Svistin immediately told me that he would be the leader in the group since I will go on maternity leave, and with offsets, at the end of the semester, he will have to manage himself. It bothered me a little, but I did not object to him. At the end of September, I had a birthday. I was no more and no less than 30 years old. My tummy became more and more noticeable, and we did not make any party. I remember it was before dinner. I was just digging the floors in the kitchen and the corridor. My grandmother was sitting in the room. Then the front door opened, and my mother appeared on the threshold. This was a big surprise. I had not seen her for many years, since then, when they all left for the Crimea. I invited her into the room, asked to wait until I finish the work. "Daughter, what are you on your birthday messing around in the mud with the floors?" These were her first words. It's useful for her to move. For future gives birth she needs physical activity. My grandmother got into a conversation. "Nothing, it's not difficult for me. Somehow it happened that I couldn't do the cleaning yesterday, so I'm working now." "Where is your husband? Why is he not doing this? It is your birthday." "He went to his relatives. He has some business there." "Nothing, she is young, and this is useful for her," the grandmother interrupted again in conversation. "Mother, something has answered to grandmother, and the battle has begun. At first, it's quiet, and then it's loud and louder." Everybody was already shouting. These 2 women could not coexist peacefully. I had already finished work, sat next to them, and tried to calm them down, but that was impossible. They could not stop. Not one of them wanted to give in. Grandmother began to drive Mom out of the apartment, but the mother objected that she had come to her daughter, and not to her. A calm conversation did not work out, and my mother asked me to meet tonight to talk. She stayed at Aunt Marusha's apartment. We agreed to meet in the city center. I escorted her to the gate. We said goodbye without much warmth. She was inflated with swearing with grandmother, and I just lost touch with her. Soon Zdenek came home. I told him about the sudden appearance of my mother and her offer to meet in the evening. Zdenek expressed a desire to go with me. He wanted to get acquainted with his mother-in-law, whom he saw only in photographs. And later in the evening, my sister Toma's husband came to congratulate me on my birthday. It was inconvenient to leave him alone, and we also took him to our meeting. Mom, when she saw me accompanied by two young men, was not very pleased. She wanted to talk to me in private. We decided to go all together to the cinema. I don't remember what we watched, and after the movie, we went to accompany my mother off to Dragomanov Street, to Aunt Marusha. On the way, she told me that she came at the request of Toma, that Toma needed some certificates from the house administration, where she was registered. Aunt Marusha was illiterate, and therefore my mother had to come to do this. She wanted to surprise me, come to my birthday, but my grandmother made a scandal. So talking, we went to the building and then went up to the third floor to Marusha's apartment. The guys stayed downstairs. We continued our conversation. Gradually, a normal conversation turned into a discussion with pretense. I have accumulated a lot of sick in my soul. At that time, I still remembered well the evil that my mother brought to me in the past. Involuntarily the accusation fell from my lips. I remember how you did wrong when you first came to Lvov with a new husband, broke our usual life, and then left without saying goodbye and moving strangers into our apartment. Have you done well? She, in turn, began to blame me. You broke the family and took the father from the child. I began to object to her that I had nothing to do with, that this family had broken up before me. In general, our conversation broke into a cry. Then the door of the neighbors opened. The woman, leaning out of the door, started shouting at us that we had made a noise in the evening. Aunt Marusha opened the door to the sound as well. Zdenek went up to the floor and took me. My mother went into the apartment, and Aunt Marusha closed the door. So without talking rightly, we parted with Mom again for a long time. I could not calm down for a long time. Valerie and Zdenek were impressed by the meeting with the mother-in-law. In my ears it still sounded her words. But you took a father from the child. We drove Valerie to the unit and got on a trolleybus to ride home. Zdenek tried to calm me down, but it was not easy, it took time. So it was my 30th birthday and another rare meeting with my mother. 1.6. Anna. In mid-November, I went on maternity leave. The law allowed 2 paid months of leave before childbirth and after childbirth. 2. Until the child age of 1 year retained a workplace, but without payment. It was a very interesting feeling of liberation. Once all the urgent business-related matters went away. Yesterday I had to prepare for classes, check the test papers, be afraid not to be in time for the class. And today everything is freedom from all this. Now I have to wait for the birth of a child and simple homework. But one concern remained. My dissertation was already ready. My lead professor and I have already decided that I will defend my thesis in Leningrad. Copies for reviewers were prepared. Both opponents were from the Leningrad Forestry Engineering Academy. My task is to bring these copies to Leningrad. It turned out that I could do this in mid-November when I began maternity leave. This fall, we have another sad event. I already told you that Anna lived in our apartment. Once, late in the evening, we already went to sleep. Anna came to our bedroom. It was unusual for her. Large tears flowed down her cheeks. He did not come. I waited for him for so long. I need to call him. Please, help. At first, we could not understand what it was about. Gradually, Anna told us that she fell in love with a man with whom she works together in a plant. She should meet him, but he did not show up. She cannot call him because she is afraid that his wife will pick up the phone. It turns out this man is married. She began to ask Zenek to go with her to the phone box and call him. She needs to talk to him. There was no telephone in our house. The phone was only near the grocery store on the corner of Lublinskaya and Okruzhna streets. 5 minutes walk from our house. We tried to dissuade her from this. She can transfer this conversation to tomorrow when she sees him at work. But she cried and asked that she needed to find out right now. We had to get out of bed, get dressed and go to the phone. Zenek called, asked the man to the phone, and then handed the phone to Anna. They spoke briefly, and that man promised to come now. He lived somewhere quite nearby. We were left to wait for him, and when Anna saw that he was coming, we left. Anna returned a little later. We were already in bed again. She went into our room and said thanks. We asked how the meeting went. She said that all is well. So, this ended the evening. The next day, when I returned home from work in the evening, I saw an interesting picture. Anna was sitting on grandmother's bed and was very cheerful. It was already strange. She never allowed herself to sit on someone else's bed. I stopped time, and Kogut will come now, she exclaimed excitedly when she saw me. Kogut, this is the man who she talked last night. Anna was somehow unnaturally excited. I immediately suspected that something was wrong with her. But the grandmother, looking at her, did not see anything unusual in her behavior and smiled at her gaiety. Zenek returned from work and, having heard the voices, entered the grandmother's room. Anna, seeing him, also began to shout about the stopped time and Kogut. When Zenek and I left the room, I shared with him my hunch that Anna was not all right. Zenek, I'm not quite sure, but it seems to me that she is losing her mind. Go to her and talk. Maybe I'm wrong. Zenek went to her. What they talked about, I don't know, but when he returned, he said that Anna had calmed down, had left grandmother's bed, and ready to go to sleep. It seems to me that you worry in vain. I thought that maybe my intuition let me down. I calmed down and returned to my usual business. Grandmother also went to bed, and I was doing the dishes in the kitchen. The door to my grandmother's room was ajar, and I heard how Anna started again to say something excitedly in the dark. I looked into the room. Anna, did you want to tell me something? Yes, I feel thirsty. Give me some water. I brought her a glass of water. She drank a little and started telling me about her family. She began to say to me such details that I again had a doubt crept in, that she was all right. She spoke and spoke without stopping. I thought I should call Zenek. Zenek listened to her. All of her current behavior is unusual. Ahead will be the night, and I'm just afraid to leave her in this state. It is necessary to call an ambulance. We cannot decide on our own. Let's call her sister and let her decide. Zenek ran to get Anna's sister. Her sister came. I wrote to her that it seems to me that something unusual is happening to Anna, and she is overly excited. Her sister began to speak with her in a sign language. Then she took a piece of paper and wrote that she did not see anything unusual in her sister's behavior. They finished talking, and the sister left. I again crept into doubt that maybe I'm wrong and in vain panic. We went to bed, but I could not sleep and continuously listened to the sounds from grandmother's room. After some time, Anna again began to shout something out loud. I woke up Zenek and said that I need to call an ambulance. He got dressed and went to the phone on the corner of the store. Asleep, he called the usual ambulance. When the doctors arrived, they looked at Anna and said that specialized psychiatric help should call. They made a call, and after some time, specialized help arrived. Although it was already a deep night, none of us slept. Anna was asked to get up and get dressed. Everyone was sitting in our former kitchen. The doctor began to ask Anna questions about where she came from and why. Anna said she came to Lvov to get married. Then she began to get confused in the answers. It turned out that Zenek was her husband. Doctors asked who Zenek is, and I said that he is my husband. The doctor slowly took me aside and said that Anna should be hospitalized. I could not object. Turning to Anna, the doctor asked her to pack up and go with them to the hospital to clarify something. Anna agreed but said that without Zenek, she would not go anywhere. The doctor asked Zenek to go with them. Zenek, well done. He understood the whole situation correctly and agreed. Already at the exit, the nurse told me that it was schizophrenia and added that he was very sorry. She was so young, and schizophrenia was practically not treated. They left. After this, I could no longer fall asleep and spent the rest of the night to wait for Zenek. Zenek returned almost in the morning. He said that while they were driving, and when they were sitting in the waiting room, Anna would not let go of his hand. And then, when she was taken to the ward, a tantrum happened to her. It was scary to see. We were very sorry about Anna. It's scary when you see how a well-known and previously adequate person loses her mind. It was the first time in my life. I thought how fragile this line between reality and madness is. The next morning I went to Anna's sister and wrote what happened that night and that Anna was put in a psychiatric hospital. Sister was overwhelmed by this message. The night before, when she was communicating with her sister, she could not even think that everything was so bad. Still, the deaf-mute, not hearing human speech, cannot understand all the shades, and sign speech is very poor in expressing all emotional feelings. To finish my story about this sad case, I want to run a little ahead. Anna stayed for more than 6 months in the hospital. I visited her several times. Already at my first visit in a few weeks, she came to her senses and quite consciously talked to me. She remembered almost everything about that night and laughed when she remembered that she called Zenek her husband. After discharge from the hospital, she lived for some time with her sister and then moved to rent an apartment to her old friends. In her appearance, everything seemed to be in order, but I saw her eyes, they never returned to their previous normal state. There was something elusive in her gaze, which said that not everything was in order with Anna. A year later, she again had a schizophrenia attack. and she stayed again in the hospital for several months. Then for a while, everything was fine. Anna's brother came, and they flew to Kherson, where her family lived. A schizophrenia attack happened again when she was returning back with her brother. "Go tell the pilot to fly quietly, otherwise, my head really hurts." She was taken to the hospital right at the airport. And when she left the hospital that time after treatment, she said, "Would it be so for the rest of her life?" One day, when her masters went to church, she, left alone, drank a glass of vinegar essence. The owners, returning from the church, called an ambulance. Anna burned everything inside. She screamed in pain and asked for something to make her feel better, but she did not want to live. She died that night. Early in the morning, I was going to work. Someone scratched the door. I thought maybe a cat. I discovered it was Anna's sister with a piece of paper in trembling hands. She handed it to me, and I read this terrible news that Anna died. It was like thunder from a clear sky. She could not explain all the details, so one day I went to the owners of the apartment where Anna lived and found out all the details. Anna was buried in her native Kherson. For a long time, I could not come to terms with this tragedy. I had a dream about Anna very often. And all these dreams were associated with her illnesses. Her sister and family still lived for some time in their former apartment, and then they got a new one and moved. I have lost all contact with them and do not know anything about their future fate. So life brings us together for some time with people, then our paths diverge, but all this does not go anywhere and remains in our memory. 1.7. A trip to Leningrad. Birth of a daughter. After Anna was admitted to the hospital, my grandmother lost her lodging and her money. And since she was used to having her own money, the question arose again about the tenants. Grandmother suggested we move to her room and give our corner room for a tenant. After a hard conversation, we agreed to swap rooms. Zenek and I moved to my grandmother's room, and my grandmother occupied a corner and a former kitchen. In the corner room, she settled 4 female tenants and set her bed in the previous kitchen. She became the owner again with her money, and strangers appeared in our apartment. In mid-November, I decided to go to Leningrad and take my dissertation for review. Time was running out. There was nowhere to put off. Before that, I wrote to Galina Timofeyevna Tikhomarova, a professor from the Leningrad Academy, and she kindly agreed to be my reviewer. Our neighbor, Anna Frolovna, from the opposite house, gave me the address of her sister, who lived in Pavlovsk, a suburb of Leningrad. So I could stay with her. Now I am again in Leningrad, and again in the winter. It is how many years have passed? More than 5 years. Then, I was a young girl, came to this city to meet with Oleg, ran to him on a date at the Hermitage, and froze at the thought that he would not come. I was full of love for him. I wanted to be with him all my life, but alas, this did not become a reality. Now I was married to another man and was expecting a baby. Oleg was no longer in this city. He finished his studies and left. I found Anna Frolovna's sister, handed her a small parcel from Lvov and asked to shelter me for a couple of days. Then I went to Galina Timofeyevna, my reviewer, having agreed on a meeting previously. She lived near the center in a 4-story building on the 2nd floor. It's good that only on the 2nd, since in my situation it was becoming more and more difficult to overcome floors. Galina Timofeyevna turned out to be a very pleasant and hospitable person. She sat me down at the table and gave me tea. Tea was just in time. It was pretty cold outside, and while I was getting to her, I froze a little. I handed her a copy of my dissertation, which I brought with me. She opened and skimmed through the pages. She said that she needs to read this problem carefully, and then she will send me a review by mail. The issue with the second reviewer was also resolved. I also need to meet with him while I am in Leningrad. I asked Galina Timofeyevna, if possible, to help me make this appointment for tomorrow. Galina Timofeyevna picked up the phone and called. Andrei Yurievich, a female applicant from LVOV, came here. Remember, you were appointed a reviewer for her dissertation. She will defend the dissertation in our committee. She brought a copy for review and would like to meet with you tomorrow. How is it with you over time? Andrei Yurievich answered something. Eleanor Ivanovna, she turned to me. Are you happy with 1 o'clock tomorrow? Yes, of course, I answered hastily. Yes, this time suits us, Galina Timofeyevna continued on the telephone. So then tomorrow at 1 o'clock in your office, we will come. Okay, we agreed to a meeting. Let me write to you about the address and route, how to find our academy and his department. Galina Timofeyevna took a piece of paper, wrote the address on it, and drew the route to get there. She asked where I was staying, said that I was careful. It was snowing outside and could be slippery. Then she escorted me to the door and said that I would not be late tomorrow. The next day, I met with my second reviewer. Galina Timofeyevna was at the meeting. Andrei Yurievich and Galina Timofeyevna asked me to outline the essence of my work briefly. They asked when I planned to defend the dissertation. I said that probably not earlier than next fall due to family circumstances. They knowingly nodded their heads. They promised not to delay reviews. If they have questions, they will call or send in writing. For communication, I gave my professor a work phone number and my home address. They said goodbye warmly, especially with Galina Timofeyevna. All business in Leningrad completed. On the way back I stopped at the station and purchased a ticket to LVOV for the next day. November passed unnoticed, and December was already drawing to the end. Delivery expected in January. Zenek and I wanted a boy and came up with names for the boy, but there was no final decision. At that time, we did not have a computer diagnostics, and it was impossible to establish the gender of the baby before childbirth. The endowment for the child did not buy in advance. It was a bad sign. Gives birth a woman stayed in the hospital with a child for at least a week. Relatives during this time managed to buy all the necessities. Almost every evening, after Zenek returned from work, he and I went for a walk. There was a lot of snow. It was freezing in the evening. It was slippery, and I afraid to fall, which is very dangerous in my position, so I held tight to his hand. I felt awkward. Even the boots could not fasten on my own. There were tearfulness and a feeling of insecurity. The process of bearing a new organism is a complex process that requires high endurance and patience. Probably this is a reason why God entrusted it to a woman. At the New Year's Eve, Zenek wanted us to go to his relatives, but for me, it was already complicated, and I refused. By his appearance, I realized that he was somewhat disappointed, and I suggested that he go alone. Of course, he declined, and on the evening of the 31st, he simply went to his relatives to congratulate them on the upcoming holiday and immediately returned home. This new year, we met very modestly. The last days went. Doctors determined that birth should be no later than the middle of the month. I felt normal, and so far, there were no signs that here it is. True, I could no longer afford long walks, like the first time on maternity leave. Even a short distance to the nearest store seemed an impossible distance. On January 14th, as if unexpectedly, I felt some changes in my condition. An intermittent stretching pain appeared in the lower abdomen, and I realized that this probably begun. All this was still bearable, and I did not panic. I began to wait for Zdenek from work. When he arrived, I said that I should probably go to the hospital. We packed up and went to the trolleybus stop. To the maternity hospital, which belonged to our area, it was necessary to ride 5 to 6 stops, and then walk a little. The trolleybus was full of people, and there were absolutely no empty seats. I was in a winter coat, and my abdomen was not huge, so no one thought that I was pregnant, probably just fat, and did not give me a seat. Zdenek was probably uncomfortable asking someone to provide me with a place. So all way in a trolleybus, I stand on my feet. It is good that there was no crowd, and no one crushed me. We came to the hospital. It was already late evening, and the doors were closed, but there was a doorbell button on the door. We pushed. The door was opened to us. I explained the nature of the pain and added, "It may be too early for me to give birth and may return home." But the doctor who took off us said that although the contractions are not so intense, I do not need to return home. The first birth can be long and can last even for a day, but for safety, I need to stay in the hospital. I was taken to the treatment room and started to be prepared to put in the prenatal ward. Zdenek was still in the emergency room, filling in some papers. They dressed me in hospital clothes and led me upstairs to the ward. I was uncomfortable in new clothes, which almost did not cover anything. I bashfully held it with my hands, and therefore, when I passed Zdenek, I casually said goodbye to him with a nod of my head and tried to sneak up the stairs quickly. The obstetric department was on the second floor. There were several women in the prenatal ward. Women talked about something, and time to time began to moan when their contractions started. I tried to lie down, but lying down during the contractions was impossible. I felt the contractions begin to become more frequent. Then I got up, went out into the corridor, and began to walk back and forth. I was called to the examination room, and the male gynecologist began to check how many fingers my cervix opened. It was only 2 fingers away, which means that I'm not yet ready for childbirth. It was done so rudely that I cried out in pain. For this man, I was just a conveyor at his work. They gave me an injection to speed up the process of opening and told me to continue walking, as the fetus will help this process with its pressure. Suddenly in the prenatal ward, the movement began. One of the women started bleeding. She was quickly taken to the birth hall. All this was nearby, and all sounds from there were audible. At first, she moaned, then she started screaming, and then the scream turned into a growl. It was scary to hear. Doctors ran from other floors. From their conversations, we realized that this woman could not give birth on her own. She must have a cesarean section. After some time, everything calmed down. Someone said that the child and mother were saved. I kept walking and walking along the corridor. I walked on my feet from 11 p.m. and did not notice how morning came. It was a little over 5 in the morning. I was called again to the examination room. I was checked the size of the opening of the cervix. The size was already sufficient for the passage of the child. The man who checked me before was not in the examining room. His duty probably ended. They told me that I ready to give birth and took me to the delivery room. There they put me on a special bed and made an injection, which causes labor. They gave an injection and left without explaining how this injection will affect me. There was nobody in the room except the woman who had a difficult birth. She lay in the far corner in this room on the bed. Something strange began to happen to me. It became unbearably hot, and convulsions ran through my body. I was scared. I started screaming and calling for help. A female doctor came and pinched me with anger, trying to squeeze my screaming mouth with her hand. "Why are you shouting, so and so? I have here a woman who had a difficult birth, and you bother her with your cry." I was scared of the incomprehensible thing that was happening to me, and you all left me alone. I began to make excuses. Then, midwives appeared next to the doctor. They were more polite and friendly and began to reassure me that everything was as it should be. The labor became stronger. They told me how to breathe and push. The child walked along the birth canal. At some point I felt my pubic bones move apart. The child's head came out. There was a slight pain, and then, as if something had flopped and the child was in the hands of a midwife. The abdomen immediately slept. Then a baby seat came out, and the birth ended. I asked who was born. It was the baby girl. "Girl," I said, somewhat disappointed. I wanted a boy. I wanted to raise a man. Why I do not hear her scream? I asked my second question. Wait, now she screams. She was wrapped in an umbilical cord. Now we will free her. Indeed, after a moment, I heard the cry of my newborn child, who was announcing her arrival in this world. Then they showed me her already wrapped in a diaper. She looked at this world with her cunning gaze, in which one eye was closed, and a tiny finger she put in her mouth and sucked. I was scared why she had one eye closed. Is everything okay with her eyes? I was reassured, said that the eye was closed with pleasure. The girl was taken to a special box where the newborn babies were. My daughter was born at 5 minutes to 6 in the morning, January 15, 1975. I still remained to lie in the room when another woman was placed next to me. I saw her before in the prenatal ward. She began to give birth, and from the outside, I could observe the process of having a baby. At first, the head appeared, and gradually the body comes out, and the baby was born. Honestly, this is a fascinating sight to see how a new person is born. It is probably one of the most powerful emotions that can be on this earth. And although I also just participated in the birth, I did not see this process from the side. Also, there was pain and fear of incomprehensible expectations in my process. I was glad that I was able to see it from the side. A few minutes later, that evil doctor came and began to sew my tears. She worked very rudely, and I had to grip my teeth with its pain. This thread, which she used to sew, had to dissolve itself over time, but she knotted so knottily and rough that it not disappear but also had to be cut off later since they rubbed my mucous membrane and inflammation started. When the whole process was completed, I was taken to the ward and laid on the bed. Now it was possible to sleep after such labors and experienced unrest. My daughter is sleeping too, and I need to gain strength to help her begin life in this world. Chapter 2. Daughter. Two point one. The first days of a newborn daughter. My daughter and I stayed in the hospital for a week. That time in the Soviet Union, mother and the newborn baby was kept in hospital until the umbilical cord dries up. Doctors were afraid of infection. There were 6 beds in my room, and everyone was busy. For 2 women, it was already the second birth for the rest, the first child. The next day, a pediatrician came. She told each woman about the condition of the newborns. It was supposed to be so. She said to me about my daughter. She said that the child is healthy. There is some jaundice on the skin because my rhesus factor does not coincide with my daughter. I have a positive and she negative. It's not scary. Jaundice will pass soon. Clubfoot is observed, and at 6 months, the child will need to be shown to the specialist. Clubfoot alarmed me, and in a note to my husband, I wrote that the child had something with a leg. Let him be worried too, I thought. Zenek said this to his family. They sounded the alarm. Girl and something with legs. Slava, Zenek's sister, found a familiar nurse in this hospital and asked for more information. The nurse reassured them and, coming to my room, scolded me that I had raised a panic. The girl is okay with her legs. Then it turned out that there was no clubfoot. The doctor made the wrong diagnosis. Each of the women had some small problems with the newborn, but one of the children was born with major disorders of the nervous system. The pediatrician said that her boy would need to be registered with a neurologist. It, of course, was horrible news. This woman already had a daughter, about 10 years old, and a boy was the second child. Before, she did not have similar problems with her daughter. The woman began to blame herself. Her family got a new apartment, and she put it in order on maternity leave, painted floors, walls, and more. Perhaps this affected the health of the child. I do not know what happened to the future fate of this boy and his mother. After some time, she was transferred to another floor, where mothers and children were with some kind of pathology. I would like to think that the child grew up normally. It's just that mothers need to be very careful when carrying a child so that they don't repent for the rest of their lives. I was slowly recovering from childbirth. The only thing that hurt me was the nodes that the doctor had imposed on me. I complained to the nurse who served our ward. She looked and said that these nodes would not resolve and should be cut off, but after that, I should be careful and not make any sudden movements for some time. At a certain time, there were brought our children to feed. It was exciting. My daughter looked at me with big brown eyes and was so yellow as if she had just come from the seacoast with a good tan. I wanted to see what clubfoot the doctor was talking about, but I afraid to unswaddle her and worried that the nurse would swear. That time the children were swaddled in swaddling clothes, not like now, when everyone dressed in sliders with diapers. My roommate said, "Don't be afraid. Turn around, and then wrap it again carefully." I did so. It was necessary to see these legs, 2 sticks on which feet are planted. And how could a doctor determine clubfoot? I was surprised. The week to stay in hospital was gradually drawing to the end. They fed us, helped recover from childbirth, took care of our babies, but very soon, all these worries will fall on my shoulders. It kind of scared me a little. Once I said this to my neighbors in the room. Now, while we are in the hospital, the medical staff took care of our children. But these days will pass, we will be discharged, and I have no idea what I will do with my daughter, I exclaimed. Don't worry, one of the women, who already had a second child, told me, "Day after day, you will learn how to take care and raise a baby, and you won't notice how your baby grows up, gets on its feet, and goes through life. My first daughter is already almost 10 years old. Time ran fast." How right she was. The day of discharge came. Zenek brought a dowry for our daughter and clothes for me. My dress, which I wore in the last months of pregnancy, was somewhat large, and the coat that I sewed before delivery was a bit tight in the shoulders. I became wider. When the nurse brought our daughter, all in a pink robe, I did not even recognize her. She was charming. It was January and cold outside. Zenek went to catch a taxi, and we were waiting for him indoors. Zenek's relatives expected us at home. The next day, another life began for me. I have had a new obligation to take care of a baby. Zenek went to work. My grandmother was no longer my great assistant. The washing and ironing of the baby linen began. Nightly bathing with herbs, hourly feeding, and lack of sleep. My time was utterly subordinate to the life of the baby. A children's doctor and an attached nurse came to check the baby. The baby was weighed and was determined whether the development was proceeding correctly. It turned out that I did not have enough milk, and the baby needed to be fed more. We should buy special mixtures. Next, some scabs appeared on the baby head, which I tried to comb. At the age of 3 months, her first tooth erupted. The doctor said that it was very early, but we would not put it back and laugh at the same time. I did not mention the most important thing. We called our daughter Dasha. It was the idea of my husband. I did not argue. The name is good, and I also liked it. One of the weekdays, Zenek had a day off, and I asked let me go on business to the city. I told him what to do and how to handle the child. I probably was absent 4 or 5 hours. It was nice to enjoy freedom again. But of course, I remembered that I had a small child. When I returned home, I saw Zenek, freaked out by the fact that he had to carry our Dasha in his arms almost the whole day. Bare legs protruded from the baby linen, and, in general, she was clothed swash. "Where did you go for so long?" Immediately he attacked me. I almost lost my mind. Just put her in bed as she screamed. She slept all day in my arms. Now you know what a small child is. And then it will grow, and you will not know what it is. Day passed after day. My daughter was growing up. The big event was when she somehow sat in a stroller at 6 months old, and then a little later, probably about 9 months old, she got up in bed. We bought her a playpen and moved her for daytime from the crib to the playpen. It was easier for me because I could safely leave her in the playpen and go to do something in the kitchen. I cooked her special baby food, mashed soups, vegetable purees, and crushed meat. Buttermilk, curds, and other dairy products we received in the children's dairy kitchen. In stores, then, baby food was not yet sold in a large assortment, and therefore we had to cook a lot ourselves. We moved from the baby linen to the sliders, but there were no diapers at that time. We had to put gauze diapers on and have a lot of sliders. It is good that it was already summer, and everything could be dried outside. In September, I decided to return to work. Dasha was already 7.5 months old, and I could, for some time, leave her with my grandmother until Zenek came home from work, especially since tenants lived on the grandmother's half and could secure it. I missed work, and the money was not superfluous, just Zenek's salary. I returned to the department, and I was surprised by the changes. Korolevich was not elected as head of the department for the next term but was left at the department as a professor consultant, and Kachenko, who came from some research center, was appointed as a new head. Also, the department moved to a new 6-story building, in which finishing work was already underway when I went on maternity leave. At the department, I agreed to schedule me afternoon hours and more term papers by external students to check, so that I could combine work and caring for my daughter. Everything somehow settled down, but unfortunately, small children are ill. Then it was difficult to combine work, home, and caring for a sick child. Sometimes it was so hard that tears poured out of my eyes as I bent over a pile of dirty dishes in the kitchen, affected fatigue and incredible emotional stress. But it was necessary to do all this. I wiped away my tears and returned to my daily affairs. I began to notice that Zenek started to return home drunk. He assured me that this was all my speculation, but I saw his eyes. His eyes gave out. It is difficult to describe in words, but as if something was rotten in them, that light and brilliance that was in its normal state were lost. Grandmother also contributed. One evening, I already put Dasha to bed. Zenek was not at home yet. My grandmother runs in room and says, "What are we going to do with your husband? Why is he still not at home? He's probably hanging around with another woman?" "Grandma, calm down. Why do you have to worry? It is our business with him. We will figure it out for ourselves. Don't shout. Otherwise, we'll wake Dasha, and I also want to relax. I'm exhausted," I said and pushed my grandmother out the door. My grandmother tried several times to get into our relationship, but I let her know that we are adults and can solve our problems ourselves. Grandma could not get used to the fact that I was no longer the girl who grew up near her, whom she always directed, and which always obeyed her. There were other scary moments. Once I was lying on our big bed, and Dasha was fiddling next to her toys. At that time, she was already a little over a year old, and she had already begun to walk. The bed was in the middle of the room, head to the window, and feet to the door. The foot rim was short. I still can't understand how this happened. Dasha straightened something on the bed, either a coverlet, or her blanket, and backed back to the side. And suddenly I heard a loud slap. Dasha from the height of the bed toppled over and hit the floor. The floor was parquet, solid. I jumped to her, and she was lying. Her eyes were open and did not move. A terrible thought flashed through my head. My daughter crashed and broke her spine, and I yelled in a wild voice. In the next room, this time lived tenants. Later they told me that when they heard this scream, the first time they were frightened and afraid to enter my room. When they nevertheless ran to a shout, one of them lifted Dasha, and the other began to reassure me that the Dasha was safe, that everything was working, her arms and legs. She was just frightened of the fall and my scream. Dasha was taken to grandmother's place. They just knew from somewhere that, in this case, the child should not be allowed to fall asleep. They started playing with her. I calmed down with difficulty, not believing my happiness that my daughter had not crippled. It was a good lesson for me. I never after that allowed Dasha to play on the bed, only on the floor or in the playpen. Before my daughter was born, I took my dissertation to Leningrad for review. Reviews were received positively. True, one of the reviewers had questions on graphs that describe one of the stages of the process. I began to panic that the work that I spent so much time would not be allowed to defend. But my professor, having looked at this remark, reassured me and said that this was a completely frivolous remark. Together with him, we justified the values given in the graph and sent this explanation to my reviewer. The reviewer was satisfied with the answer, and he wrote me positive feedback. I was scheduled for defense on November 13, 1975. By this time, I had already prepared posters and all the necessary materials for defense. I bought a train ticket and was ready for the trip. I remember this scene very well. I put my travel bag in the middle of the room. My little daughter, who already learned how to stand and walk, hold of handles of this bag. I give my grandmother and Zenek instructions on how to feed and what to cook for Dasha. Hug, kiss my little daughter. We have never parted since her birth, but now I am leaving for a few days. 2.2. Defense the dissertation. The train to Leningrad takes a day and night and a half. All the way, I thought about the upcoming defense, and of course, I was anxious. It will be more complicated than defending a graduation project. All the more, defending a diploma was within the walls of my native institute, where everyone knew me, but in Leningrad, all strangers. I was placed in a dormitory for graduate students. I was alone in the room, and that's good. I could make my speech out loud for training purposes. The defense was the next day in the afternoon. In the morning, I met with Galina Timofeyevna. She was very well disposed towards me, encouraged, looked at my report, and corrected something. Then I asked to help me with a banquet after the defense. She brought me to her department and asked the secretary to help me order a restaurant. The time of defense was inevitably approaching. The arrows of the clock moved to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The secretary of the committee approached me and asked me to go into the hall to put up posters and get ready. Gradually, the members of the commission began to fill the room, mainly older adults. The presiding judge announced that a dissertation on the topic was submitted to the defense committee. Then he called me who I am and where I came from, called my professor and reviewers, and invited me to start my defense. I went to the podium, looked into the hall, and I was scared as never before. Before me sat pundits. But then I saw a sympathetic smile of Galina Timofeyevna. I calmed down. The defense was successful. I clearly stated the essence of the problem, answered almost all the questions, and during the voting, I received only a few black balls. That is, with the majority of votes, my dissertation was accepted. The next stage is that all materials for the defense of the dissertation are sent to Moscow, to the High State Committee. The committee considers all this, and for about half a year, a scientific degree is awarded, in my case, a candidate of technical sciences. My happiness knew no bounds. All my efforts were not in vain. I finished my work with luck. Now I can easily breathe. A tremendous burden fell from my soul. At the party in my honor, everyone congratulated me on the successful defense, and Galina Timofeyevna also added that I took place today not only as a scientist but also as the mother of a 9-month-old child. She showed everyone the photograph of my daughter that I had with me. A day later, after completing all the formalities for processing papers, I left. I said goodbye to Galina Timofeyevna. Galina Timofeyevna promised to keep in touch with me. She congratulated me first when she found out about my degree. I am writing this story and thinking about how many good people took part in my life. Galina Timofeyevna, I do not know if she is still alive, Maybe very old, because 40 years have passed since that momentous day in my life, and she was already a professor, and therefore a certain age. I very much appreciated all these people. 2.3. Trip to Yaremchi. The road home was much more relaxed. I was lying on a shelf in the carriage. The wheels at the junctions were measuredly tapping. My soul was calm. The only thing that bothered me was how my husband and grandmother cope with Dasha. A woman with a small child was riding next to a neighboring shelf, and I thought that I also have a small daughter. And this is very good. You get tired of all your worries, from a pile of dirty dishes, a pile of laundry, and it seems that this burden will crush you. Take the baby in your arms, squeeze it to you, kiss her tender neck, and all the fatigue disappears, and from somewhere new forces appear. Probably this energy of love is given to you through a child. Everything was in order at home. Dasha was fed with sweet buckwheat porridge with the addition of crushed meat. She ate it very well. My grandmother told me to my surprise how to give meat with sweet porridge. In general, they all mixed up in feeding, but the main thing is that everyone is alive and healthy. The husband and grandmother were happy that I had already returned, successfully defended my dissertation, and they can return to their normal life. My colleagues also congratulated me on the successful defense. I went to my leader, Professor Pincheski, and reported to him that I had already defended my dissertation. He knew about my defense and even wanted to be in Leningrad, but he had planned business trips to undergraduate students, who at that time were in undergraduate practice. At the faculty, routine work awaited me. Student tests began. Correspondence students came to the test session. There was a lot of work. I was torn between work and home. In the second semester, when Dasha was already a year and 2 months old, we decided to send her to daycare. That time you could choose daycare only from parents' work because the company gives some money to support daycare. At my work, we do not have one. There was daycare at the plant where Zenek worked, but it was necessary to ride a trolleybus for several stops. However, not far from our house was daycare of the Kinescope plant. I went to the Kinescope plant management and found out that exchange possible. The exchange turned out, and one good day we brought Dasha to the daycare in the youngest group. The first time for part of the day, so that she would get used to it, and then for the full day. To our surprise, our daughter adapted well to the new team, and we had no problems walking in. In the summer, we decided that I would go with Dasha in Yaremchi. I remembered Yaremchi from the time when I once, a few years ago, traveled to this place with a group. Yaremchi is a small alpine town located in the Carpathian region. I remembered that trip very well. There was a beautiful waterfall and the Prut River, so to speak a local attraction for tourism. It was warm sunny weather, and we decided to sunbathe. We put swimsuits and basked in the sun. There I met a young man. He was also from Lvov. Not far from the river on the hillock, there was a small market where residents brought out souvenirs and various fakes made of wood, for which the Carpathian craftsmen were famous for sell. My new acquaintance suggested going to see these crafts. I was in a swimsuit and went, not thinking that this is not a resort place, and my appearance can cause an adverse reaction. We began to walk between the rows and examine, ask the price. Then I felt the slanting glances and the hissing of noble matrons in my direction. Look what a shame, half-naked walks here. I felt humiliated and quickly, Almost at a run, I started down the return trip. My companion barely kept up with me. "Well, why have you reacted to that?" these people say. "Do not pay attention to it. You have a wonderful figure, and may they envy you." In the evening, when we were going back, this young man accompanied me to the bus. He hinted that he also has to go to the city, and he does not get on the regular bus. Maybe I will ask our escort to take him on our bus. Somehow I was ashamed to ask, and I remember how my new acquaintance stood for a long time and looked with regret after our departing bus. So this our fleeting meeting ended, but an amazing thing, I remember this day, and still in my soul, there is this feeling of regret that I did not help this person. I thought that fresh mountain air would be good for my daughter and the place is very beautiful. But I thoroughly did not know about the difficulties that could lie in wait for me on such a trip with a small child. We went by train. Zenek put us in a carriage, and in the morning, we were at the station in Yaremchi. I had an extramural student who lived in this town. He met us at the station and escorted to his relative's house, where he agreed that we would stay. They settled Dasha and me in a separate room. I left our luggage, took Dasha, and we went to the center of town. We found a cafe and went to eat, but it turned out that there was nothing to feed a small child. It was already the first problem. The hostess allocated some dishes. There was also no abundance of products. It turned out that there were no fruits for which I expected, and in addition to everything, it started raining in the afternoon, and it got colder. Rains here are frequent guests. I suffered another day and decided that for my daughter and me, the best way out would be to return home. I asked the hostess to call my student. He came, and I asked him to help me to get the station. At first, he tried to persuade me not to rush to leave, but I had already decided, and that very evening we went back to Lvov. The train arrived in the early morning. You got the house by taxi. Zenek was still in bed and enjoyed the fact that there was neither a wife nor a daughter. He even allowed himself to smoke while lying in bed, which at another time he was not allowed. The unexpectedness of our appearance dumbfounded him. I explained why we returned. I think that with such a small child, it is better to relax at home. 2.4. Transfer to work in another department. Trip to Cherkasy. In the summer, I received confirmation that I was awarded the scientific degree of Candidate of Technical Sciences. It was a pleasant moral satisfaction, and besides, I received monetary compensation from the day I defended my dissertation in Leningrad, which was almost 7 months. For us, it was a lot of money. Zenek immediately ached that he needed new shoes. He only had enough shoes for a couple of months. He had problems with his feet, which he earned in the army in boots, and even the highest quality shoes became unusable very quickly. I wanted to spend this money on something more important, for example, buy a washing machine, a vacuum cleaner, and a new refrigerator. After some negotiations, we came to a compromise. We bought Zenek shoes, something from clothes, and in installments household appliances. I was pleased with the new acquisitions. The washing machine and vacuum cleaner have become my good helpers. We gave the old refrigerator to the grandmother and installed a new one for ourselves. Our life has improved. With the beginning of the school year, I moved to work at another department, the Department of Lumber Technology, which was led by Nozovsky Theodosi Andreevich. It so happened, because on the faculty, where I worked, with a new head came new people and orders changed. I involved in some sort of showdown between the co-workers and took the opposite side of the one who was favorites of our new head. He could not fire me but frankly hinted that it would be better for me to look for work in the technological department in the specialty of my dissertation. This hint pushed me to action. I made an appointment with the Vice-Rector for Academic Affairs, Osipenko. I outlined the essence of the issue, that it would be advisable for me to go to work in a specialized faculty. At that time, there was just a vacant position as an assistant at the Department of Lumber Technology. He advised me to speak with the head of the department. I did not procrastinate and went to that department. The department was in another building on Zalesnik Street. On Zalesnik, it was even more convenient for me to get to work. There was a trolleybus stop nearby. Nozovsky, the head of the department, met me affably. He knew that I graduated from this institute, and then a postgraduate program. During my studies, he did not teach in our group, but he still knew about me. In a conversation, I told him that I would like to work in his department since this is close to the topic of my dissertation. He agreed to take me to the department and promised to inform the vice-rector of this. I was in seventh heaven. The issue with my transition to a new department resolved. To my surprise, they hired me as a senior teacher. They hired me by transferring from one department to another without a competition, although at that time, a competition was to be arranged for such positions. The mainly adult male team worked in this department. Of the women, it was only the secretary of the department and me. It was perfect, less gossip, and more a work environment. At the Department of Graphics, there was mainly a female team, and, unfortunately, there is always more gossip in the female group and intrigue, and I was glad that I had left it. At the new department, it was necessary to master new subjects, but I was young, full of enthusiasm and ready to conquer new heights. Day after day, I learned in a new environment. Practical classes, lectures, term papers, etc. In the summer, students after the third year went on practical training for 2 months, and curators stood out from the departments. Each curator had to be with the group for a month, and then he was replaced by another department. The first time, I have scheduled a trip with students to Cherkasy the next summer. I decided to take Dasha with me. I decided to take my grandmother, as well. So, I could leave my daughter with someone when I go to see students at the enterprise. Grandmother was 86 years old, and she began to surrender physically slowly. She was no longer that ambitious as in our first years of marriage. But she was still buoyant, and I thought she might be able to help me on this trip. I did not want to leave my daughter for a whole month, and Zenek said that he could not cope with the two, meaning grandmother and baby. The tenants have already been away from us for a year, and we persuaded our grandmother not to look for new ones. My grandmother surprisingly agreed, and I was incredibly glad about this. Arriving in Cherkasy, we went straight from the station to the plant to the personnel department. I said that I came with a child and I need housing. The chief of staff, a middle-aged man, plump, very unfriendly, reacted to the fact that I came with a small child and even a nanny. He told me that he did not have a place in the hostel for 3 and advised me to find housing in the private sector. I had to explain that I had no one to leave the child with, and this was not my nanny, but my grandmother, but I was shy and went to look for housing. They told me where to look. Not far from the plant was a small area built up with 1-story houses. There was one of the houses I found a small separate room. There was a bed in it, on which we could sleep with daughter, and for the grandmother, the hostess brought a cot. The housing problem was resolved. Now, it was necessary to solve the issue of food. The hostess allowed cooking. The products could be bought in the store. While all this was arranged, the day came to an end and had to go to bed. My grandmother lay on a cot, but probably she was uncomfortable there. I couldn't fall asleep for a long time, but then a dream blew me away. In the middle of the night, a loud sound woke me up. I jumped up and saw that my grandmother had fallen from the cot and was sitting on the floor. She wanted to go to the toilet, tried to get up, but her legs didn't hold her. She fell and knocked down a cot. Somehow we went to sleep again. I told my grandmother to wake me up if she needed to get up, and I would help her. The next morning, I had to go to the enterprise to meet the students. We had breakfast, and I asked my grandmother to look after Dasha. I met with my group, examined the workplaces in which they worked, found out all the necessary questions, and decided on the way back home to go to the center for shopping. I got on a trolleybus. At the stop where we were renting an apartment, I looked out the window, and then I saw that my grandmother and Dasha walk across the street by the handle and go in the opposite direction from the house where we housing. It's good that I saw them. It's good that the trolleybus was still at the stop. I jumped out and ran after them, caught up with. "Grandma, where are you going? You don't know the city, and you could get lost." I grabbed my grandmother by the sleeve of her sweatshirt and stopped. "It's a miracle that I saw you from the window." "Yes, we decided to take a walk with Dasha. There is a public garden nearby. Dasha asked me to go." There, where they were going, there was no public garden, and I realized that in my grandmother's head, Cherkasy messed up with Lvov. We returned to the house, and I strictly ordered my grandmother not to leave the yard without me. A few days have passed. My grandmother suffered in a cot every night. The toilet was outside, and I had to continually accompany her there and worry, no matter how she failed, because it was a regular courtyard toilet with a hole in the floor. Whenever I go to the plant, I was worried that they again would go for a walk without me. In general, it was a continuous torment for all of us. In the end, I went to the post office and called Zenek to order negotiations with him. After the conversation, we decided that it would be better if I bring Dasha and grandmother back to Lvov. Dasha will go to daycare, and grandmother will be more comfortable in her natural environment and on her bed. I informed the personnel department that I needed a couple of days to take my daughter and grandmother back home, bought the tickets for the night train, sent a telegram to Zenek, and the next morning we were already at home. 2 days later, I returned to Cherkasy. They gave me a place in a hostel, and the remained days of business trip have passed in a usual working rhythm. From time to time, I called home from a call center. There was no telephone at home, and the conversation had to be ordered in advance. Everything was in order at home. Dasha was healthy. Zenek takes her to the daycare, runs to work, and in the evening after work, he picks her up. My grandmother is also doing well. She even helps Zenek with the housework. My soul was calm. I realized that it was a stupid idea to drag them with me to an unfamiliar city. I somehow did not think that the years were going by, and my grandmother was no longer in a condition to make such trips. I still remembered our journey when I, 5-year-old Alyona, and grandmother traveled together to Ulmanovo 17 years ago and then to Zhytomyr. It was an exciting trip. My grandmother was still full of strength and supported me. But now she needs help. A trip to Cherkasy was already difficult for her. She had better be at home. That was a good lesson for me. I did not take my grandmother anymore on such trips. 2.5. Daughter is ill. Days passed by days. My daughter was growing up. Her teeth began to grow very early, and this surprised our children's doctor. She began to walk after 9 months, but she did not start talking for a long time. I already started to worry, but I was reassured that everything would be in due time. There were no deviations in development, and each child has this process differently. It happened closer to the fall. I had to go to the store, which was not far from home. I carried Dasha in my arms. Then a cat ran past. She saw and pointing, she said, "Mom, look at the cat." I stopped from surprise. "Oh, you are my clever girl. Tell me something else," I asked. Something else began to babble. And there were no sweeter sounds for my ears, like this babble of my little daughter. Since then, she spoke, uttered pure sounds, and spoke in whole phrases. She needed time to accumulate the necessary stock. Every day brought some new changes. It was nice to see how a new human grows and develops. But besides these joyful moments, there were also disappointments. Like any child, from time to time, Dasha started to get sick. It then just unsettled me. I had to go to work even then my daughter was ill. Of course, I could take sick leave, but who then will conduct classes in my groups? Each teacher has his schedule. It is good that I could freely manage my time. I had classes according to a schedule. This was mandatory, and the rest of the time was devoted to systematic work, preparing new material for classes, and at that time I did not have to be at the department. It saved me. I could look after my daughter and work at home when I put her to bed. I had several groups of evening students, and when I went to work, my husband stayed with our daughter. Dasha was about 2 years old. It was almost before the new year. We walked with her as usual, and she loved these walks. But this time, she was kind of sluggish. At night, she could not sleep, tossing and turning, and cried. At first, we could not understand what had happened. We asked her, and she pointed to her ears and said that she was in pain there. We applied a warming compress, the pain subsided, and she fell asleep. We haven't slept all night. And in the morning, I took her to a children's clinic. The doctor looked and directed us to the ear-throat-nose specialist. The specialist determined that she had middle ear inflammation. She wrote out the treatment, and at the end of the reception, she advised me to buy propolis, dilute it in alcohol, and drip 2 drops in each ear. She said that after that, we would forever forget about the disease of the ears. I listened to her, found propolis, and began to drip this remedy in my daughter's ears regularly. Her ears stopped hurting, but after some time, she began to scratch them. And here, in addition, she had an endless runny nose, and she had to breathe through her mouth. Again I went to the clinic, and there they determined that she had enlarged adenoids, and it needed to be removed. Otherwise, there could be adverse consequences. We were sent to a children's hospital in Bryakovici, where they did similar surgery. We traveled there, but it turned out that the surgery should be done no earlier than 3 years of age. Dasha, 3 years old, was a month later. The surgery was postponed, but since we had already spent time and arrived, the doctor decided to examine the girl. I was asked how often she was sick and what bothered. I said that she usually has colds, her ears hurt, but since I started to drip propolis, her ears do not hurt, but she scratches them a lot. The doctor examined her ears and said that there was such a crust in her middle ear that resembled shagreen skin that it should be removed as soon as possible, and propolis should not be dripped anymore. They took Dasha away, and after a while, they brought her back. Her face was all tearful, not so much from pain as from fear. The doctor said that everything ended well. The crust was removed. There was a serious danger of injuring the membrane, and it was good that we arrived on time. I was grateful to fate, and since then, I have become more cautious about all the advice, even medical ones. A month later, we again went to the hospital, and this time I left Dasha there. Before the surgery, they had to examine her, take tests, and this should have taken a couple of days. With a heavy heart, I left my daughter in the hospital. But she was great for me. She quickly got used to the new environment and never cried, even when she went to daycare at all as a baby. The next day I went to visit my daughter and found out that the surgery scheduled 2 days later. I was allowed to come in the evening after the surgery and stay overnight with my daughter. If all goes well, she will be discharged the next day immediately. The night before the surgery, I could not sleep for a long time. I was anxious about my daughter, and I had nightmares all night. I somehow worked out the day, and, taking my leave the whole next day, went to the hospital in the evening. The surgery went well. Dasha was sleeping, and I did not wake her. I sat next to her crib and looked at my baby. Then a nurse came. It was necessary to measure the temperature and make an injection. Dasha was woken up. She saw me and was very happy. I waited until the nurse did all the manipulations, and then I took my daughter in my arms. She began to complain to me that she was hurt and scared, and she was crying. I reassured her as much as I could and said that I would not go anywhere, and I would be with her all night. In the ward was another woman with a girl and several free cots. I was allowed to lie down on one of them next to my daughter. I sat next to my daughter, and she held my hand, as if afraid that I might leave and leave her alone again. When she fell asleep soundly, I began to go to bed, too, but the bed was child-sized, and I was very uncomfortable. The sleep was very shallow. The slightest rustle of my girl awakened me. Tormented, I was glad for the morning. Dasha slept well, and the temperature dropped to normal. After the morning doctor visit, we were told that everything is in order, and we can go home today. Documents for discharge were brought, and before lunch, we left the hospital. The bus stop to Lvov was very close to the hospital. I was worried that Dasha cold and wrapped her in a scarf, leaving only her eyes open. By bus, we reached the final stop, which was in the Krakow Bazaar area. From there it was necessary to go with many transfers by tram and trolleybus to our location, and I decided not to risk it. I tried to catch a taxi. Cars were passing by without stop. Outside was frosty, and I asked Dasha not to stick her nose out of the scarf. Suddenly, a taxi stopped behind me. As the driver said, he saw that there was a woman with a child, and both waved their hands in the hope of catching a taxi. It turns out that my daughter helped me and also tried to stop the car. Half an hour later, we were at home and warm. Chapter 3 3.1 Continue working at the faculty. The death of Stepan. I continued to work in the Department of Lumber, mastering new subjects and responsibilities. I was elected as the Communist Party organizer of the faculty. With young enthusiasm, I carried out all the social duties that the party organization assigned to me. At that time, I still naively believed in the Communist Party, in the ideals of communism and the Soviet Union. The head of the department, Theodosi Andreevich, was a demanding boss. He guessed that there were no trifles in our work. I, probably due to a lack of experience, missed these trifles. I somehow paid more attention to the main thing, and therefore often received comments in my address. But thanks to this, I learned a new vision of the problem and gained valuable experience. It was much more interesting to work in a team of adult men. This situation created a working environment and avoided quarrels, gossip, slanders, which were in the Department of Graphics. Soon, in our department, there was an increased amount of women. Lyudmila Nikiforovna Gorbachova came to our department. She worked as a senior teacher in the lumber department at the Voronezh Forestry Institute. For family reasons, she had to leave the city. Then it was announced a competition for a senior teacher in our department. She applied. At this time, we had an internship at the department of a young man, someone's protege, and this position announced for him. But competition is competition. Gorbachova won. When we discussed these candidates at the department, I suggested that Lyudmila Nikiforovna was more likely to get this position. And so it happened. I was glad that our women's team had increased. Lyudmila and I did not become close friends. We were different in everything. But all this did not bother us, and we had a good trusting relationship. She was 2 years older than me, raised daughter Masha, who was 3 years older than my Dasha. Lyudmila broke up with her husband in Voronezh. He was from an intelligent family, worked as a doctor, but was a despot in the family, often giving vent to his hands. Lyudmila got tired of it, and she divorced him. And since he did not calm down even after the divorce, she had to leave the city. She received the apartment in Lvov through exchanging. Her apartment in Lvov was without amenities, the toilet on the shared internal balcony, and was no bathtub. The entrance was from the shared balcony directly into the dark kitchen and further into the room with 2 large windows. I have already described a similar apartment before. There were many such apartments in Lvov, which were obtained by dividing large apartments into several small ones. But there was one advantage: her apartment was close to the city center. Lyudmila loved to wear jewelry always hung with all kinds of chains, beads around the neck, and bracelets on the wrists. But she took work seriously and paid attention to her daughter, took her to rhythmic gymnastics, and taught her to play the piano. Following her example, I also gave Dasha to the rhythmic gymnastics, and then we bought a piano, and Dasha began to take lessons. The music studio was in the club of the agricultural machine plant, very close to the daycare where the daughter went. It was convenient. When I could not get out of work, the music teacher took Dasha to a lesson directly from the daycare. So in everyday worries at home and at work, days passed after days. One day, when I came to work, I learned the terrible news. I just walked into the room and headed to my desk. Olya, our secretary, called me. Elia Ivanovna, I want to inform you that today Stepan Vanisky was found dead in the garage, not far from his apartment building. This news dumbfounded me. I could not believe what I heard. Stepan died. Olya, how do you know Stepan, and how did this happen? My husband is a cousin of Stepan. Remember Stepan's uncle, who lives on Galitskaya Square? You visited them once when Stepan escorted for the first time to the army. My mother-in-law was talking about you. I remembered that morning and the little boy. It turns out years passed, the boy grew up, and Olya married him. How small this world is. Olya told me a horrifying story. It turns out that Stepan had some kind of monetary affairs with some group of young people, in which the master of sports in boxing was the main one. She even told me the name of this athlete, but I did not remember. In the morning, Stepan went to work. For some reason, he already worked at the plant, where produced bus, although before he worked at the forest management department. According to eyewitnesses, a car stopped near him. He was invited to sit down. Apparently, he knew these people and got into their vehicle. They left. In the evening, he did not return home from work. And the next morning, someone walked past the garages and saw a column of smoke rising from one. Frightened by the fire, broke the gate, opened, and there lies a dead man. It was Stepan. Then the police clarified the picture of what happened. Stepan was taken to the garage and tortured. All the bones on his arms and legs broken, and then he was thrown half dead in the garage. The soldering iron was turned on, and an oiled quilted jacket was put on the soldering iron, which began to smoke and Stepan gasped. Olya told me that the funeral would take place in 2 days and gave me his address. At home, I talked about what happened to my grandmother and Zenek. Grandma felt sorry for Stepan, she still remembered him well, and Zenek tried to advise me not to go to the funeral. You see, you would marry Stepan, and now you would be a widow, and now you have me, a live husband. He tried to joke. Once I told Zenek about Stepan, about my failed marriage, and even still kept all his letters in my box. Zenek may have been jealous of me, but outwardly this did not appear in any way, and I was grateful to him for that. This strange thing is fate. After by chance meeting Stepan at the institute, when he wanted to renew our relationship, and I refused, I did not see him for a long time and did not know anything about him. And then, when I was already working at the factory, I stood at the tram stop waiting for the tram. The tram approached, and Stepan got out of it. Such an unexpected meeting. The city is big and the probability of meeting at this time and in this place is very insignificant. Stepan looked very bad. I asked what happened. It turns out he was in the hospital, and he had a bone marrow transplant. After that incident, with an explosion of devices on duty in the army, his body malfunctioned. He had to go to the hospital from time to maintain his health. This time it was horrible. But doctors promised that after a bone marrow transplant, his health would improve. He only left the hospital for a couple of days and decided to visit his sister Slava, who lived in the Zelenaya district. We talked a little more and parted. And after a while, we accidentally met with him at our Lvov flea market. The likelihood of this meeting was also negligible. But fate again brought us together for some reason. He was not alone. There was a young woman with him. She tried on something there, and he, seeing me, came up to me and began to ask about my life. At this time, I no longer worked in the factory but studied in the postgraduate program. While we were talking, this woman disappeared somewhere. He rushed to look for her, but she was jealous of him and left. He waved his hand, and it was clear that he was somehow not very worried about it. He noticed in passing that she was not going anywhere. He looked much better than then at the tram stop. The treatment helped. He told me that after the irradiation, the doctors predicted infertility, and he decided for himself that if he succeeds and the woman becomes pregnant, then he will marry her. So this woman is the one who is now carrying his child, and they have already applied for marriage. I congratulated him and wished him a happy life. On this, we said goodbye, and I scrolled this conversation in my head. Did I feel something for Stepan in my soul? Did I regret that we did not end up together? Have I forgiven him? Probably I am forgiven. After an accidental meeting on the market, several years were passed. At that time, I already worked in the department of graphics. One day our secretary called me on the phone. In those days, there were no mobile phones in every pocket, as now, but there was one phone in the department, usually on the secretary's table. I walked over, picked up the phone, and said, "Hello." At the other end of the wire, a male voice said, "This is Stepan." I did not expect a call from him at all, and at first, I was speechless because of surprise. This lasted some time, and on the other end of the wire, Stepan, not hearing my answer, asked again, "Is this Elia Ivanovna?" I asked to invite Elia Ivanovna. "Stepan, it's me. Just your call was much unexpected, and I could not believe my ears." He asked how I was doing and said that he really wanted to hear my voice. I was already married to Zenek, and we were expecting a baby. I told him about it. He also told me that he has a good job. He worked in a regional forest management organization and got an apartment in the eastern part of the city, in a new building. After this call, some time passed. I had Dasha. She already went to the first daycare group, and I already worked at the department at Nozovsky. Later, Stepan called me again. He said that in business affairs, he is now in the main building of our institute and would like to go to Zalesnyk in our building to see me. At first, I tried to refuse, but he very much asked, and I agreed. On this day, I no longer had classes with students and going to pick up my daughter from the daycare early. Stepan was waiting for me in the yard. I felt some kind of awkwardness from our meeting, and to finish everything as soon as possible, I said that I had to go pick up my daughter from daycare. I saw that Stepan did not want to leave me so quickly, and he asked my permission to come with me. We walked, the way was long, but during the conversation, we did not notice this distance. He told me that all of this time, he was interested in my life. Some of his relatives work at our institute through who he received all the information about me. I was surprised, but somewhere deep down, I'm even pleased that he still remembers me. Here we are going pick up your daughter, but it could have been our daughter. Stepan, what can I say about this? It is all in the past, which, unfortunately, cannot be changed. We went to the door that led to the daycare. I asked him to wait. I went up the steps to the porch, opened the door to go in, and saw Zenek with our girl in his arms. It was unexpected. Since we agreed, I would come and pick up our daughter. But happened that Zenek got free time. He was asked to go on an evening shift and was released earlier from work. He decided on the way home to run after our daughter. Here it is. At first, I was embarrassed, but then I thought that I had not done anything illegal. Met with a longtime friend. I introduced Zenek to Stepan. Zenek took it calmly and even invited him to come to our house. Stepan agreed. Zenek invited to drink for the meeting. The men did drink and talked. I remember when Zenek mentioned that I did not change my maiden name in marriage, so as not to mess with the change of surname on the document on higher education. Stepan noticed that Elia remained true to her principles. She never wanted to change her surname to her husband name. But, my daughter carries my last name. Zenek proudly concluded his thought. Stepan sat with us a little longer and left. There was no grandmother. She was with a neighbor, and therefore Stepan did not meet her. He was very worried and afraid of meeting my grandmother on the way to our house. And it was clear why. I was also partly glad. Grandmother would not have kept silent and would have expressed a lot of unpleasant things to him. After this meeting, Stepan called me on the phone from time to time. I asked how his business is. He wondered if some help I need. That time, he had bought a car and offered to help if something needed to be brought up. I had a student who lived not far in the village. Her family had a large garden and cultivated potatoes for sale. I agreed with her to buy several bags from her family. Then it was a vital necessity to do harvesting in autumn, especially potatoes for the winter. I somehow delayed solving this issue until the moment when the weather turned bad, and it was already freezing. I needed to offer transport, and I decided to call Stepan and ask him to help bring the potatoes. He agreed. I worried that the car might not drive in such weather. Stepan assured me that he has such tires that the car would go in any weather. This week he is busy, but as soon as the opportunity arises, he will call me and let me know when he will have the time, most likely by the end of next week. But he never called me back. I somehow solved the issue with potatoes. Stepan didn't call anymore, and he didn't call me either. And now such terrible news arose. What happened in his life over these 2 years? What had he done, so that led to such a tragic end? After all, he is still so young. We were of the same age, and at that time he was only 33 years old. He should live and live. I found this building, the entrance. Near the entrance, there were crowded people and wreaths. I went up to the second floor. The doors of the apartment were open. I went in and stopped at the entrance to the room. The room was elongated, and the coffin stood closer to the window in the back of the room. Next to the coffin, Stepan's mother sat crying loudly and wailing. Next to her was another young woman, probably Stepan's wife. There were also his children, a boy, about 6 or 7 years old, and a little girl. There were many other people in the room. Then Slava, his sister, noticed me and recognized. She came up to me and told me to go closer to the coffin. "Come, say goodbye, it's forever," she said with tears in her voice. But I was frozen. With difficulty, I went closer to the table on which the coffin stood and laid the flowers that I brought with me. I couldn't come closer and see Stepan's dead face. When Slava spoke to me, Stepan's mother interrupted her lamentations and glanced in my direction. From her face, I realized that she recognized me, although a lot of time has passed since our last meeting. I was very sorry that Stepan died, but looking at this woman and her crying face, seditious thoughts flashed through my head. Now you are crying, you have great sorrow. Losing a son is very difficult. But then, when you upset our wedding, and I cried, you laughed and said that it was you who arranged everything so that we would not get married. And now you are reaping the fruits of your evil. All evil in this world as a boomerang returns to evil creators. Then someone came into the room and said that a funeral bus had arrived. The men came and prepared to make the coffin. I left the room and stopped in the yard. The coffin was carried out and placed near the entrance for the last farewell for those who are not going to the cemetery. I stood on the sidelines. I saw how the coffin was loaded onto a bus, where the next of kin got on, how everyone else got on another bus. After some time, everyone left, the neighbors went to their apartments, and the yard was empty. It was somehow inconvenient for me to get into the bus uninvited. I did not know which cemetery they had taken to bury him in, so I went to the trolleybus stop and went home. First of all, at home, I took out the letters of Stepan, which I kept throughout all these years and burned. I don't know what was leading me at that moment, probably some kind of mystical feeling. Since he is no more, then his letters cannot be stored. Now, of course, I regret it, because it is the memory of those young years. Now I would not have destroyed them, but then I did so, unfortunately. With the death of Stepan, a point put on that period of life where my first pure love was and all the experiences associated with it. 3.2. Zenek. There was one disagreement in our marriage with Zenek. Of course, it was not the main thing, but at the same time, it brought some inconvenience. I had a higher education, and my husband only had high school. Moreover, I defended my dissertation, and I had a field for career growth. In the society in which we lived, this was a significant factor. Sometimes I was embarrassed to invite Zenek to our institute parties, or if we came to events together, I tried not to introduce him to anyone. He felt this, and more than once in our quarrels, he pointed it out to me. To reduce the intensity, I tried to push him to obtain a higher education. Before meeting with me, he passed the entrance exams at Lvov University but did not have scored the required points for admission. And then, as that life spun, he stopped thinking about higher education. Now, seeing my perseverance, he decided to try his luck again. True, he did not know what university to enter. I advised him to submit documents to the Polytechnic Institute at the Faculty of Radio Engineering. At the plant, he worked in the workshop on tuning and adjusting radio equipment, and so I thought it would be nice to continue his education in this direction. He agreed with me. In my opinion, he did not care where to go, since he did not have any of his firm desire and decision. He just succumbed to my onslaught. I do not remember that he was serious about preparing for the entrance exams. He graduated from school 10 years ago, and therefore, of course, he had to try very hard to remember the essential subjects. He had advantages in admission, seniority in the chosen specialty, and the competition for the correspondence faculty was not very big. Still, Zenek got unsuccessful in the second exam in written mathematics, and therefore he automatically dropped out of the list of applicants. His attempt to enter the Polytechnic Institute so ended. But my idea that he graduated would not die, and I suggested that he submit documents to our Forestry Engineering Institute next year. Zenek, if you don't care where to go, then come to our Forestry Technical Institute. I can always help you with your studies, get the right materials, and talk with teachers. I think that this will be the best option. He obeyed me, and the next year brought the documents to the correspondence department of the Faculty of Mechanics and Technology. He passed the entrance exams with grief in half for C grade. But then it turned out that he didn't get on the list of candidates by competition. A few points were missing. Again flies with the institute. Then I, as a faithful wife, began to look for a way out. I made an appointment with the rector. Alexey Alexandrovich, author's note. This was the name of our rector. I came to ask for my husband. He took exams for the correspondence department of the Faculty of Mechanics and Technology and did not get a few points. He has a great desire to study, and I think that he will be a good specialist after graduation. It's just that he graduated from high school long ago, and it's hard for him to overcome the entrance barrier. And in study, I will help him. The rector listened attentively to me and said that shortly the ministry is going to allocate additional places for applicants to the institute, and Zenek will include in the list of candidates. So it happened, and Zenek became a student at our institute. How he studied is another story. Probably, if I had not worked at this place, and if not for my perseverance, then he would never have graduated. I now think what was wrong then. Why did I have to drag Zenek all the time? Maybe he had no character, or perhaps he just did not find himself in life. After all, he had good inclinations and abilities. He had cooking skills. He loved and knew how to cook, and how beautifully he was able to serve and set the table for a holiday. I remember one case. My daughter and I went to the demonstration on the May holiday. Zenek did not go with us, and when we returned, we saw a festively set the table. It was a masterpiece. Zenek made it so that even an ordinary canned fish looked like the most expensive treatment. But then, the culinary college was not prestigious, and technical education was much more prestigious. Therefore, I pushed him in this direction, and Zenek simply went with the flow and did not show his initiative. I don't think that our marriage was happy. More and more cracks appeared in it. I was naturally a strong woman, and he is a weak man. I wanted to see next to me the same equal strength of mind, and therefore I had excessive demands, from which Zenek suffered. He could not reach me. Instead of showing his masculine character and achieving success, meeting these requirements, and even become more energetic and higher in spirit, he went along the knuckled path of wimps. He tried to drown his weakness in drinking, which led him then to crash. And I had no time to understand all this. Work took a lot of time and energy. My daughter grew. She demanded more attention too. The grandmother began to grow old very quickly, somehow. Grandmother began to lose her memory, and she also needed care. We already lived without tenants. Now the whole apartment was at our disposal, and we decided to transform it a bit. We decided to remove a large stove from the former kitchen and put a riser stove instead, as in the other two rooms. For the kitchen, we had another place. It turned out an additional bedroom, in which the grandmother moved to live. At work, I had to go on business trips to students who were in undergraduate practice and collected material for the graduation work. These were short-term business trips for several days, and if it was not very far, for example, Transcarpathia or Kiev, I took Dasha with me. She was a sociable and obedient girl. If I needed to go to the Enterprise, I asked someone in the hotel to look after her. I remember one moment. My students invited us to go to dinner in a restaurant. It was in Rakiv. So my daughter, right there in the restaurant, started making the bridge and spinning the wheel, which she learned in gymnastics and, of course, received applause for her performance. In Kiev, I introduced Dasha to her grandfather, my biological father, who never recognized me, but I happily fussed with Dasha when I went to the students at the plant. And Dasha felt with him like with her grandfather. In one of the visits to Arkady Isakovich, his sister came to him. He introduced Dasha and me to her. His sister turned out to be a nice woman, and we had a good time together. As it turned out later, he invited her himself. Maybe he thus decided to introduce Dasha and me into the circle of his family, but unfortunately, I did not understand this message. After some time, his sister went to a sanatorium in Transcarpathia. He informed me about this, thinking that I should have visited her, but somehow I did not take this into account, spun things and missed this event. And then I received an angry letter from him in which he accused me of disrespect for his family, called me a temporary person and something else offensive. He recalled that I promised to introduce his daughter to one of our employees. Once I had such negligence, when I was in Kiev, he complained to me that his daughter is still not married and whether I have a suitable candidate. His daughter, at that time, was probably about 40 years old. I thought that we had one unmarried man in the department, Jevrik Evgeny Mikhailovich. I told Arkady Isakovich about this. He grabbed onto this and asked me to help introduce them. And when I returned home and came to the pulpit, this thought seemed wild to me, and I was ashamed to go up to Jevrik and offer this acquaintance. But Arkady Isakovich remembered this and called me a liar in a letter. I sent him a response letter, where I tried to justify myself, but he did not answer me. I somehow didn't come to Kiev anymore, and our communication with him was interrupted for a while. But go back to students and undergraduate practice. My 2 students, graduate students for practice, chose the city of Apsheronsk. This is the Krasnodar territory. I went with the students to help them get settled and determine what material should be collected for the thesis. There was no direct train to Apsheronsk. We had a transplant in a small town in the Caucasus. We stood in the hall of the station in this town, waiting for our train to Apsheronsk. The audience was mostly local. Then a group of young guys, local Caucasians nationality, came up to us, and they began to pester my students. I started to protect them. Then this pact drew attention to me, and they started to call names, the most obscene words. It turned out that my students are prostitutes, and I am their represented. It shocked me. There was no such treatment from outsiders. It was very unpleasant that all this happened in front of my students. There were still people in the hall, but no one tried to intercede for us. It felt like we were in another country. I realized that it's dangerous to get in touch with these trays. The girls and we slowly between the people went the other way. We breathed a sigh of relief when our train approached, and we continued our trip to Apsheronsk. I remember this incident very well. These adolescents showed who the boss in the Caucasus region is and how they feel about women in general and especially non-Caucasian nationalities. More in those parts. I did not take students to practice. 3.3 Transcarpathia. In practice with students. In the summer of 1979, in August, I had a monthly business trip with students to the city of Terezva, Transcarpathian region. Students worked at the Terezvyansk furniture factory. Students and I were settled in the hostel of the factory. The room was large, and there were many beds. At first, I went alone and left Dasha with her dad. The weather was excellent, the sun was shining, and it was very warm, but in Lvov it often rained. I was sorry that Dasha was there in a wet climate. Zenek was hard to manage with a child and grandmother, as a second child. I agreed at the factory. I would be allowed to bring my daughter to the hostel and even arrange for a while in the daycare at there. I informed Zenek that I was going to Lvov to pick Dasha. The round trip took several days, and my daughter was with me again. The month flew by. It's time to get back home. Till there, I decided to call my friend Lena, who studied with me at the same institute and lived with us in our apartment for some time. She lived nearby, in the village of Grushevo, Tyachiv district. Lena got married right after graduation, and her son and daughter were already growing up. Her daughter was preparing to go to first grade this year. Her son was a couple of years older. Her husband was also from the same village and often traveled to Russia with a construction team to earn money. Then it was trendy. There he made money, and they built a large house in Grushevo. Lena invited Dasha and me to stay with them. I had the time and agreed. The house impressed me with its size, and especially the internal staircase to the second floor. It was so unusual, a staircase to the second floor inside the apartment. Since then, I had a dream to live in such a house. The house still had a large basement in which there was a separate entrance. Given this room, the house was 3-story. Near the house, there was a garden. Many fruit trees and shrubs grew: raspberries, gooseberries, and blackberries. Behind the fence went chickens and geese. They cultivated a couple of little pigs. Generally speaking, a large economy. As I understand it, they lived well enough. Also, Lena worked at the Tyachiv plant, from where she once received a direction to study at the institute. I decided to help her with the housework and one day decided to cook the borscht. But my cooking did not like her husband. Something I did not know how he got used to, and I saw how my borscht was pure to feed pigs. Grushevo locates in the valley of the Carpathian Mountains. The Tisa River flows nearby, along which the border between the Soviet Union and Romania passes. It turns out that the Tyachiv district locates on the border, so for a trip there, it was necessary to obtain special permission from the police. If you climb the mountain, you can see on the other side of the river in the valley a Romanian city and then the continuation of the Carpathian Mountains. It was fascinating. Just a stone's throw away from you, you can see another foreign country. Lena, I, and children went to the mountains weekend. Fortunately, the mountains were a few streets from the house. Lena took homemade lard. We made a fire, put pieces of fat on sticks, and roasted them on fire. It was delicious. I still have this taste in my mouth. I have not tried anything like this. After Grushevo, before going home, I decided to stop in Beregovo, to my friend Zoya, who I met while in pre-graduation practice. All these years we have been in touch with each other. Zoya came to me a couple of times in Lvov. She married her boyfriend when she waited from the army. Her daughter was several years older than our Dasha, and this year a son was born. They lived in a 3-room apartment on the 6th floor. In Beregovo, mostly 1-story buildings, but in recent years there began to build new neighborhoods and build them up with high-rise buildings. Zoya was at work. She worked at the factory of the electronic device, which opened several years ago in Beregovo. Her daughter was in the daycare, and her husband was with their son. He had to go to work on the second shift. He and Zoya changed shifts to look after the child. Zoya's husband was delighted with our arrival. He had to go somewhere. He asked us to take a walk with the boy, took the carriage off the 6th floor. There was no elevator in the building. I rolled the stroller with the baby, and Dasha walked next. We walked slowly along the streets of Beregovo, and I recalled the days when I was here in undergraduate practice. The city has certainly changed. Many new buildings have appeared, but the center has remained the same. I have seen the restaurant which we visited a couple of times. 7 girls and 1 guy accompanying us. Then it was not customary for girls to go alone to the restaurant without a male escort. And the old coffee shops where I first tried real coffee and small shops. Beregovo then, for me, was the first experience of a European-style city. Now, something subtle has changed in this town. Population changes. Maybe these new subdivisions have changed the face of the town. Or perhaps I have already become more grown. A few days later, we were already returning home to Lvov. 3.3. Shishori and Planarskoy. Every year in the summer, I tried to take my daughter to where it was warm and sunny. When summer came, I always was drawn to go somewhere. I guess it left from my childhood. We lived not far from the railroad line along which the trains went, and these beeps of the steam locomotives made me thirsty for travel. So this summer of 1980, Dasha and I went to Shishori. In the student group where I was the curator, there was a student from Kolomia. Once in a conversation, she said that near Kolomia, there is a very charming place, Shishori. That village located in the foothills of the Carpathians from the Carpathian side. Forest within walking distance and distant mountains and mountain valleys. Her mother has friends in this village and will help to get housing, and for food, we will get coupons in the dining room of the local sanatorium. According to the description of the place, I liked it. 2 years ago, Dasha suffered from pneumonia, was in the hospital, and I tried to recover her as much as possible in the summer. In Lvov, recently, the weather in the summer did not please. There were a lot of cloudy days and pretty cool. I remember very well that September, 2 years ago, when Dasha became very ill. At first, she had a high fever and a severe cough. I called our children's doctor, an older woman who, I remember, was still treating me as a child. She examined and listened to Dasha and said that this was an ordinary cold because she did not hear any wheezing in either her lungs or bronchi. She wrote down the pills and left. I began to treat my daughter, but no improvement came. The temperature was still high, especially she rose at night. Because of the cough, Dasha could not sleep peacefully, woke up, and cried. I approached, took her in my arms, and reassured her. I pressed her little hot body to me, and terrible anxiety swept over me. This cannot be a simple cold. This is something more serious. Not seeing any treatment results, I again called a doctor. This time another pediatric doctor came. Our doctor was on vacation. Still, wheezing was not audible in the lungs, but the doctor began to suspect that Dasha might have radical pneumonia. In this case, wheezing may not be heard. She asked me to bring the girl to an X-ray. The X-ray showed that Dasha had underlying inflammation of the lungs, and it was impossible to cure this with pills. Injections were needed. The doctor offered to put her in the hospital so that she would be under the constant supervision of doctors and wrote out a referral. I did not want to put my daughter in the hospital, and on the way home, I asked Dasha what to do. I asked just like that, not expecting an answer. But to my surprise, I heard my daughter, just like an adult, said, "Mom, if necessary, as the doctor said, I'll go to the hospital for treatment." It was amazing to hear this from a 3-year-old baby. Dasha stayed in the hospital for 3 weeks. Already in the first week, she felt better. I visited my daughter every day, brought her delicious food. At the food market, I bought cauliflower and strawberries. That time it was a delicacy. I remember how I took Dasha from the room, put up on the window shelf in the corridor, and fed her with these goodies. The hospital was small, only a few wards, but it was close to home and therefore convenient. Grandmother visited Dasha as well. Grandmother, once again for some reason, sulked at me, and we hardly talked. She asked me what was with Dasha. I said that she was being treated in a hospital. She did not answer me, but one morning, when I was late at work and came later, I met my grandmother leaving the hospital. I saw that it was not easy for her to overcome such distances. "Granny, why didn't you tell me that you want to come to the hospital? I would help you." I was worried about the girl and wanted to see if she was all right. "I didn't tell you. I was afraid that you won't let me." "Well, now, how do you get home alone? I can't go with you now. I need to be with Dasha." "Don't worry, I'll go quietly. If I get tired, I will take a rest. After all, I was able to get here somehow." Grandmother went. I looked after her, and my heart sank with pity, seeing her stooped senile figure. God, what makes time with people? But I still remembered well the times when my grandmother was full of strength, both physical and mental, our conversations at dusk, and her stories about the past. Zenek ran to visit our daughter after work. And at the end of the second week, I asked the doctor for permission to take my daughter home for the weekend. It was a joy for all of us. All weekend my daughter was with us and felt good. I hoped that soon she would recover completely and that we could take her home from the hospital. The doctor was ready to let Dasha go home, but when I came to pick her up, it turned out that somewhere there was some small wheezing. The doctor set a condition for me that she would let go, Dasha, if we would follow some instructions for another week. To warm up, making a wax application, and avoid any drafts. I wanted my daughter to be home already, and I agreed to all the doctor's requirements. Some time has passed. Dasha finally got better, and since then, we forgot about such a disease as pneumonia. Since then, we have tried at every opportunity to leave the city for nature or the sea. First, we arrived in Kolomia and stopped at my student apartment, and the next day we went to Shishori by local bus. My student and her mother helped us arrange for housing. The owners gave us a whole room with a large bed, on which we slept together with my daughter. In the morning we ran to the river to wash and do exercises. The river flowed across the road from the house where we stayed and was very shallow. It was even difficult to call a river, just a stream. The water was fresh and clear. Then we went for breakfast to a local guest house. We had food stamps. The food was good. And after breakfast, we went to the forest, which was also almost next to the house. In the forest, we found bushes of strawberries and blueberries, and enjoyed these berries, looking for them in the greenery of herbs. Dasha was glad every time, finding a berry, and I was pleased to look at her happy face. One day our hosts invited us to go with them to the mountains to the picnic. There was some kind of holiday, and many villagers gathered there. Nature was bewitching. Wherever you look, the mountains stretched out. Green valleys were visible between them, and there was so much space around that it even took your breath away. And the air is so clean, drunk with herbs. Everyone was sitting right on the ground. There was a mandatory cup of moonshine, which went in a circle. For me, it was a wonder such a drink from one cup. But in order not to stand out, I drank a little and handed it to a neighbor along with a toast. That was the custom. Next to me was a young guy of pretty good looks. We got into a conversation. I told him that I came with my daughter for a vacation for a couple of weeks, and I really liked Shishori. He told me that he was born in Shishori, and now works at a factory in Kolomia. When in the evening we returned home, our owners reported that they were leaving for a few days with their relatives. That night, we stayed with my daughter alone in this house. I closed all the doors, and we went to bed. Dasha fell asleep right away, and I was still lying, remembering today. Suddenly I heard footsteps near the house, and then a soft knock on the window. I listened, scared, thinking, who it could be. Maybe the owners are back. Then I heard the voice of the guy the first met on the picnic. He called me and asked me to let him into the house. I hid and did not answer him. He ran like that, shouted, and, seeing that I was not going to let him go, he left. He knew that I was left in the house alone. The owners had left, and he imagined that we had fun at his leisure. He even boasted to his buddies, as I later found out that he would definitely be with me tonight. But alas, it was mistaken. I didn't understand why it occurred to him. We were just sitting next to each other. Well, we talked about this and that, and I'll immediately run to bed with him. What a stupid thing. Sometimes I do not understand men's such self-conceit. Well rested, we returned to Lvov. There was still a bunch of summer vacation time ahead. I talked to my neighbor Olga about a summer vacation. I said that we were in the Carpathians, and now it would be nice to go to the sea. She picked up the idea. Her husband was on a truck trip to Europe. He drove heavy trucks to Germany or Italy. This time he was in Italy and was supposed to return in 2 weeks. We decided to go to Crimea in Planarskoye to Allah, but it was a summer vacation season, and therefore it was not easy to get tickets in the southern direction. In general, I said to Olga if she can buy tickets, let's go. Olga had friends at the railway ticket office, and she took up this. Fortunately, we managed to get the tickets, though in different compartments, but the same carriage. We gathered literally in one day. Zenek stayed with my grandmother. She very much passed during this time. She began senile dementia. I realized this once when she went to our nearby store. I accidentally looked out the window. Look. Grandmother is walking and passes by our house. I rushed after her, caught up almost at the end of the street, and asked where she goes and gets an answer, at home. It's good that I caught up with her. Otherwise, she would have lost her way and would have had to look for her later. And then it got worse. She no longer understood where she was and what was happening to her. She could go out completely naked. She could turn on the gas and leave the kitchen, forgetting about it. Once, I went to work and came back halfway, forgot something. I go into the house, looked into the kitchen, and their 2 comforts are turned on without fire. Then I was seriously scared. I had to close the kitchen, hide the keys to the gas stoves, and then close my grandmother in the room. She was angry, but this done for her safety. Once, in the middle of the night, I woke up from some rustling in grandmother's room. I got up, went to her, and saw that my grandmother was tearing a painted portrait of her husband into small pieces. This picture was the only memory that remained of her husband. It depicted a young man in a sailor uniform. I am very sorry that I left this portrait in my grandmother's closet. She found it and tore it up, completely unaware of why it was doing this. That is why it was impossible to leave her alone. She needed care like a small child. We agreed with Zenek that Dasha and I were going with Olga for 2 weeks. When Vidya arrived, I would return to Lvov, leave Dasha with Olga in Planarskoye, and Zenek with Vitya would go to Planarskoye by car. Zenek would stay there for another 2 weeks with Dasha at sea. Zenek agreed and promised to take care of my grandmother. The summer of 1980 was rich in joyful and sad events. On July 19th, the Summer Olympic Games started in Moscow. These were the first Olympic Games in Eastern Europe, as well as the first Olympic Games held in a socialist country. The most colorful sight for us was the opening and especially the closing of the Olympics ceremony. The opening ceremony was held at the Grand Sports Arena of the Central Lenin Stadium. First, a torch with the Olympic flame was brought to the stadium. Then, on behalf of all the participants, the Olympic oath was pronounced. The Soviet cosmonauts Leonid Popov and Valery Ryumin, who were in orbit at that time, greeted the Olympians from space and wished them happy starts. A little later, the General Secretary of the Central Committee Leonid Ilyich Brezhnev declared the 22 Summer Olympic Games open. One after another, national Olympic teams followed the stadium's treadmill in a traditional greeting march. The greeting march continued with dance and sports performances, in which over 16,000 athletes, amateur and professional artists participated. The ceremony lasted about 3 hours. No less solemn and even more colorful was the closing of the Olympics. That was August 3rd. The white Olympic flag slowly lowered to the sounds of the Olympic anthem. Girls in tunics came up to the bowl with the Olympic flame and formed a composition resembling an ancient Greek fresco. The Olympic torch in the pot slowly died out. On the screen of an artistic background made of colored shields, the image of Bear Misha, the symbol of the Olympics 80, arose with the inscription, Bon Voyage, and a tear rolled from the eyes of the bear. An orchestra entered the arena of the stadium, performing a series of reconstructions to the sounds of the march. Then on the field of the stadium were athletes who synchronously performed the exercises, each of its sport. At the very end of the closing ceremony, guests and viewers were waiting for a surprise that I would remember for a long time. In the middle of the stadium, grabbing multicolored balloons, a huge bear, Misha, floated to the song by composer Alexandra Pakhmutova and poet Nikolai Dobronravov, Goodbye, Moscow. Bear waved his paw goodbye and began to slowly rise above the stadium until he disappeared into the night Moscow sky. During the performance of the song, many viewers cried. It was so touching. You will not say anything. Both directors and performers have tried their best. The Soviet Union has always loved to splurge. On the night of July 25, 1980, during the Olympics game, Vladimir Vysotsky died. It was a sad event for everyone who loved this artist. July 18, he last appeared in public, in his most famous role in the Taganka Theatre, in the role of Hamlet. The immediate cause of death remains controversial since an autopsy, at the insistence of the poet's father, was not performed. According to some, the cause of death was asphyxiation, in the opinion of others, acute myocardial infarction. Announce about the death of Vladimir Vysotsky, except for 2 announcements in Evening Moscow, about the death and date of the civil requiem, and the obituary in the newspaper, Sovetskaya Kultura, were practically not published in the Soviet mass media. A simple announcement was posted above the window of the theater box office. The actor Vladimir Vysotsky has died. Nevertheless, a huge crowd gathered at the Taganka Theater, where he worked, which was there for several days, and on the day of the funeral, The roofs of buildings around Taganskaya Square were also filled with people. At the same time, not one of those who bought tickets to the theater passed them back. On July 28, civil service was held in the Taganka Theater, a farewell ceremony and a funeral at the Vagankovsky Cemetery in Moscow. For the authorities, Vysotsky was uncomfortable during his lifetime. He was not afraid to tell the truth in his poetry, and the people loved him for it. He was dangerous to them in death, and therefore the authorities wanted to quietly and quickly bury him, especially since Moscow was a closed city at the time of the Olympics. The picture was rather unpleasant for them. It seemed all of Moscow's citizens came when Vysotsky was buried. Marina Vladi, already on the bus heading towards Vagankovsky Cemetery, said to one of her husband's friend, Vadim Tumanov, "Vadim, I saw how princes and kings were buried, but I didn't see anything like that." That was the summer of 1980. Olga, I, and our kids at that time were resting in Planarskoye. We stopped at Alla. True, we fell to her like snow on her head. We planned this trip in a matter of days and therefore did not have time to warn her. Now she lived in the 4-story building, only one high building for the entire Planarskoye, in a 2-room apartment, which she shared with another woman. The kitchen and amenities were shared by 2. At this time, my mother and younger sister Lila stayed at Alla's apartment. The last time I saw Lila was 1 year old, and now she was a 21-year-old girl with a large shock of curly hair on her head. She was taller than me. We were virtually unfamiliar with her and, therefore, did not experience any sisterly feelings for each other. But I somehow intuitively felt that we had something in common with her, some kind of responsibility for words and actions or something. I didn't have this feeling when I met 3 other sisters. Alla had only 2 beds in the room, and both occupied. Mom and Lila arrived 2 weeks ago and had 1 more week left before they left. Alla invited us to stay and sleep for a week on a mattress on the floor. Mom and Lila also made a compromise, agreed to sleep on the same bed, and gave the second for our children. I also did not have warm relations with Mom. I guess because I did not grow up with her, and the years in which we lived together could count on the fingers. Besides, in these shared years, there was a lot of unpleasantness. These eternal showdowns and quarrels between grandmother and mother, my mother's marriage, in which I never had a father and was deprived of the experience of communicating with a man and fatherly love. There was no maternal one, either. We were strangers with her. And now, by chance, we found ourselves in one space. We remained strangers, and even Dasha, her granddaughter, my mother perceived as a stranger. For all this week, she never acquired it or sipped it. Of course, my mother got a little older. She had many wrinkles. This was not surprising. She was already 59 years old, but to Olga, she seemed very old. Olga told me so about it. But somehow I didn't notice it. For me, paying more attention was her emotional attitude. It was the same as I remembered. She spoke loudly, was impulsive in her movements, and reacted violently to events. Here is a vivid example. One evening, we went to a concert by one of the singers who were touring in Planarskoye. Mom clapped loudly, shouted, "Encore," and "Bravo," and generally loudly reacted to the artist's performance. Such an emotional reaction somewhat warped me. It seemed indecent for me to behave in public. In the second week, we rested in more comfortable conditions. Mom and Lila left. Olga and I moved to the bed. Alla was still sleeping on the mattress, but now she moved from the corridor to the room. There was no neighbor. Alla's neighbor went off somewhere to relatives, and we felt at ease in the kitchen and the bath. The sea was warm, and our children did not crawl out of the water. In the evenings, we went to the cinema or a concert if the artists came. The weeks of our vacations flew by quickly. Olga found out that her husband Vitya had already returned from the trip and was ready to go to Crimea. I bought myself a bus ticket to Simferopol, and one morning Olga with Sasha and Dasha drove me to the bus station. It was difficult for me to part with Dasha. Dasha calmly stayed with Olga. We explained to her that her dad would come and they would continue to remain at sea for another 2 weeks. Olga reassured me that everything would be fine, and she would take care of Dasha. The bus driver asked everyone to take their places. I hugged Dasha and could not let her out of my arms, said goodbye to Olga and Sasha, got on the bus, the doors closed, and we drove off. Through the window, I saw how Dasha and Sasha wave after me, and tears came to my eyes. These first minutes of parting are tough. At home, everything was in relative order. Zenek somehow coped with my grandmother. Vitya had already returned from the trip and was ready to go to Crimea. Zenek was already on vacation, and the day after my arrival, he and Vitya got into Vitya's car and set off early in the morning. The road ahead was not near, but it didn't frighten Vitya. For him to turn the steering wheel and long ways were commonplace. I escorted them to the car and wished them an enjoyable journey. My grandmother and I were left alone. The first thing I did was cleaning the apartment. It seems like Zenek maintained order, as he understood it, but it was a conditional order. I spent all day cleaning, but it was nice to be in a cleaned apartment. Grandmother lived in some kind of her world. Entering my room and carrying her full night vase, she told me that we had a new bathroom, large and bright, and was about to pour the contents from the pot onto the floor. It's good that I was in the room at that time. Granny, you were mistaken. There is no toilet. Come, I'll show you where we have the restroom. She was surprised but obediently went with me. Our brain does exciting things. A person throughout his life realizes reality, lives in it, and it would seem that it should be fixed in mind. Still, suddenly with a certain age, having all the same sensory organs, he leaves reality and perceives everything in which something else reality. But what about memory in the subconscious? We don't know much about it. To my surprise, the 2 weeks that we were alone, my grandmother, as it were, returned to normal. She became calmer and quite consciously behaved. She seemed to remember me and even began to ask about Zenek and Dasha. I told her that Zenek and Dasha are resting in the Crimea and will soon return home. Olga with Sasha and Vitya immediately went to travel around the Crimea after Vitya and Zenek arrived. Zenek and Dasha stayed with Alla. The sea was warm and salty. Dasha loved to dive headlong. Zenek was buying products, and Alla cooked food. Zenek and Dasha returned home by plane. When they entered the house, I hardly found out, in a tanned girl, my daughter. Impressions were enough to tell for the whole evening. I was glad that they had a good rest. 3.4. New building in a courtyard. Death of the grandmother. Life went on. Work, home, family, and on weekends and holidays, meeting with friends. One evening our neighbors, Olga and Vitya, came and said that they would have a big suggestion for us. They cannot get a new apartment, but they don't want to live their whole lives in the basement. They wanted to build an extension to their basement in the yard, and since we have a shared yard with them, they need permission from us. Zenek and I did not hesitate to allow. Elia and Zenek, thank you very much, Olga and Vitya exclaimed joyfully in one voice. We are glad that we have such good neighbors that allow us to get out of the basement. And for this, we will build a new kitchen on our outbuilding for you. It will be large and bright. True, we will only build walls for you, and you will do the interior decoration yourself, added Victor. Or maybe you can build for us one wall along the stairs. Then we will have an entrance staircase closed. In winter it will not be necessary to clean off the snow, and it will be warmer in the house. I asked. Vitya and Olga agreed. It turned out that both they and we had this agreement mutually beneficial. After some time, work began in our courtyard. Demolished old sheds, still built by Olga's grandfather and father, and then equaled the platform under the foundation. The contractor brought concrete, bricks, reinforcement. Vitya hired a team of builders for the main work. It was interesting to watch the house rise from scratch. My grandmother began to complain that she had a headache. I called a doctor from our clinic. The doctor came, examined, and said that this was due to inadequate blood supply to the vessels. With age, the lumen of the vessels decreases, and therefore these pains occur. She advised my grandmother to eat less fatty foods and prescribed pills. That's all the help. I began to cook for my grandmother more dietary food. Recently, she started most of the time lying in bed, sleeping, or just dozing. It was already June, it was warm outside. Dasha played with her friends. Zenek and I took blankets and went to sunbathe in front of the house in the sun. Grandma was in her room, as always. By dinner, we returned inside. I went to my grandmother with a bowl of soup. One set it on the table and invited her to eat. Grandmother was lying on the bed. I went closer and saw that she was lying with her eyes open, but the look of those eyes was somehow strange. There was a feeling that she did not understand what was happening to her. I helped her sit down and repeated that lunch was on the table. Then Zenek called me, and I left the room. I shared with him that something strange was happening to my grandmother. As always, he pretended that it was age. After some time, I returned to my grandmother and saw that she was still sitting in the same position on the bed, and the food on the table remained untouched. Now I understand that she had a micro stroke, but then I did not understand this. Simply, when a person has been in such an inadequate state for a long time, and this has already happened over the past few years, you get used to it. I took this as another step in age-related deterioration. Since that day, the grandmother has already settled down completely. She could no longer eat on her own. I had to feed her with a spoon. She already began to spit out pieces of food, and I had to grind food. And then her stomach stopped taking such food. She started vomiting. I began to give her simply sweetened water, and soon the body stopped taking even water. Now she lay with her eyes closed, all so emaciated, feeble. Her hand hung limply from the edge of the bed. I could not look at my grandmother without tears. I remembered her as an energetic woman, with whom I spent my childhood and youth. I shared all my secrets with her. Although there were sometimes grievances and misunderstandings between us, especially when I grew up, she was the closest person to me who never betrayed me. And now my granny was fading away. Alas,
Such is the finale of all people on this earth. As someone said, life is the path between birth and death. On the 3rd of August, Olga, my neighbor, came running to me. I asked her to help hold my grandmother to make the bed. Olga looked and told me that my grandmother was dying. She buried her grandmother several years ago, and this situation seemed familiar to her. I got scared and called an ambulance. They arrived, a doctor, a young woman, measured the pressure and said that the pressure was very low, and this was a harbinger of imminent death. She said something in comfort about biological death, and I was scared of losing a loved one. All day I sat next to my grandmother. Zenek was not somewhere, and Dasha spends time with her neighbor friend Natalka and her family. They lived through 2 houses from ours. It was Saturday. Vitya brought a brick, and it was heard how it was unloaded and carried into the yard. There were loud conversations, laughter, and controversy with silence in the grandmother's room. My grandmother, with sharpened features and a hollow mouth, lying on the bed and only feeble breathing, said that a weak life was still warming in this body. Suddenly she whispered faintly, "I'm sorry." I did not understand and asked again, "I'm sorry for what?" Granny didn't utter a sound anymore, and I still didn't know whether she asked for forgiveness or simply said goodbye. It got dark. Olga came again. We sat for a long time and talked quietly. Zenek came, drunk again, and went to bed. Olga also left, and I didn't undress, lay down on the couch. It was a very long and hard day. Suddenly in the middle of the night, I was thrown, and I woke up. I quickly went to grandmother's room, and before lighting the light, I felt that there was nobody in the room. The room was empty. Grandmother's soul had already gone to another world. A lifeless body lay on the bed. It is the riddle of death? I overslept. My grandmother's gone. On this day, she would have been exactly 90 years old. She left on her birthday. As soon as it began to get light, I knocked on the window at Olga. She looked out, and I said that it was all over, my grandmother was gone. She promised to help me. A funeral, like any event, also requires a lot of effort. We washed my grandmother's body, and I had a feeling that this was not a body, once a living person, but a wax doll. And then, when we put the body lying on the table, I called an ambulance. I followed doctor's advice who came the day before and told me how I could receive a death certificate. An ambulance arrived, and when they saw that grandmother was already lying dead on the table, they looked at each other in surprise, recorded the death on the card, and said that I could receive a death certificate only at the clinic tomorrow. Today was Sunday. Next, it was to buy a coffin, wreaths, order a place in the cemetery, etc. We decided to bury my grandmother at the Skanilov Cemetery. Most of the residents of Skanilov were buried there, but there were also residents of Lvov from areas close to Skanilov. Zenek's parents were also buried there. Zenek's father died in early 1974 and mother 2 years ago. My grandmother at the funeral of my mother-in-law asked to be buried in the same cemetery in Skanilov too. She said that we, seeing Zenek's parents, will be going to her grave. Zenek went to the cemetery's office to arrange a burial. During the day, the neighbors came to say goodbye, and Uncle Kolya arrived. Aunt Marusha did not come with him. She never forgave us that act with Toma. Uncle Kolya stood quietly near my grandmother's body and sighed. He knew her even earlier than I, while still a boy in Ulmanovo. Evening came, and I was left alone. Usually,
People sit all night with a dead person, burn candles, and here I was left alone. Zdenek came home when it was already completely dark and was very drunk, as usual recently. He grunted that they had already dug up the grave and fell asleep. And I, all in tears, went down to Olga. She began to calm me down and put me to bed next to her. It was hard for me to leave my grandmother up there alone. "Don't worry, Elia, you didn't leave your grandmother, she's right above us," Olga whispered, calming me. We were lying on a bed in a room that was just under my grandmother's room. Of course, I could not sleep, so I was drowsing with my eyes closed. I heard Vulcan, Olga's dog, sniff and sigh. Vitya muttered something in another room in a dream. Sasha, their son, was not at home. At this time, he was outside the city in a summer pioneer camp. Finally, the night end and Monday morning came. I quickly packed up and ran to the clinic for a death note. There was no doctor in our area, and I began to get nervous since the funeral was scheduled for today. I began to find out at the reception desk who could write this certificate to me. They found my grandmother's medical card, opened it, and this note was there. The doctor wrote out in advance. Either she was informed from the ambulance, or after that visit when I called the doctor to my grandmother a week before her death. The date and seal were put on the note. I went to the funeral office with this document and my grandmother's passport to get a death certificate and permission for the funeral. Passport after death cancelled. No person, no passport. Neighbor Anna Frolovna, with who we were friends, took up the organization of a memorial dinner. At 1 o'clock the bus arrived. I said goodbye to my grandmother. The men carried and loaded the coffin with the body into the bus, and we drove to the cemetery. There were very few people. Zdek's relatives came and some neighbors who knew grandmother well. Grandmother was buried without a priest. It was still the Soviet Union, where no religious worship was encouraged. I was a member of the Communist Party and raised in non-observance of church rites. It has now become different, but then. If then, I would have had my present experience and wisdom, I would have invited a priest. At that time, I was still a very naive person and fully believed in what the government and the party had inspired us. Behind my back, I heard how relatives talked to Zdek and lamented that my grandmother was buried without a proper funeral service. It was only later, after more than 10 years, I ordered a prayer service in the church and brought prayed earth, scattered on my grandmother's grave, thereby completing the church rite of burial. After returning from the cemetery, after a funeral dinner, we sat in the yard. A postman came into the courtyard. She brought a telegram, condolences and transfer of 30 rubles from Nadia, my mother. Of course, I didn't think that she would come to the funeral, but I informed her about it. In all these worries, the troubles of the last days, I somehow still held on. But when it was all gone, I felt an unspeakable longing, as if something had come out of me and a void had formed inside. Yes, an older person died. All this is understandable and expected, but at first, it is difficult to survive the loss, especially if the person with who you had so much connection in this life leaves. For a long time, my grandmother often came in my night dream. In a dream, she was already old, and one dream was just prophetic, but I talk about later. My dear grandmother, may the earth rest in peace for you, and only good and love surrounds you in the next world.